Chapter 1429. In the future, Lantian County won't be the only joint medical center in the Tang Empire. We will strive to have a joint medical center in every one of the 300 provinces and counties in the Tang Empire. This is a difficult project, and it will require a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. However, our top priority now is to set up the medical center in Lantian County and make a name for ourselves. Only then will we be able to open joint medical centers in other places more smoothly. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Lantian County had been running well in the past 2 days. On this day, Li Zishuan gathered the main personnel in the medical center and held a small work deployment meeting. Because the medical center would be recruiting doctors tomorrow, the medical center would slowly get on the right track, and some things had to be arranged in advance. Tomorrow, there will be many doctors coming to apply for the job. Daoist Sun and the 2 doctors must check carefully. Those who have bad medical ethics and bad intentions, no matter how good their medical skills are, cannot be hired by our joint medical center. On the contrary, although some people's medical skills are lacking, if they have noble medical ethics and are diligent and eager to learn, we can also relax the conditions to recruit them and train them well. There is no limit to the number of doctors who can pass your eyes. We will recruit as many doctors as we can. First, the scale of the medical center is too small, and I will recruit more craftsmen to expand it later. Second, when the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is established in other provinces and counties, we will definitely need to transfer some elites over. Third, Yanghuang College's medical school also needs a group of teachers. When the time comes, we will need to transfer a group of experienced doctors to teach there. It can be considered as a part-time job for both sides. Li Zishuan's words sounded rich and overbearing, but that was the truth. The joint clinic was in need of doctors, and so was the Yanghuang Academy's medical school. This time, they could use Sun Simiao's prestige and great reputation in the apricot forest to attract a large number of doctors to join. Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded and said, "Little Xian, we understand what you mean. Tomorrow, we will recruit a group of excellent doctors for you." Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang also smiled and agreed. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble you all tomorrow." Now, all kinds of herbs and tools have been prepared in our medical center. After we recruit all the doctors tomorrow, we can officially open for business and treat the illnesses of the common people. Sun Simiao couldn't help but smile. The emergence of the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanghuang College Medical School ignited a fire in his heart, a fire that spread the medical knowledge. He felt that what Li Zishuan said to him before was very reasonable. No matter how good his medical skills were, he couldn't save all the patients in the world. However, if he passed his medical skills to the doctors in the world, the result would be very different. It was precisely because of this that Sun Simiao, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, agreed to serve as the director of the Joint Medical Center and the dean of Yanghuang College's School of Medicine. One had to know that when Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve as the head of the Imperial Medical Center, Sun Simiao did not agree. Now that Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve in 2 important positions at the same time, Sun Simiao agreed. Who knew if old Li would be angry when he found out? "Little Xian, if I remember correctly, you should have a set of self-made blood transfusion needles, right? I don't know if you can leave some in the medical center. In case you encounter a patient who is bleeding heavily, it can play a key role." Just as Li Zishuan was about to announce the end of the meeting, Sun Simiao suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had transfused blood to Qin Qiong last year, so he quickly said. Li Zishuan's heart moved, and suddenly some ideas came to his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Of course. In addition to the blood transfusion needles, I will also get a batch of disposable rubber gloves, medical disinfectant alcohol, masks, and so on. In the future, all the doctors involved in all the surgical operations in the medical center must wear gloves and masks, and their hands and instruments must be disinfected with alcohol. In addition, I have a set of wound suturing methods here. When I have time, I will teach it to the surgeons in the medical center." Ever since he had rubber, Li Zishuan could not only make rubber needles, but also rubber gloves. This was very useful in surgical operations. Thinking back to the time when he had transfused blood to Qin Qiong, He had made the needles from disinfected duck intestines. It was simply too low class. As for the wound suturing techniques, he did not intend to keep it a secret. Teaching it to the doctors in the hospital so that they could save more people would be a great merit. Wound suturing? There's such a treatment method. It's amazing. Yamacho, you have to keep your word. In the future, you must come and teach this method to the doctors in our medical center. Hearing this, Dr. Qin was pleasantly surprised. Of course. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, he decisively announced the end of the meeting. It happened to be noon, and there were no patients lining up in front of the medical center. They had probably all gone home for lunch. Li Zishuan invited Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jing, and the 2 former students of the Imperial Medical Department to Zuatian restaurant for lunch. Marquis. Not good. There are many women surrounding the Thatang Daily office in Chang'an City. After lunch, Pang Feiji rushed to Li Zishuan and reported to him as soon as he came out of the Zuatian restaurant. Chicken Bro had just gone through a big wedding, but he was still very dedicated. He reported back to Yunshan the day after the wedding. Now, he had become Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, running errands and delivering messages for Li Zishuan everywhere. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but frown. He asked in confusion, "Thatang Daily office is surrounded by women? Why is that?" Pang Feiji wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, "Marquis, the reason for this is that a few women wanted to sign up for the Yanghuang College Medical School's entrance exam. But since ancient times, there has been no precedent of women entering the school. The people in the office rejected them, but the women did not let it go. They said that in the Thatang Daily's admission notice, there was no restriction that only men could sign up. Their ruckus attracted even more women to join them. They said, why can't women enter the school? Why can't women study medicine? There are even female medical officers in the palace." After hearing Pang Feiji's words, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. How could this be blamed on the admission notice he had written? Wasn't the admission notice in ancient times that only men were admitted? Did it need to be specifically stated? Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang all frowned. This was not an easy matter to deal with. Then let the Thatang Daily office in Chang'an City close early today. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we avoid them? Li Zishuan said helplessly. Li Zishuan could not force the women who wanted to go to the medical school to study, because he had never hit women. However, it was also impossible for him to let them go as they wished. Allowing women to enter the school was a crime against the world. When the time came, those Confucian defenders would definitely gang up on him. This was a red line. Once crossed, there was a high possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation. Li Zishuan did not want to take this risk. He did not want to be entangled in trouble and bicker with people every day. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to escape. It was not that he was biased against women, but the times did not allow it. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji heard this and hesitated for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, said worriedly, "Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. The Thatang Daily office is still open for business. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. From what I see, why don't you tell the world about this in tomorrow's newspaper? Then, those women will stop bothering you." Professor Qin nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Xian. Hiding like this is not a solution. Why don't we do as Priest Sun said?" At this moment, Li Zishuan's mind was occupied with other matters. Hearing that, he only replied indifferently, I got it." Actually, he was thinking in his heart. Even if tomorrow's newspaper said that women were not allowed to enter the school, would these women really give up? Sir, you're finally back." When he returned to the Hu mansion, Xiao Yue hurriedly greeted him as soon as he stepped through the door. The workshop was undergoing technical upgrades. Recently, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi had returned to the county to live. He did not expect Li Yu to find him here, and it seemed like she had something urgent to tell him. Li Zishuan quickly stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Yu. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Yue." You're looking for me today? Of course. Xiao Yue nodded and said, Sir, there are many commoner women who want to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school, but they were rejected by your subordinates. You have to make a decision for those women, right? Make a decision? Make a decision for what? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Then, he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said, Xiao Yue, I can't make a decision for them. On the admission notice, although it didn't say that women were not allowed to apply, shouldn't it be tacitly agreed? Since ancient times, where has there been a precedent of women entering the school? I can't help you with this, otherwise, Yanghuang College will be in big trouble. Me. Sir, I misjudged you. Xiao Yue pouted and suddenly said angrily, I always thought that you were a different person. I didn't expect you to look down on women like those Confucian scholars. What's wrong with women? There are some things that women are not worse than men. Sir, what right do you have to look down on women? Besides, although there has been no precedent of women entering the school since ancient times, there are many precedents of women studying medicine. The Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year to act as female medical officers in the palace. Why can't Yanghuang College's medical school recruit women? Sir, when have you become so pedantic? After knowing Li Yu for so long, Li Zishuan had never seen Li Yu so angry. It was as if she was angry and unwilling to accept the fact that her idol had some flaws. After Xiao Yue finished speaking, she snorted and turned her head to walk out of the door angrily. Hey! Xiao Yue, wait. Previously, Li Yu's voice was relatively loud, so the people in the room had already walked out. Seeing Xiao Yue leave angrily, Han Yushi hurriedly shouted. Xiao Yue stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were a little red. She turned her head to look at Han Yushi and said, Sister Yushi, in Sir's eyes, you are the only woman he looks up to. He looks down on all the women in the world. It's useless no matter what I say. He doesn't know that many of the women who apply are pure and kind. They want to learn medicine at Yanghuang College so that they can save the dying and heal the injured and benefit the people in the future. Today, because of his light sentence, women are not allowed to enter the school. He rejected all the women in the world who are interested in medicine. I think that one day, Sir will definitely regret his decision today. After saying that, she raised her arm, wiped her eyes, and prepared to leave. This girl was also a sentimental person. As she spoke, she actually ended up crying. In the front yard, Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, Li Jingmo, Yi Guozhong, and the others couldn't help but be silent when they heard that, especially Li Zishuan. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind in a very short period of time. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to leave the house, Li Zishuan suddenly said, Stop. It was just 3 short words, but they were like a spell that froze Li Yu's foot in the air. Then, he pulled it back. Li Zishuan continued, This matter is indeed my lack of consideration, but I definitely don't mean to look down on women. On the contrary, I think that women's medical skills are not worse than men's. For example, Sun Daozhang's disciple, Hu Jing, is now a little accomplished in her medical skills. She is also called the Little Fairy Doctor. But even so, if we rashly let women enter Yanghuang College, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. If this matter is not handled properly, it will put Yanghuang College in a whirlpool of storms. The already weak academic skills will be difficult to advance in the future. Therefore, the matter of letting women enter the school must be carefully considered. Xiao Yue, can you give me a few days? I might be able to come up with a perfect plan. Xiao Yu turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with her slightly moist eyes. After a while, she smiled through her tears and said, Yes, I believe that Sir will be able to do what others can't. Xiao Yue thanks Sir on behalf of those women. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, All right. All the good and bad things have been said by you alone. You really like to give me problems. Quickly wipe your tears. You're already a big girl. If others see you like this, they'll say that you've been wronged by your teacher. Xiao Yue wiped her eyes and said, I'm not crying. Sir, I still have things to do in the editorial department. I'll go back first. I hope Sir can come up with a good idea to give those women who really want to study medicine a chance. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Xiao Xian, Are you really going to admit women into the school? After Xiao Yu left, Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan nodded and sighed deeply. He said, Grandfather, what Xiao Yu said just now is not without reason. But there will be a lot of trouble in this operation. I have to smooth things out one by one before I can officially admit women into the school. Chapter 1430. Grandfather, just now little Yu said that the Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year. Is that true? Lantian County, the main hall of the Marquis's mansion. Li Zishuan looked at Yi Guozhong and asked. He knew that there were female medical officers in ancient times, but he didn't know that the Imperial Medical Department recruited female student. Yi Guozhong heard this and nodded. Little Xian, the Imperial Medical Department does recruit female students every year, and this isn't without precedent. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, there were female medical officers in the palace. Because of her superb medical skills, she was conferred the title of the first female national healer in the history of the Western Han Dynasty. Since the emperor ascended the throne, the system of the Imperial Medical Department gradually improved and began to recruit female students to serve as female medical officers in the palace in the future. After all, there were many concubines and princesses in the harem. If they fell ill, it wouldn't be appropriate for an ordinary imperial physician to treat them. The female students of the Imperial Medical Department came from two sources. One was to select unmarried servants between the ages of 20 and 30 to let them enter the Imperial Medical Department to learn medical skills. The second was to recruit women with medical skills from the common people to take an examination. If they passed the examination, they would directly enter the Imperial Medical Department. In the future, they would have the qualifications to enter the palace after their medical skills had reached a small level. Most of the female doctors that were gathered from the common people came from medical families. Their ancestors had been practicing medicine for generations. After the accumulation of time, they also had a lot of experience. After going through the training of the Imperial Physician Bureau, their medical skills were often better than those of the illiterate servants of the officials. Those women who want to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school should belong to this kind of people. Li Zishuan heard this and frowned. He muttered in his heart for a moment and sighed. Hearing grandfather say this, if our Yanghuang College rejects these women who want to study, it would be a great loss. As far as he was concerned, he was actually happy to see a woman enter the medical school to study medicine. This was because the profession of a doctor couldn't lack women. Firstly, there were both men and women among the patients. Although doctors didn't differentiate between men and women, it would still be inconvenient for a male doctor to treat a private illness. Secondly, female doctors were usually more meticulous, which was a good supplement for male doctors. Didn't modern hospitals not only have female doctors, but also female nurses? Little Xian, you can say that, but you can't do that. In the eyes of many great scholars in the world, your engineering studies are deviant and rebellious. But because you are blessed by the emperor, they can't accuse you. But if you allow women to enter the school, you will give them a reason to attack you. Yanghuang College, which is already in a precarious situation, will become the target of public criticism. At that time, even His Majesty won't be able to protect you. When Yi Guozhong saw Li Zishuan's expression, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. However, since the Imperial Physician Department can recruit female students, then this matter may not be without room for mediation. Tomorrow, I will go to see His Majesty and sound out His Majesty. Husband, did that matter make things difficult for you? At night, after dinner, the husband and wife returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Zishuan, who was sitting in front of the desk and reading documents, and asked softly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan turned around and asked, Wife, are you talking about the matter of letting women enter the medical school? Yes. Han Yushi nodded, then got up and walked to Li Zishuan. She said with an ashamed face, Husband, I'm sorry. When little Yu came to the residence during the day, I heard what she said and felt that those women were very pitiful. In the end, I asked her to wait for you to come back and ask for your help. I didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble for you. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, wife. Although this matter is a bit troublesome, it's not completely impossible. In fact, in your heart, you should have the same thoughts as little Yu right?" Han Yushi's expression was slightly sluggish. Seeing Li Zishuan staring at her with a burning gaze, she said helplessly, "Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. I just feel that those women among the common people came to study with the heart of benefiting the common people, but they were rejected. It's really a bit pitiful. Besides, I don't think that women can't learn good medicine and can't be good doctors. Isn't our village's Huzhen an example?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, all right, wife, I already said during the day that I don't have any intention of looking down on women. It's just that letting those women enter Yanghuang College will inevitably cause criticism. Tomorrow, your husband will go to the palace to ask His Majesty and see what his opinion is. All right, it's getting late. Let's rest." The development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Zishuan released the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and introduced pinyin last year, more and more people became literate, including women. Once a person became literate, they would become sensible and their thoughts would be liberated to a certain extent. In addition, the Tang Dynasty was an era of openness. At this time, the social status of women in the entire history of China was rarely matched. Therefore, early the next morning, the offices of Thatang Daily in Chang'an City, Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Xianyang County, Yunyang County, and more than 20 other counties were besieged by women who wanted to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school. Many people were shouting, "Why can the Imperial Medical Department accept female students but Yanghuang College can't?" There were even women who shouted, "We want to see the Marquis of Yong'an and ask him to give us an explanation." After receiving the news from various places, Li Zishuan had no choice but to order the besieged offices of Thatang Daily to close down immediately. As for today's Thatang Daily, it was all handed over to the newsboys to sell. Lantian County, Yong'an Square, Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center. Today, doctors from all over the country had gathered here to accept Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang's assessment and interview. Now, in the bamboo sieve in front of you, there are a total of 9 types of medicinal herbs. Please write down the names of the herbs on the paper. In a room on the 2nd floor of the medical center, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang were the main examiners. In front of them sat 7 or 8 doctors who came to apply for the position. The youngest of these people were only 25 or 26 years old, and the older ones even had white beards. From this, it seemed that the position of a doctor in the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center was very attractive to civilian doctors. When they heard Sun Simiao's first question, a few of them quickly identified the herbs and wrote at a fast speed. All right, time's up. They actually collected the answers they wrote. After about 15 minutes, Sun Simiao said to who was beside him, "Yes, master," who responded and then went down to collect the answers written by those people. Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang took it and then reviewed it in the hall. After a while, the 3 of them exchanged opinions. After confirming that the review results were correct, Sun Simiao announced, "Wu Chang'e, the bamboo sieve in front of you contains alpine ginseng, June frost, rock peppergrass, coiling dragon 7, Eucommia ulmoides, angelica, roasted astragalus, aracema, and wulingji. And the answers you just submitted, only 8 of them were correct and 1 was wrong. Except for Wu Chang'e, the rest of you have all answered correctly." After his voice fell, everyone below was overjoyed, except for the youngest doctor. This person stood up with an ashamed face and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm really ashamed. I actually mistook alpine ginseng for Tai-bai ginseng. I really shouldn't have. I've embarrassed myself in front of Dr. Sunday. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb Dr. Sun." After saying that, this guy actually prepared to leave the examination hall. Sun Simiao hurriedly said, "Hey, little brother Wu, today's assessment is not only about identifying medicinal herbs. You're still young, so it's normal that you can't distinguish between alpine ginseng and Tai-bai ginseng. But as long as you can answer the following questions well, you still have a good chance of passing the assessment." In this room, Wu Chang'e was the only person under the age of 30. Seeing young people, Sun Simiao's heart was filled with admiration. Wu Chengyi was stunned. He originally thought that he had no chance, but after hearing Sun Simiao's words, his heart suddenly became lively again. He quickly cupped his hands and thanked Sun Simiao with a happy face. "Thank you, Dr. Sun." Sun Simiao nodded and said, "En, then the assessment will continue. Duan Shiqiu, you will answer first." A patient often shows symptoms of sweating profusely. The sweat is like beads and slightly sticky. He is afraid of the cold. His hands and feet are cold. His breathing is weak. His face is pale, and even his lips are blue and purple. His pulse is weak or empty. What kind of illness is this? How should I treat it? Duan Shiqiu was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person should be suffering from the yang deficiency disease. If you want to cure him, you can use 2 tails of dragon bone, 1 tail of cinnamon, 1 tail of licorice, 1 tail of poria, 1 tail of ginseng, 2 tails of maimenda, 2 tails of oysters, 1 tail of Sichuan lacquer, half a portion of ginger, 3 large dates, fry them until they are 6/10. En. Very good answer. Next, Zhu Caiqi, you answer." In the examination room, a group of doctors were racking their brains to pass the assessment. Outside the examination room, the rest of the doctors were waiting anxiously. The people in the back were especially worried because they were afraid that when it was their turn, the admission quota would be full. Then, no matter how good they were, it would be meaningless. After Li Zhuan had breakfast in the morning, he came to the joint medical hall. Although he planned to meet Li today, the palace was in the morning court. He did not want to suffer, so he planned to wait until the morning court was over. As soon as he arrived at the medical hall, he saw this lively scene. "Please invite the 8 doctors in the back in." After asking for the location of the examination room, Li Zhuan went directly to the examination room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Sun Simiao's voice full of energy. But after seeing the doctors who came in to apply, Li Zhuan's eyes instantly widened because he saw a woman in the team of doctors. So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the examination room. He heard Sun Simiao's surprised voice inside, "Miss, we are hiring doctors here. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave." After his voice fell, a woman's voice sounded in the room. "Why do you say that, Master Sun?" "I came here to participate in the doctor examination of the joint medical hall. How did I become an unrelated person?" Li Zhuan had already walked in at this time, but Sun Simiao did not notice him at all. Instead, he frowned and said, "The Tang Joint Medical Hall only recruits male doctors. Miss, please leave." "Dr. Sun, as a person outside the medical field, how can you be as pedantic as those pedantic scholars? The Tang Joint Medical Hall is hiring doctors as long as their medical skills are qualified. Why does it matter if the applicant is a man or a woman? What's more, wasn't the little fairy doctor also a woman? If she can be your disciple, why can't I, Ji Qingyu, come to the Tang Joint Medical Hall to help the world and heal the wounded?" The woman said to Sun Simiao with a proud face. People in the world respected and feared Sun Simiao, but this woman spoke to Sun Simiao rudely. "You little girl, how can you be so disrespectful to Dr. Sun?" "That's right. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. He has saved millions of people and is the role model of the medical world. How can he allow a little girl like you to criticize him?" Ji Qingyue's words aroused the dissatisfaction of the doctors in the room, and they all began to criticize her. Who knew that Ji Qingyu was not afraid at all? She said coldly, "This is a selection of doctors. Since when did it depend on qualifications to be ranked? Dr. Sun has saved many patients, but what does that have to do with me? I just want a fair chance to compete. If Dr. Sun stumps me with medical skills, I have nothing to say. But if I am deprived of the opportunity to enter the Tang Joint Medical Hall because I am a woman, then I will not accept it. I will go to the Marquis of Yong'an to ask for an explanation." Her words were powerful and full of vigor. Those doctors who had criticized her before were intimidated by this woman's cold and arrogant aura and actually shut their mouth. Although Hu Jingwei, who was beside Sun Simiao, subconsciously wanted to speak up for her master, She always felt that every word Ji Qingyu said was very reasonable. So much so that she could not say a single word of rebuttal for a long time. Haha. I heard that someone wants to ask for an explanation from this Marquis. Is this true, Tilda? Li Zhuan, who had been hiding at the back of the examination room, had no choice but to come out now. He touched his nose and said awkwardly. During the enrollment process of Yanghuang College's medical school, there were women who came to apply, but he never expected that in the examination room of the Tang Joint Medical Hall, there would be a female doctor who came to apply for a position. He could not help but think to himself, the Tang dynasty's culture is really open. The Tang dynasty's feminism is really stronger than any other dynasty. Xiaoxian, you're here, Tilda. Yamacho. Young master, you're here. Marquis. Nice to meet you, Marquis. Hearing that, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jingwei, and the other doctors in the room all stood up and greeted him. The woman named Ji Qingyu did not move. She used her beautiful eyes to seriously size up Li Zhuan. The surprise in her eyes disappeared in a flash. She probably did not expect Li Zhuan to look so young. After a moment of sizing him up, she bowed and said, I am Ji Qingyu. Nice to meet you, Marquis Tilda. Chapter 1431. In ancient times, women had obtained a high status through their labor in harvesting. At that time, they had even become the kings of their own tribes. Later on, the change in labor force made men the representatives of sovereignty. Since the establishment of the feudal empire, women were not allowed to be officials or doctors. They seemed to have become a tool for reproduction. However, there was one dynasty that was an exception, and that was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, women had a unique status. This seemed to be an era where men and women were equal. This was reflected in the laws of the Tang dynasty. The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that women of the Tang dynasty had the right to inherit and could become the head of a household. A woman's virtue was to have no talent. If this sentence was used on women of the Ming and Qing dynasties, it would be perfect. However, women of the Tang dynasty were not like this. In the Tang dynasty, women could ride horses and shoot arrows. They could also attend all kinds of grand banquets. They were not like the ladies of the Ming and Qing dynasties, who had to hide in their boudoirs all day long. It was because of this open culture and the tolerance of women from top to bottom. Coupled with Li Zhuan's introduction of dictionaries and pinyin, the literacy rate of the people of the Tang dynasty soared. Women's thoughts were also further liberated. This led to the pursuit of the Thatang daily office in recent days. This led to Ji Qingyu speaking frankly and openly contradicting Sun Simiao in the examination room of the Tang dynasty's joint medical center. After the Tang dynasty, the feudal system became more complete and the centralization of power was further strengthened. This also led to the loss of women's rights. In the later dynasties, the Cheng and Zhou Confucianism gradually became mainstream. The 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles became a fatal turning point for women. From then on, the status of women was gradually weakened. Until the Qing dynasty, women had almost no status in society. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the Tang dynasty was an era where feminism was prevalent. Especially after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, feminism in the Tang dynasty reached its peak. Miss, did you want to ask this Marquis for an explanation? Ji Qingyue's appearance could not be considered very stunning, but it was definitely not ugly either. Especially that pair of particularly tall and straight peaks, which gave her a lot of points. Li Zhuan did not dare to look down. He only dared to stare at Ji Qingyue's cheeks and said. Ji Qingyu stood up straight and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Marquis, Qingyu only wants a fair chance to compete with these male doctors. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is recruiting doctors, not son-in-law. Why do you care so much about gender? Li Zhuan nodded and asked with a smile, Miss Ge, you seem to be very confident in your medical skills. A trace of pride appeared on Ji Qingyue's face. She said confidently, our Ge family has been practicing medicine for generations and has saved countless lives. I have followed my father to treat patients since I was young. I read the Canon of Internal Medicine at the age of 6, the Yellow Emperor's 81 Difficult Classics at the age of 7, the Shennong's Materia Medica at the age of 9, the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases at the age of 10, the pulse classics and acupuncture and moxibustion classics at the age of 12. At the age of 13, I was able to treat patients alone. How can I not be confident in my medical skills? Li Zexuan's eyebrows twitched, secretly thinking that this girl seemed to be an expert. Sun Simiao was a little surprised. He asked, "Ge family? Which Ge clan is the Ge clan that Miss mentioned?" Ge Qingyu raised her head and said, "The Ge family is the Ge family. My ancestor was the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. People call him Little Deity." Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty? Li Zexuan was confused. He did not know much about the history of the Western Jin dynasty, let alone the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. But Sun Simiao was different. When he heard this, he could not help but exclaim, "Miss Ge is the descendant of immortal Ge. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. My apologies." Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang were also shocked. They cupped their hands and said, "So you are the descendant of immortal Ge. My apologies." Li Zexuan was instantly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, who the hell is this Shenwang Ge? He was able to make Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin treat him differently. He. Can I take the test now? Ge Qingyu asked with a smile. This. Little Shen, you see, Sun Simiao's voice faltered as he looked at Li Zexuan with a troubled expression. Ahem. Li Zexuan quickly put away the confusion on his face. He coughed and said, "Since Miss Ge is from a famous family and is so confident in your medical skills, you can take the test." At the same time, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center will no longer restrict the recruitment of male and female doctors. As long as your medical skills and medical ethics are good, you can be selected. Although he did not know who Ge Qingyue's ancestor, immortal Ge, was, he could not show his ignorance on his face. He still wanted to save face. As for the gender restriction of the Joint Medical Center's doctors, it was a decision he made after careful consideration. Because the academy recruiting female students might be opposed by the public, but the medical center recruiting female doctors, there was no reason for people to object. After all, there was no rule that said that women could not practice medicine in this era. Marquis is wise and powerful. Qingyu is Impress. Hearing that Li Zexuan had completely removed the gender restriction of the recruitment of doctors, Ge Qingyu smiled sweetly and bowed to Li Zexuan. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zexuan's attitude was firm, so he could not persuade him anymore. Moreover, he also felt that recruiting female doctors would not affect the overall situation, so he nodded and said, "That's good. Ge Jiu Niang, please take a seat. Next, please follow them to take the test. Actually, come out for a moment." After settling the matter of Ge Qingyue's qualification, Li Zexuan walked to Hu Actualist's side and whispered something. Then, he walked out of the room from the side. Hu actually looked at Sun Simiao. Seeing Sun Simiao nodding at her, she then walked out of the door. "Young master, do you need me for something?" Outside the room, Hu actually asked in a low voice. Li Zexuan nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but still bent down slightly and looked at Hu Actually. He whispered, "Actually, who is Ge Qingyue's ancestor?" Hu Actually was stunned and said doubtfully, "Young master, didn't Sister Ge say? Her family's ancestor is Ge Shenwang, the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty." "Oh, young master wants to ask who Ge Shenwang is, right? This Ge Shenwang is Ge Hong. His courtesy name is Ji Chuan, and he calls himself Bao Puzi. He is a famous doctor in the Western Jin dynasty. His wife, Aunt Bao, is also very skilled in medicine. She is very famous among the people. There is even a temple for Aunt Bao in the coastal area of Guangdong. Ji Hong. She is actually a descendant of Ji Hong." Li Zexuan's face changed, and his heart was extremely shocked. Yesterday, Yi Guozhong told him that the women who knew medicine among the people were mostly from medical families. He did not expect that today, in the Tang United Medical Center, he would meet Ge Qingyu, a woman who came from a super medical family. He was really lucky. At the same time, this also confirmed Li Zexuan's idea of recruiting women into Yanghuang College's medical school. Today, he must find Li and ask for an explanation. Chapter 1432. Ji Hong, also known as Ji Chuan, was the grandnephew of Ji Xian of the Three Kingdoms and was known as the Little Immortal. He was once conferred the title of Marquis of Guanay and later lived in seclusion in Mount Luofu to refine pills. At the same time, he was also a famous doctor in China during the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was the pioneer of preventive medicine and wrote Behind the Elbow, which recorded the diagnosis and treatment of infectious diseases such as smallpox and chigga. Ji Hong's wife, Bao Jiyu, was the daughter of the governor of Nanhai, Bao Jing. She was also a famous doctor. She had followed her husband for a long time to refine pills and practice medicine in Mount Luofu, treating the people and benefiting the people. Therefore, the people of Lingnan respectfully called her Bao Jiyu. Bao Jiyu practiced medicine and gathered herbs, and her footprints were all over Guangzhou, Nanhai, Huiyang, Baluo, and other places. Her medical skills were excellent and meticulous. She was good at acupuncture and was famous for treating tumors and warts. After Bao Gu's death, the people of Lingnan commemorated her contribution to the medical industry and built a shrine to Bao Jiyu in the Sanyuan Palace at the foot of Yueshou Mountain in Guangzhou. Therefore, the Ji family that Ji Qingyu belonged to could be called a super medical family. However, Li Zishuan found it a little strange. With the Ji family's background, even after several hundred years, they shouldn't have let Ji Qingyu, a young miss who had never done any household chores, apply for a job at the joint medical center, right? Could there be a story in between? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan left the medical center and went home. He still had to go to the palace to see Li so he had to go home and change his clothes. Greetings, Marquis. Just as he stepped into the gate, a person came from the front yard and bowed to Li Zishuan. Yo, Brother Zhong, why are you here? Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. The person who came was none other than the blacksmith of the workshop, Zhong Hongsheng. Marquis, this Zhong is here today to return the sword. Thank you, Marquis, for trusting this Zhong and being willing to lend the wind-chasing sword to my father. Now that 3 days have passed, this Zhong will return the wind-chasing sword intact. Zhong Hongsheng raised the sword above his head and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and took the wind-chasing sword. After a cursory inspection, he said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. I wonder if your father is satisfied with my wind-chasing sword?" Satisfied, satisfied. Zhong Hongsheng nodded his head and said, "After my father saw the wind-chasing sword, he was shocked by it and even wanted to reforge the 9 raven swords. However, my father knew that he was too old and could not afford to reforge the sword, so he could only give up. My father admires Marquis's honorable master, spiritual master Daoist Lingshu. I only regret not being able to meet him personally back then." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Your father's swordsmithing technique is something that few people in the world can match. This Marquis admires your father very much and will definitely pay a visit to him in the future." It was inevitable that the workshop would run into some technical problems in the future. It was not a bad thing to establish a good relationship with a famous blacksmith like Zhong Juzhou. Zhong Hongsheng quickly cupped his hands and said, "This Zhong looks forward to Marquis's arrival. Now that the sword has been returned, this Zhong will return to the workshop to forge weapons and armor for Marquis. Oh, by the way, on the way here, this Zhong heard from Steward Fu that the hydraulic stamping machine in the workshop has been completed. It should be ready for use now. Marquis, the plate armor you designed should be ready soon." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He said with a face full of joy, "Oh Tilda, the hydraulic press machine has been completed. Then do you know how Ink Girl's electric motor is?" This, Zhong Hongsheng said awkwardly. "Marquis, this Zhong is not very familiar with Ink Girl, so I don't know." Mo Lingwei might be chatting and laughing with Li Zishuan, Yang Shaoning and the rest, but in front of outsiders, she was cold and unapproachable. It was said that this girl wanted to maintain the dignity of a Yanghuang College professor, so Zhong Hongsheng was innocently implicated. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and waved his hand. "All right then, go do your work. As for the electric motor, I will personally go to the workshop and ask Ink Girl." "Yes, Marquis." After hanging the chasing wind sword on the sword rack at home, Li Zishuan changed into a set of court clothes with the help of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Then, he rode on Big White and left with Pang Feiji and a few other guards. Currently, the roads in Lantian County were being upgraded. The original bluestone roads were being changed into cement roads. In order to avoid traffic jams due to the road construction, County Magistrate He chose to construct the roads in sections. This way, the construction speed could be guaranteed and it would not affect the people's travel as much as possible. After leaving the county, he rode his horse all the way to Chang'an City. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, so the weather was not too hot. Therefore, the journey was very refreshing. Hey, little Xian. You're done with the morning court. What are you doing here? Coincidentally, when he arrived at the entrance of the imperial city, he bumped into the civil and military officials who had just finished their morning court. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Li Zishuan who had just dismounted from his horse. He quickly walked in front of Li Zishuan and laughed. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, did you guys just finish your morning court? Li Zishuan smiled and greeted them. Yes. Little Xian, you came to the palace today because you have something to ask His Majesty, right? Qin Qiong nodded and asked with a smile. Yes. It's about Yanghuang College's medical school. There are some things that I need His Majesty's opinion on, Li Zishuan replied. Then hurry up and go. Don't delay the important matters. Qin Qiong was much more serious than Cheng Yaojin. When he heard that Li Zishuan had important matters to discuss with Li he quickly moved aside and said, Yes. Hey, Uncle Yang? Li Zishuan nodded and was about to leave when he saw Yang Lide walking towards him. He suddenly remembered that he had tested Mo Huai a few days ago, so he quickly took the initiative to greet him. Yes. Little Xian, are you going to the palace to see His Majesty? Li Zishuan was the leader of the younger generation in the Tang Empire, and Yang Lide had a very good impression of him. Hearing this, he revealed a kind smile and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, There are some things that I need to see His Majesty about, but I also want to congratulate Uncle Yang today. Congratulate? This is for no reason. What's there to congratulate me for, Tilda? Yang Lide was a little confused when he heard this and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Yang, you're too involved to see clearly. What I mean is that I should be able to attend Xiaoning's wedding soon, Tilda. Wedding? Heh. Old Yang, is that kid of yours getting married? Not kind. You're too unkind, old man. You didn't even inform me of such a happy event. Are you afraid that I'll drink your family dry? Not far away, Cheng Yaojin heard this and immediately stopped moving forward. Then, he turned around and walked over quickly, pointing at Yang Lide and teasing him. Yang Lide was still in a daze at this moment. When he heard old Cheng talking non-stop, he immediately said impatiently, All right, Cheng Jijie, stop messing around. I don't even know what's going on. Little Xian, are you saying that Xiaoning is getting married? As his father, how can I not know anything about this? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Uncle Yang is busy with official business all day long, so it's normal for you to neglect these small matters. However, it's rare for Xiaoning to find a good marriage. Uncle Yang, you have to seize the opportunity for Xiaoning. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. I'm going in to see His Majesty. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Zishuan didn't care about Yang Lide's dumbfounded expression. He cupped his hands and walked toward the palace gate. Brother Little Xian, you're in the palace? As soon as he entered the palace and walked across the arch bridge in front of Taiji Palace, he heard a pleasant female voice shouting beside him. Li Zishuan paused and looked to the right. He saw Changle, who was wearing a pink dress, walking towards him. Changle. Oh, greetings, Your Highness Tilda. Seeing the fairy-like Changle, Li Zishuan was immediately in a good mood and wanted to greet her. However, remembering that this was the imperial palace and that there were many eyes, he promptly stopped and saluted. Changle knitted her brows, somewhat reproachfully saying, Brother Little Xian, we haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you treating Changle like a stranger? Li Zishuan had always treated Changle as his own younger sister. As an elder brother, who would be willing to salute his younger sister every day? Hearing this, he whispered, This is the imperial palace. This subject naturally has to be cautious and respectful. Oh tilde. Hearing this, Changle instantly understood. Only then did she feel a little better. She made an O sound and said, "Then Brother Xiaoxian, did you enter the palace this time to see my imperial father?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right." Changle happily said, "That's perfect. I also have matters to discuss with my imperial father. Brother Little Xian, let's go together tilde. Tilde. Li Zishuan thought it over and did not refuse, nodding his head. Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Changle requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Palace Hall, Li had not been seated for long after the morning court session when an eunuch entered and bowed. "Oh, Changle. Quickly let her in." Li had just finished the morning court session and was originally somewhat tired. Hearing that his most beloved daughter had arrived, he immediately became spirited and hurriedly replied. Who knew that the eunuch would say, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is also outside the hall, requesting an audience tilde. Why did that fellow think of meeting us today? Let him in tilde." Hearing this, Li's eyebrows trembled slightly as he spoke. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zishuan had entered the palace to ask for brass after the construction of the hydroelectric dam in Lantian County, Li had not seen Li Zishuan for quite some time. Without Li Zishuan causing trouble in Chang'an, Li felt that it was lacking a lot of fun. Changle pays respects to Imperial Father tilde. This subject Li Zishuan pays respects to your Imperial Majesty. Not long after, Changle and Li Zishuan walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li. Dispense with the formalities. Changle, quickly come to Imperial Father tilde. Li replied with a faint before hurriedly beckoning to Changle. This completely different treatment also proved how important Changle was in Li's heart. Changle responded with a smile and then walked cheerfully to Li's side. Li lightly patted Changle's shoulder before looking at Li Zishuan and asking, "Marquis of Yong'an, you came to the palace to meet us. Do you have something to report?" Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips as he thought to himself, "Your Imperial Majesty has finally thought of me." He stepped forward and clasped his hands together before saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has already made a breakthrough in the weapons and armor that you asked me to upgrade for the Black Armored Army. In a few days, Your Imperial Majesty will be able to see the incomparably sharp vanadium steel horse lance and the world's #1 defensive vanadium steel plate armor." This was the art of speaking. First, talk about the good news to make Leah happy. Then, talk about the matter of girls entering the school. This was the only way to get a better result. Hearing this, Leah was indeed delighted. He stood up and said, "Vanadium steel horse lance? Vanadium steel plate armor? That means that your workshop can already produce vanadium steel?" Previously, Li Zishuan had told him that vanadium steel had superior performance compared to ordinary steel. This was why he asked Li Zishuan to create a batch of vanadium steel weapons and armor for the Black Armored Army, the Tang Empire's most elite cavalry. Now that he heard that the weapons and armor were about to be completed, old Li was naturally excited. Li Zishuan clasped his hands together and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has not only mastered the method of smelting vanadium steel, but also a new type of forging technology. It is because of this technology that we can create the world's #1 plate armor. This plate armor is difficult for ordinary swords and arrows to penetrate. It can greatly reduce the death rate of our Tang Empire's cavalry." Leah couldn't help but ask curiously, "From what I heard, you seem to be very confident in this plate armor. You actually dare to say that its defense is #1 in the world?" "Your Imperial Majesty, I am not boasting. Not only is the defense of this plate armor far superior to the Mingguang armor, it is also lighter than the Mingguang armor. In about 3 to 5 days, this plate armor will be completed. At that time, Your Imperial Majesty will know when you see it." Li Zishuan said confidently. Who gave him such confidence? Of course, it was the workshop's advanced production technology. Leah nodded and said, "Good. Then let's wait for the plate armor to be completed. If it is really as you said, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty." Li Zishuan said his thanks. Then, he pondered for a moment and bowed, "Your Imperial Majesty, I have another matter to report to your Imperial Majesty. What is it? Let me hear it. Li Er was still immersed in the plate armor that Li Zishuan said had the world's #1 defense. Hearing this, he nodded and said. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Imperial Majesty, I have planned to establish a medical school in Yanghuang College a long time ago to spread medicine and benefit the people. A few days ago, I spread the enrollment notice of the medical school to the people of all provinces and counties through Thatang Daily. Unexpectedly, many women went to Thatang Daily to sign up. After they were rejected, they unwillingly surrounded the office of Thatang Daily, claiming that they wanted an explanation. Hearing this, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said in a deep voice, I have heard about this matter. You can just send some people to send these women away. Why do you need to discuss it with me? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Imperial Majesty, that is not what I meant. I want to ask Your Imperial Majesty. Since the Imperial Medical Department can recruit female students every year, can the Yanghuang College's medical school also recruit female students? Hearing this, Li Er and Changle's faces were filled with surprise. The Ganlu Palace suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 1433. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Yanghuang College is a sacred place for learning. How can you let a girl enter? After a moment of silence, Li Er's angry roar sounded in the Ganlu Palace. Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and probed, Your Majesty, why can the Imperial Medical Department recruit female students, but Yanghuang College's medical school, shut up? How can it be the same? When Li Er heard Li Zishuan talk about the Imperial Medical Department again, he mercilessly interrupted, The female students of the Imperial Medical Department will eventually go to the palace to serve as female medical officers. What's the use of your Yanghuang College's medical school to train so many female students? What's more, the Imperial Medical Department is a place that specializes in teaching medicine. There's no gender distinction in front of doctors. You just need to separate their rooms. But what about Yanghuang College? In addition to these medical students, Yanghuang College also has hundreds of engineering students. You've recruited these female students, what kind of scandal is that? When the time comes, even if I don't punish you, the spittle of all the scholars in the world will drown you. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart sank. So this was the problem. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the female students of the Imperial Medical Department will serve as female medical officers in the palace, and the female students of Yanghuang College's medical school will serve in the Tang Empire's joint medical center in the future. This is because not only does the palace need female doctors, but the people also need female doctors. Your Majesty has always been diligent and loved the people. How can you ignore the pleas of the people? As for the female students entering Yanghuang College's medical school, it's easy to deal with. When I return, I'll immediately have people build a tall wall between the engineering school and the medical school. I'll also send people to patrol and prohibit the students of the engineering school from entering the medical school to find female students. This matter will be personally supervised by teacher Wenji. He has a respected reputation in the scholarly circle. There shouldn't be any gossip, right? In this way, although the medical school is under the name of Yanghuang College, it's completely independent. The education model is no different from the Imperial Medical Department. Can't the leisurely mouths of the people in the world be completely blocked? Li Er, who was sitting high above, couldn't help but frown. Chang Le, who was beside him, took the opportunity to say, Father, Brother Xiao Xian was right. Not only did the palace need female medical officers, the commoners also needed them. Otherwise, if this girl suffers from some hidden illness that is inconvenient to speak of, how difficult would that be? It was said that the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. If it were any other concubines or princesses in the harem who said this, they would probably be reprimanded by Li Er. However, it was Changle who said this. The result was completely different. Li Zishuan's furrowed brows actually relaxed slightly. He patted Changle's little head very dotingly, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Your method is barely passable, but why do you have to go through so much trouble to recruit women into Yanghuang College's medical school? This was also what Li Er didn't understand. As the saying goes, one doesn't get up early without benefits. In his opinion, although Li Zishuan wasn't the kind of person who only cared about benefits, he was definitely not the kind of person who did things without asking for anything in return. Li Zishuan said with an innocent face, "Your Majesty, I'm not letting women into the medical school for my own personal benefit. I'm only letting the Tang Empire's medical school have a better development." Li asked curiously, "What does letting the Tang Empire's medical school have to do with recruiting women into the school?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors. Most of the women who want to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school are from medical families. Their ancestors have been practicing medicine for generations. Under the influence of what they see and hear, their cultivation in medicine is better than that of ordinary people. What they lack is a systematic medical education. Once they are able to receive formal training, their medical skills will definitely be better than the current doctors in the various medical halls. If they are willing to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school, it means that they have a benevolent heart to save the world and help the people. Your Majesty, do you want me to reject these women with medical talent just because they are women? Moreover, women are generally more careful than men. The most important thing for a qualified doctor is to be careful. Female doctors are a good supplement for male doctors. That's why I said that if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors." Li Zishuan's words made Li fall into deep thought. Changle, who was at the side, became more and more interested as she listened. Her beautiful face gradually glowed with a brilliant smile. She thought to herself, "Brother Xiaoxian is indeed different from other men. He values women so much and doesn't discriminate against them. He really has the spirit that only immortals have." Speaking of which, although she was a princess of the Tang Empire, she was still a woman. Since she was a woman, she couldn't avoid marrying and becoming a man's wife and vassal. Today, Li Zishuan spoke up for female doctors, which made her eyes light up. "Your Majesty, I also think that Marquis Yong'an's words are reasonable." Li was about to speak when Empress Zhongsun happened to walk in from outside the hall with a bowl of iced sour plum soup. She smiled and said, "There are many women from medical families among the people who have medical skills. If they are rejected outside the door of Yanghuang College's medical school just because they are women, wouldn't it be too much of a pity to cut off the possibility of their medical skills to improve further? Besides, the number of female students recruited by the Imperial Medical Department every year is limited. The palace doesn't need so many female medical officers, so it's better to let Yanghuang College's medical school cultivate a group of female doctors to benefit the people." Standing in the middle of the hall, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look gratefully at Empress Zhongsun. This gentle, virtuous, and wise woman would come out at every critical moment to advise Li to make the most correct decision. She was the biggest contributor to Li's creation of the Zhongguan Golden Age. The silent Li finally looked at Li Zishuan and said, "That's good. We will grant your request for the time being, but this move is bound to cause criticism among the court officials. In our opinion, this matter should wait until your new plate armor is made before we announce it in front of all the court officials. At that time, you will have made a great contribution, and the voices of opposition will be much smaller. In addition, if there are people among the people who oppose this matter, you will have to deal with it yourself. If the voices of opposition are too loud, then don't blame us for refuting your proposal." When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but curse Li in his heart for being so cunning. However, it was already not easy for Li to be willing to stand by his side. It was basically impossible for him to get Li to help him eliminate all opposition. This official obeys. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan knew when to stop and immediately stepped forward to thank the emperor. The next day, Tang Dynasty's Joint Medical Center officially announced the recruitment of female doctors. This news only caused a small ripple among the people because today was a special day. Celestial Bane, which had been serialized in Natang Daily for 2 months, officially ended today. Strangely enough, this Xianxia novel's biggest audience was not men, but women. The delicate emotional entanglements in the novel caused many women to cry. Especially at the end, when Bai Yarrow sacrificed herself to block the Celestial Bane sword for Zhong Xiaofan. Not only did the female readers cry, but many male readers couldn't help but secretly wipe their eyes. Sob, sob, sob. In the end, Bai Yarrow still couldn't be resurrected. Bai Yarrow is so pitiful. Leather Knight is so hateful. Why did he give everyone hope and then let everyone feel despair? Bai Yarrow could have been resurrected. Why didn't he give us a perfect ending? No. Quick, take a look at the last paragraph Pai Xia wrote. Today, Celestial Bane has officially come to an end. During the serialization of Celestial Bane, we received a lot of support from readers. Chivalrous Hero is very grateful. Of course, we also received criticism and abuse from readers. Chivalrous Hero understands all of you because Chivalrous Hero also likes Bai Yarrow. But Swordsman really can't give you a perfect ending. Bai Yarrow's tragedy, from the day she appeared, was already destined. She was a demonic witch, and Zhong Xiaofan was from a righteous sect. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would never be together. During the Great Battle of Emerald Cloud Mountain, Zhong Xiaofan was interrogated by his sect. Priest Kang Song colluded with the demonic sect and betrayed Emerald Cloud sect. The defeated demonic sect turned back and wanted to kill Emerald Cloud sect. Daoxian Zhenren activated the Celestial Bane Sword formation for the second time. In the end, because he was worried that Zhong Xiaofan would be used by the demonic sect and bring disaster to the world, he slashed the Celestial Bane Sword at Zhong Xiaofan. In such a desperate situation, if Bai Yarrow didn't activate the spell of infatuation and block the sword with her body, Zhong Xiaofan would only die. There was no other ending. The wounded Zhong Xiaofan joined Ghost King's sect under the name of Ghost Li. For 10 years, he searched for a way to resurrect Bai Yarrow. But the dead cannot be resurrected. Can Bai Yarrow really be resurrected? Maybe. After all, when Fox Divergent Mountain collapsed, Bai Yarrow's body disappeared, leaving only a piece of green clothing and the Hehuan bell. It was very imaginative. But if Bai Yarrow didn't use her body to block the sword and sleep forever, how can you remember her forever? I want you to always remember the Bai Yarrow who, for true love, was willing to fall into the underworld for 3 lifetimes and 7 lifetimes. Swordsmen were devastated by the end of Celestial Bane. After serious consideration, Swordsman decided to stop writing and thank the readers who accompanied the swordsman along the way. If fate wills it, we'll meet again, Tilda. Leather Knight's words at the end of the chapter were an explanation for Bai Yarrow's ending. It was also a declaration that he would stop writing from now on. After reading it, the male and female readers were stunned at first. Then, they cried out in disbelief. What? Stop writing? What does this mean? Leather Knight won't write novels anymore? Sob. Why? Although we're sad that Bai Yarrow didn't resurrect, Leather Knight, please don't abandon us readers, Tilda. Sob. We won't scold you anymore. Leather Knight, don't stop writing. That's right. We won't block that Ang Daily's editorial department anymore. We won't scold you anymore. Please don't stop writing. Sob. Bai Yarrow didn't resurrect. Leather Knight also stopped writing. Leather Knight, why are you so cruel to us? In Chang'an City and the counties around Chang'an City, the readers who saw the latest issue of Bragging World couldn't help but cry. A sorrowful atmosphere began to spread wildly in every city. Cries could be heard everywhere. I. Damn it. Leather Knight is going to stop writing? Is it because we made a scene in the workshop last time and angered him? Sigh. Don't you think I'm despicable? In Chang'an City, Sun Mansion. It was Saturday today. Sun Zifan sat in the backyard happily and read the latest issue of Bragging World. He was very satisfied with the plot update a few days ago because Zhong Xiaofan was trying hard to find a way to resurrect Bai Yarrow. This gave him hope. But who knew that today's 5 chapters would turn his hope into despair, and from despair into extreme despair. Because Bai Yarrow didn't seem to be resurrected in the end, and Leather Knight had completely stopped writing novels. Smack Tilda. Sun Zifan couldn't help but give himself a hard slap. He scolded himself. Sun Zifan, oh Sun Zifan, why did you make a scene in the workshop's editorial department and make Leather Knight unhappy? Great, now there won't be any books to read in the future, right? It's over. It's over. My Zhong Xiao Fan. My Bai Yao. My leather knight. Come back, all of you. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help but cry. The servants guarding outside the door couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what kind of blow their young master had suffered. No. I want to reward. This is what I owe Leather Knight. I want to reward him with all my pocket money. Men. Quick. Quick. Reward Celestial Bane 100 Tang Yuan. In the room, Sun Zifan suddenly said as if he had gone crazy. There were quite a number of people who had the same thoughts as him. Back when they caused a ruckus in the editorial office, there were thousands of them. Those who participated in the ruckus were actually very fond of Celestial Bane. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more the blame. Now, when they saw the last sentence of Celestial Bane's grand finale, they subconsciously felt that it was because they caused a ruckus in the workshop back then that caused Pai Sharjie to retire from writing. Therefore, they all wanted to reward him as compensation. As for those who didn't participate in the chaos, they wanted to reward him as much as they could, hoping to retain Leather Knight. Therefore, a very spectacular scene appeared. Chang'an, Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Yunyang County, Jingyang County, Sanyuan County, Xianyang County, and more than 20 other counties were all surrounded by that Eng Daily's office. This encirclement was different from the encirclement of women who wanted to apply for Yanghuang College's medical school 2 days ago. This time, the scale was unprecedentedly grand. At least a few hundred people lined up in front of each that Eng Daily's office. Everyone was waving Tang Yuan in their hands, shouting that they wanted to reward Celestial Bane, Leather Knight, and begging Leather Knight not to stop writing. The staff of that Eng Daily's office panicked in the face of such a scene. Then, they began to frantically receive rewards and distribute fan medals to those readers. Each of them wished they could grow 8 arms because they were too busy to cope with the situation. Today was a day that belonged to Celestial Bane, and more importantly, to Pai Sharjie. Fortunately, Tang Yuan was gradually becoming popular among the people. Otherwise, with so much money, the That Eng Daily's office would be full again. Chapter 1434. Young Master, something bad has happened. South of Chang'an City, Lin family's backyard. Maid Xiao Shi ran into the study with the latest issue of Tang Dynasty Daily, Bragging World, and informed Lin Hao, who was sitting in front of the desk reviewing his homework. What's wrong? What happened? Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Ever since the start of the new year, Lin Hao had been in seclusion to prepare for the exams. Although he knew that Leather Knight had published a new book at the end of March, he could only bear the pain and give it up in order to get into Yanghuang College this year. For the time being, he put Celestial Bane aside. He planned to read it to his heart's content after the exams. Under his orders, his maidservants would buy a copy of Bragging World every day. They would also cut out the parts about Celestial Bane and bind them into a book. They would keep it for him to read after the exam. Young Master, Celestial Bane is ending today. Leather Knight said that he's going to quit writing completely and will never write a novel again. That Eng Daily's office in Chang'an City has gathered a lot of readers. They're all madly tipping and begging Leather Knight not to quit writing. Xiao Shi was panting as she held the latest issue of Big Talk, Martial Arts World. What? Celestial Bane is ending? Leather Knight is going to quit writing? Lin Hao stood up in shock when he heard that. He originally planned to raise Celestial Bane for a while, but he never expected that he would raise the author until the end of his career. It would be hard for anyone to surpass his skill in raising books in the future, right? Young Master, look. Xiao Shi nodded in response and handed the copy of Bragging World to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and read the last paragraph carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. What a pity. I won't be able to read his novels anymore. Xiao Shi, go get 1,000 Tang Yuan and tip the Leather Knight. Currently, the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce's bicycles were selling well all over the country. Lin Wenyuan relied on his status as a member of the Chamber of Commerce to earn a lot of money. In addition, Lin Hao had recently been in closed-door training to prepare for the exams, so he rarely used the money. Therefore, this brat had also saved up a lot of money. 1,000 Tang Yuan was still something he could afford. Yes. Young Master. Brother Qingqiu, is Brother Xiaoxian really not planning to write novels in the future? In the imperial palace, the little fatty had just paid his respects to Empress Zhongsun when he was robbed by Chang'e. Chang'e pulled Li Tai to the garden and asked anxiously. Li Tai heaved a sigh and said helplessly, I just found out about this too. Although I felt bad, I understood Yamacho's feelings. He had so many things to do every day. How could he have the time to write a novel? We should have been mentally prepared for this outcome. When Chang'e heard this, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. After a long while, she nodded and said, Yes, Brother Qingqiu, you're right. Brother Xiaoxian can't always write novels for us. Now, not only is he in charge of Yanghuang College, he's also in charge of the huge fief of Lantian County. It's time for him to stop writing tilde. But, from now on, it'll be hard to see a novel as exciting as Celestial Bane. Yamacho, are you really planning to stop writing? In the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Li Zishuan came here today to check on the progress of the technical upgrade and coincidentally met Ma Ju. Ma Ju brought Li Zishuan to a corner and asked worriedly, Sai, I'm not writing anymore. I'm not writing anymore. I'm getting busier and busier. Where would I find the time to write novels? Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Ma Ju said unwillingly, But, Marquis, are you really willing to part with your readers? Do you know that this morning, countless readers of Celestial Bane in and around Chang'an City went to the Thatang Daily office to tip you? They want to apologize for making a scene in the workshop and ask you to stay. Are you really willing to part with them? Although he had long decided to stop writing after finishing Celestial Bane, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little sad when he heard Ma Ju mention it. It was a kind of reluctance. All good things must come to an end. I have more and more work to do, and I can't keep writing. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. While they're still not too deep, it's better for me to withdraw as soon as possible. Besides, each new generation excels the previous one. Now, Hua Hongyi's Dream of Qin is gaining momentum and has a chance to take Celestial Bane's first place. I'm leaving when things are done, hiding my achievements and fame. I'm leaving now to make way for the younger generation and to avoid embarrassment if I'm surpassed by others in the future. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan shook his head and said. Ma Ju looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said, Leaving when things are done, hiding your achievements and fame. Marquis, you have great literary talent. Although what you said makes sense, Marquis, I don't believe a word of it. Celestial Bane's position, whether it's in the past or in the future, is unshakable. Dream of Qin is getting more and more exciting after it's updated, but it's still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. After Li Zishuan told Hua Hongyi about the TV series in his previous life, Hua Hongyi stopped updating for a week and reworked the outline. The updated Dream of Qin was undoubtedly more exciting in terms of plot. Hua Ziyu, a student of engineering, Princess Yushu of Tuan Kingdom, Xiong Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, Liu Bang, the great Qin general Meng Yi, the great eunuch Zhao Jiao, the eldest young master Fu Su, the second young master Hu Hai, and the supreme emperor Qin Shi Huang. These characters collided and created dazzling sparks under Hua Hongyi's pen, especially the part where the main character, Hua Ziyu, used engineering to stir up trouble in the Qin dynasty. The readers couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction and couldn't stop. Because of this, Dream of Qin's results were getting better and better, and even showed signs of surpassing Celestial Bane. Nowadays, there were more and more novels imitating Dream of the Great Qin. For example, Dream of the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Han Dynasty could be found everywhere. Basically, they imitated the main character of Dream of the Great Qin and Dream of the Han Dynasty. It could be said that Dream of the Great Qin had created the genre of time travel. Seeing that Dream of Qin was getting more and more popular, Li Zishuan was finally relieved and decided to stop writing altogether. After hearing Ma Ju's words, Li Zishuan said helplessly, Haha, Brother Ma really thinks highly of me, but since things have come to this, I won't write any more novels no matter what. In the future, Brother Ma, you have to find more new talents with potential. Seeing that Li Zishuan had made up his mind, Ma Ju could only sigh helplessly, shake his head, and leave with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan stood quietly in place and watched Ma Ju's back as he left. After a while, he turned around and walked towards Mo Lingwei's laboratory. Little Ningxi, come over and help me coil the coil on the magnet. Oh. Coming. Hey. Can your hands stop shaking? Be serious. I'm not shaking. It's shaking on its own, I can't control it. If you can't control your hands, who can? It's not. Just as he walked to the door of the laboratory, he heard the quarrel between the two enemies. Li Zhuan smiled helplessly and pushed the door open to enter. Cough. Ink Girl, Xiaoning, are you guys assembling the electric motor? At this time, because they were assembling the electric motor together, Yang Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei's heads were less than a centimeter apart from each other. It looked very ambiguous. Li Zhuan couldn't help but cough softly and pretend that he didn't see anything as he said. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei quickly bounced away from Yang Xiaoning as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks quickly flushed red. She clasped her hands together and said hurriedly, Shan. Yamacho, you're here. Oh, that electric motor, I'm almost done. I can give it to you tomorrow at the latest. So fast. Li Zhuan looked at the electric motor's casing and various parts scattered all over the floor. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Ink Girl's attainments in electric machinery are really getting better and better. Although the electric motor's principle is simple, it's not simple at all to actually build it. Ink Girl can build it in just 5 days. It's really admirable. Hearing Li Zhuan's praise, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, she remembered that she was a professor at Yanghuang College and should be reserved, so she quickly restrained the smile on her face and said, Yamacho, you've already drawn the electric motor's blueprint. I just need to follow the blueprint. Most of the credit goes to you, I don't dare to take the credit. Hey. Our Professor Mo is actually so modest tilde. Li Zhuan couldn't help but laugh. Yang Xiaoning, who was at the side, was dissatisfied. Hey tilde. Yamacho, I also contributed to this electric motor. Why did you all ignore me? Li Zhuan waved his hand and said, Okay. You all contributed. When the electric motor is done, I'll give each of you something good. Yang Xiaoning was instantly happy. Just as he was about to ask Li Zhuan what he was going to give them, Song Xiaoxi's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Young Master Yang, a servant from the Yang residence, has sent a message. He said that Minister Yang wants you to go home today. Yang Xiaoning was stunned. He went over to open the door of the laboratory and looked at Song Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, my father wants me to go home. Did he say what's the matter? Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zhuan was also in the room. He first bowed to Li Zhuan and then replied, Young Master Yang, I'm not sure about this, but the servant in your residence seems to be in a hurry. Do you want to go out and take a look? When Yang Xiaoning heard this, he subconsciously thought that the Yang family really had an emergency. He quickly turned his head and said, Yamacho, wei then I'll go home first tilde. Mo Lingwei waved her hand and said, Okay. Go ahead. Li Zhuan also nodded. He secretly guessed that the words he said to Yang lied yesterday had taken effect. The Yang family was going to propose marriage to the Mo family. After he finished speaking, Yang Xiaoning quickly walked out of the laboratory. Oh, that's right. Yamacho. There seems to be a problem on Mr. Wang's side. Do you want to go and take a look tilde? After Yang Xiaoning left, Mo Lingwei was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Li Zhuan was stunned and asked curiously, Mr. Wang? What's the problem on his side? Mo Lingwei replied, Yamacho, didn't you ask Mr. Wang to build an electrolytic copper refining workshop? However, Mr. Wang realized that the electricity produced by our hydropower station is alternating current, and electrolytic copper refining requires direct current. In order for the electrolytic workshop to operate normally, we can only use the lead-acid batteries that Yamacho made previously. However, the lead-acid batteries still need to be recharged after they run out of electricity, and they also need direct current to recharge. So, Yamacho, this is the problem. We have to make a sustainable source of direct current. I see. When Li Zhuan heard this, he couldn't help but be enlightened. Previously, he only cared about making the batteries and neglected the problem of recharging them. When the batteries discharge, They convert chemical energy into electrical energy, and when they recharge, they convert electrical energy back into chemical energy. The electrical energy here is direct current, not alternating current. In his previous life, the lead-acid battery charger was used to convert alternating current into direct current and stabilize the voltage. But now, he didn't have a ready-made charger with him. Yes. Yamacho. This problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, our electrolytic workshop won't be able to operate. At this time, Wang Ji's voice came from outside the door. Wang Ji heard that Li Zishuan had come to the workshop, and he quickly went to look for Li Zishuan for help. When he reached the door, he heard Mo Lingwei telling Li Zishuan about the problem he was facing, and he couldn't help but push the door open. "Oh, Mr. Wang, you're here too." Li Zishuan came back to his senses and greeted Wang Ji. I heard that Yamacho was here, so I came to look for you. Yamacho, do you have a way to solve the direct current problem?" Wang Ji nodded, and then with a face of urgency, he cut to the chase. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zishuan. In her memory, there didn't seem to be anything that Li Zishuan couldn't solve. Li Zishuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "There are two ways to solve this problem. The first is to build a direct current generator to convert the power of the river directly into direct current, and then connect it to the electrolytic workshop." A direct current generator? Yamacho, how can there be a direct current generator? Can this thing be built? Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be surprised when she heard it. Of course it can be built. Li Zishuan smiled, took a pen and paper from the table next to him, and explained as he wrote and drew. The reason why the alternator emits alternating current is mainly because when its rotor winding rotates to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current in the winding will change in the opposite direction once every 180 degrees of space angle. That is, it will change twice in one turn. This changing current is drawn out through the slip ring and the carbon brush. Because the law of change is a sinusoidal curve, it emits sinusoidal alternating current. And when we cut off the middle of the generator's slip rings and insulate them from each other, when the rotor windings rotate to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current output from the windings will change under the action of the slip rings every 180 degrees of space angle. This way, the output will always be a positive pole, and the other end will always be a negative pole. This way, the output will be direct current. After he finished speaking, the internal core structure diagram of the direct current generator was revealed on the white paper. Mo Lingwei looked at it for a while, then nodded and said, "I understand. Yamacho, your design is really brilliant. Hey. By the way, Yamacho, you just said that there are two ways. What's the other way?" Chapter 1435. Updated for playing the zither and playing the phoenix. There's another way, which is to convert alternating current to direct current. In the workshop, in Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zishuan put down the pen and paper in his hand and said. Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji were shocked when they heard this. Mo Lingwei asked, "Yamacho, how can alternating current be converted to direct current?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Whether it's alternating current or direct current, they're both electricity, so of course they can be converted to each other. Using a rectifier circuit, alternating current can be converted to direct current. Using an inverter circuit, direct current can be converted to alternating current. However, the rectifier circuit requires a new electronic component, the rectifier diode. This diode has a unidirectional conductivity, so it can only pass current in one direction. With it, we can build a rectifier circuit." Mo Lingwei was immediately interested when she heard this. She quickly asked, "Yamacho, how do we make a rectifier diode? Can you teach me?" The knowledgeable female professor of Yanghuang College in the eyes of others was now like an ignorant student, crazily absorbing knowledge from Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "The rectifier diode can be divided into electronic diodes and crystal diodes according to the materials used to make it. With our current conditions, we can try to make some electronic diodes. Ink Girl, Mr. Wang, I'll teach you the method of making electronic diodes today. You have to promise me that you won't leak it out. Otherwise, not only will the workshop suffer losses, Tang Dynasty will also suffer losses. At the end, Li Zhishuan solemnly reminded Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji. Electronic diodes, also known as vacuum diodes, were widely used in voltage regulation and rectifier circuits because of their unidirectional conductivity. Throughout the history of integrated circuit development, the invention of the electronic diode could be said to be the starting point of the human electronics industry. Therefore, Li Zhishuan had to take this matter seriously. In his previous life, after the invention of the electronic diode, the American inventor De Forest cleverly added a grid between the diode filament and the plate, creating the world's first electronic transistor. Since then, these electronic components sealed in small glass bottles have been widely used in various electronic products. For example, televisions, radios, loudspeakers, and other electronic products were all inseparable from diodes and triode. However, the defects of electronic diodes and electronic transistors were also obvious. They consumed a lot of power, generated a lot of heat, were large in size, and had a short lifespan. Therefore, people had been looking for new electronic devices to replace them. It wasn't until the birth of the transistor and the advent of solid-state electronics technology that the electron tube was completely replaced. In the 21st century, the diodes and transistors used in various countries around the world were actually transistors. Of course, there was another name for them, which was called semiconductor tubes, because they were all made of semiconductor materials such as silicon or germanium. With the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, first of all, purifying silicon or germanium was a problem. Secondly, the key structure of the semiconductor diode, the p-n junction, was also a considerable problem. The p-n junction was made by using different doping processes. Through diffusion, p-type and n-type semiconductors were fabricated on the same semiconductor substrate. The space charge area formed at the junction of the two semiconductors was called the p-n junction. The p-n junction had unidirectional conductivity. N-type semiconductors were silicon crystals, or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of phosphorus as an impurity, while p-type semiconductors were silicon crystals, or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of boron as an impurity. Li Zhishuan didn't have any boron on hand, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of making a crystal diode. Yamacho, rest assured. What Yamacho said here today, I will not say a word to outsiders, even if I'm drunk. Wang Ji was the first to cup his hands and say this, but the latter half of the sentence made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, although this old fellow was a drunkard, he wouldn't speak carelessly when he was drunk. This was quite reassuring. Yamacho, I won't say a word about what you said either. I guarantee it with my life. Hearing Li Zhishuan and Wang Ji's solemn words, Mo Lingwei also became serious and said to Li Zhishuan. Li Zhishuan nodded and said, "That's good. Next, I'll tell you how to make the electronic diode." As he spoke, Li Zhishuan picked up a pen and paper again, sketching as he explained. First, we'll seal two metal plates in the vacuum glass tube. Of course, we can also use the method we used to make the electric lamp. We just need to exhaust the oxygen in the glass tube. There's no need for a complete vacuum. After that, we'll add an alternating current to the anode plate, and a constant current will appear on the other plate. Mo Lingwei was somewhat puzzled and said, "Yamacho, what's the principle behind this?" Li Zhishuan thought for a moment and explained, "You see, when the potential of the anode is higher than the cathode, the electrons emitted by the cathode will move toward the anode under the influence of the electric field, forming a current of electrons. When the voltage of the cathode is higher than the anode, the electric field force on the electrons will pull them back to the cathode, and no current will be generated. That's why the electronic diode has a unidirectional conductivity and can be used for circuit rectification. In fact, this effect was called the Edison effect in his previous life. In 1883, Edison, in order to find the best filament material for electric light bulbs, placed a section of copper wire near the carbon filament in the vacuum bulb, hoping to prevent the carbon filament from evaporating. Although it failed, he inadvertently found that the copper wire, which was not connected to the circuit, produced a weak current due to receiving the hot electrons emitted by the carbon filament. Although Edison didn't study this phenomenon carefully, he applied for a patent for the Edison effect. In 1896, when Fleming was researching how to improve the detector in a radiotelegraph receiver, He conceived of using the Edison effect for wave detection. He sealed 2 metal plates in a vacuum glass tube and applied a high-frequency alternating voltage to the anode plate. The Edison effect appeared, and when the alternating current passed through the device, it was converted into direct current. Fleming called this tube with 2 electrodes a vacuum diode. It had both rectifying and detecting functions. This was the first electronic device in human history. Li Zexuan wanted to make this kind of vacuum diode right now. Although he knew the principle behind it, he wasn't completely sure if he could make it in the end. Yamacho, I roughly understand. Overall, the structure of the electronic diode isn't complicated. Although it will take a lot of effort to make it, it's not impossible. Please let me try a few times. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zexuan's explanation and thought for a long time before finally nodding. Wang Ji also cupped his hands and said, I roughly understand as well. I will definitely do my best to assist Ink Girl in making the electronic diode. Mo Lingwei's progress was directly related to whether his electrolysis workshop could continue operating normally. Of course, he was more concerned than anyone else. Li Zexuan nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. But in my opinion, the DC generator and the electronic diode can be made at the same time. The one that is made first will be put into use first, and the electrolysis workshop can start work earlier. To be on the safe side, Li Zexuan decided that he had to go all out and grab both hand. I think he's driving, but I don't have evidence. Yes. Yamacho. The 2 of them cupped their hands and replied. Li Zexuan nodded with satisfaction and thought to himself, with the diode, the triode won't be far away. When the time comes, many electrical appliances can be made. Tang Dynasty will soon enter the electronic age. Chapter 1436. Yamacho, I have another question. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, since we need direct current so much, why didn't we just use a direct current generator to generate electricity? Hearing Mo Lingwei's question, Li Zexuan couldn't help but praise this girl's intelligence. He thought for a moment and said, Ink Girl, have you ever thought about this question? If the electricity from the hydropower station is direct current, how much voltage will be attenuated after it passes through a 1-mile-long wire? You have to know that for a wire of the same thickness, the longer the length, the higher the resistance, and the greater the divided voltage. Let's say the output voltage of the hydropower station is 200 volts. If it is transmitted to a place 1 mile away, the voltage will be only 150 volts. The further it is, the lower the voltage will be, and the electric lamps produced by our workshop all have the same calibrated voltage. If we use direct current to transmit electricity, the places far away from the hydropower station won't be able to get enough voltage to light the lamp. If we use alternating current to transmit electricity, this problem won't exist because we have transformers. We can use transformers to boost the voltage at places far away from the hydropower station and raise the voltage to the value we need. But direct current isn't as easy to convert voltage as alternating current. Besides, Ink Girl, you should know that the internal structure of an alternating current generator is simpler than a direct current generator, and its lifespan is also longer than a direct current generator. So after considering many factors, I chose alternating current transmission. In fact, even in modern times, the battle for direct current didn't end with alternating current winning. In the 21st century's power system, high-voltage transmission coexisted with alternating current and direct current, complementing each other. In fact, with the development of electronic technology, direct current transmission might even return to its dominant position. This was because direct current transmission only needed to consider the losses caused by the resistance of the line, while alternating current transmission would cause losses due to impedance, inductive reactance, and capacitive reactance. But with the current technological conditions of Tang Dynasty, alternating current transmission was the most feasible and economical method. Mo Lingwei suddenly understood. She nodded and said with admiration, I didn't expect there to be so much knowledge in this. Yamacho was really far-sighted when they built the hydropower station. Li Zexuan smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Ji and asked, Mr. Wang, I believe that the problem of the DC power supply will be solved in a few days, but I don't know if you have the materials and equipment ready. Wang Ji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. This old man is fully prepared and only lacks one crucial element. The electrolytic cell, crude copper, and bile vitriol are all ready." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Oh? His progress was so fast. Then, Mr. Wang, do you have enough gall alum prepared?" After all, the amount of copper that the workshop would be refining in the future was not small. Li Zishuan had to ask in advance. Wang Ji smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. Gall alum isn't anything rare. There's a mine in Lantian County that produces gall alum, and it's more than enough to supply our workshop." Li Zishuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. "What? There's a gall alum mine in Lantian County? Why didn't I know about it?" Wang Ji asked curiously. "There's always been a gall alum mine, but it's only used in medicine and isn't worth much. It's normal that you don't know about it, Marquis. Gall alum was a crystal of copper sulfate. It could also be used in medicine. It could stimulate the gastric mucosa and stimulate the vomiting center to induce vomiting. It was used in phlegm congestion, throat paralysis, epilepsy, eating poison, mouth ulcers, tooth ulcers, pterygium, and so on." Li Zishuan quickly interrupted, "Who said that it's not worth much? Not only can it be used to refine crude copper, it can also be used as an electrolyte to electrolyze copper. With this gall alum mine, we can solve our copper shortage problem to a large extent." Refining copper with gall alum? How can copper be extracted from gall alum? Oh, right. This can indeed be done. Ji Xianwang mentioned in Baopuzi inner chapter, yellow and white, that using gall alum solution to soak iron pieces to obtain copper. In chemistry, this is called a substitution reaction. Why didn't I think of this? Wang Ji was puzzled at first, then he patted his head and said in annoyance. There were two ways to refine copper, the fire method and the wet method. The fire method was to make contact with burning charcoal and decompose the peacock stone into copper oxide, then reduce it back to metallic copper. The equation was CuCO3. CuOH, 2 plus C equals 2Cu plus 2CO2 plus H2O. This was also the main way to produce copper before the Song dynasty in China. The wet method was also known as the gall copper method. The production process mainly consisted of two aspects. The first was to immerse the iron in gall alum, CuSO4, 5H2O, solution, commonly known as bile water, so that the copper ions in the gall alum would be replaced by metal and deposited into elemental copper. The second was to collect the copper powder that was about to be replaced, and then smelt and cast. China's people first used natural copper compounds to refine copper by wet method. During the Western Han dynasty, sulfuric acid was used to react with copper oxide, and then iron was used to replace the copper. Liuan's Huainan Wanbi technique said that when green iron was obtained, it would turn into copper. Green referred to soluble copper salts, that is, when copper salts meet iron, copper will be formed. Jin Gehong's Baopuzi inner chapter, yellow and white, also recorded that green was used to paint iron, and the iron was red like copper. During the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was further recognized that not only copper sulfate, but other soluble copper salts could also undergo substitution reactions with iron. However, these methods were only discovered by the alchemists during the process of refining pills, and were not actually used in production. It wasn't until the late Tang dynasty and the Five Dynasties that the wet method of refining copper began to be used in production. In the Song dynasty, it developed into one of the important methods of producing copper. In the early Tang dynasty, there were very few people who knew about the wet method of refining copper, not to mention using it in production. Seeing that Wang Ji had reacted, Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. The process of smelting copper with gall alumina was a chemical substitution reaction. In a while, I'll send someone to find the mine that Mr. Wang mentioned, and quickly find out the reserves of copper sulfate. After that, we can dig a water tank around the mine, forge the iron into thin pieces, and place them in the tank. Then, we'll use the bile water to soak the iron pieces, and the copper in the bile sulfate will adhere to the surface of the iron pieces. Although forging the iron pieces into thin pieces is more troublesome, our workshop now has a hydraulic press, so this can't be considered troublesome. In addition, Forging the iron pieces into thin pieces can increase the surface area of the iron, greatly reducing the substitution time and increasing the copper production rate. I hope that the copper produced from this mine can completely supply the electricity consumption of Lantien County. A while ago, he was still worrying about where to get some copper. He didn't expect that there would be a mine of copper sulfate in his fief. The people of this era obviously didn't realize the true use of the mine, otherwise, this mine would have been expropriated and mined by the imperial court, and wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing this, Wang Ji couldn't help but sigh with longing. If the reserves of copper sulfate in this mine is really amazing, we can cover the entire Lantien County with electricity. This kind of scene, I'm looking forward to it even in my dreams. After leaving Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zishuan immediately sent Liu Feng and Liu Yun to bring people to investigate the mine of copper sulfate. After that, he went to the Ba River to check on the progress of Zhong Hongsheng's armor manufacturing. Zhong Hongsheng promised Li Zishuan that he would be able to make the first set of plate armor by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After the first set was made, the production speed would get faster and faster. Young master, yesterday, I got people to use the hydraulic press to forge a batch of iron pieces of the same size and thickness. With these iron pieces, we can make the chain you mentioned before. I have already arranged for the craftsman to assemble the chain, and it should be completed by tomorrow. With the chain, young master, are you planning to start building the second generation of chain-driven bicycles? Forbert was also at the hydropower station. Seeing Li Zishuan come over to inspect the work, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zishuan heard this and was delighted. He secretly thought that those outdated and clumsy front-wheel-driven bicycles could finally be eliminated. He smiled and said, "Build. Quickly build. The faster the better." "Oh, right, Forbert, this chain-driven bicycle, even if I don't give you the blueprint, you should be able to imagine its structure, right?" Forbert nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This second generation of bicycles is only different from the first generation. Everything else is basically the same. This won't be a problem for me," Li Zishuan said excitedly. "Here, that's good. I'll wait for Forbert's good news. The previous bicycles have brought us a lot of profits. Now that we have the technology to produce chains, we can create a more agile and light second-generation bicycle. I believe that more people will like it and be willing to spend money on it. In the near future, the bicycles produced by our Chi-Chu Pavilion workshop will be spread all over the Tang dynasty. Last year, because he didn't have a dam or a hydraulic press, he couldn't make chains. He could only make those ancient bicycles with pedals installed on the front wheel. These bicycles were very taxing to ride and could easily trip over. Li Zishuan only felt that it was a novelty at first. After riding it for a few days, he stopped riding it. He was a modern person. Any bicycle that he had ridden before was a million times better than those ancient bicycles. But Cheng Yaojin, the native of the Tang dynasty, didn't know that there were better bicycles in this world. They only knew that the bicycles produced by the Chi-Chu Pavilion workshop were faster, more agile, and more convenient than horse carriages. That was why they rode them every day. Now that he had chains, everything was different. Not only could Li Zishuan produce bicycles with chains to drive the rear wheels, he also wanted to make mountain bicycles with disc brakes to change the speed. He even wanted to make electricity. These improved bicycles could not only replace horse carriages, but also horses. The next day, the first thing Li Zishuan did after breakfast was to go to the medical center. When Dr. Wang saw Li Zishuan, he quickly reported, "Yamacho, this time, our Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center has recruited a total of 58 highly skilled and ethical doctors. Among them, there are 8 female doctors and 50 male doctors. Among them, there are some who are good at bone setting and treating injuries. There are also some who are good at treating children's diseases. There are also some who are good at acupuncture and massage. In any case, there are already qualified doctors in the previous department." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's good. The medical center must operate normally as soon as possible and fully open to the people of Lantien County. All the prices of the herbs and the consultation fees must be open and transparent. We can't cheat the people. In addition, The number of female doctors is still too small compared to the number of male doctors. I told you before that doctors don't differentiate between men and women. In the eyes of a doctor, there should be no concept of gender. Don't look down on other people's medical skills just because they are women. Ge Qingyu yesterday is a good example. We have to recruit more female doctors in the future. Li Zhuan heard that in yesterday's interview and examination, Ge Qingyu had smiled proudly with 2 full marks. Who knew how many people's eyes had popped out of their sockets? Li Zhuan felt that Ge Qingyu could be used as an example to all the women in the world who were interested in medicine. He wanted to tell the world that women could also learn and practice medicine, and that their medical skills were not inferior to men. Dr. Wang cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, after yesterday's interview and examination, no one dares to look down on female doctors. The reason why there are only 8 female doctors is because there are too few female doctors who came to apply. However, today's Thatang Daily published a notice that our joint medical center can recruit female doctors. I believe that soon, there will be female doctors with excellent medical skills coming to our medical center." Li Zhuan heard this and nodded. "That's good. If the medical center has any difficulties in the future, Dr. Wang, you can tell county magistrate he or me. If we can help, the county government and I will definitely do our best to help." "Yes, Yamacho." In the afternoon, Li Zhuan rode to the workshop again. He had received news that Mo Lingwei's electric motor and the second-generation chain bicycle that Forbert was in charge of had been completed. "Yamacho, this is the electric motor. As long as it is connected to the battery, the rotor inside will be able to spin rapidly." Mo Lingwei pointed at the lump of metal on the floor and said in the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. Li Zhuan frowned. He had to admit that the electric motor's appearance was a little ugly. The outer shell was cast directly. The surface was not polished, quenched, or painted. It was as ugly as it could be. He just did not know if this ugly thing could be used properly. "Connect it to the battery and let me see," Li Zhuan said softly. "Okay." Mo Lingwei replied and quickly asked Song Xiaoxi, who was next to her, to bring a lead-acid battery over from Wang Ji's place. Since Yang Shaoning went home in a hurry yesterday, he had not come yet. Mo Lingwei had no one to order around, so she could only order Song Xiaoxi around. After the lead-acid battery was brought over, Mo Lingwei placed the electric motor upside down and asked Song Xiaoxi to hold it steady. Then, she connected the power source. When the power source was connected to the battery's positive and negative electrodes, the electric motor started to spin rapidly. "Success! Success! We have changed the way power is used in this era," Li Zhuan said as he looked at the electric motor that was spinning wildly. Chapter 1437. In his previous life, there were 3 revolutions in the history of mankind. The first revolution was when the steam engine replaced the inefficient human and animal power. The second revolution was when the internal combustion engine replaced the internal combustion engine. The third revolution was electricity. Li Zhuan had originally wanted to follow this rhythm and start a power revolution in the Tang dynasty. But last year, when he created the telegraph, he created electricity along with it. Since then, he couldn't help but want to create more things related to electricity. Thus, electric lamps, lead-acid batteries, electric motors, and other modern electrical equipment were all invented by him. As for the steam engine and the internal combustion engine, Li Zhuan believed that he did not need to create them. In the future, the students of Yanghuang College would be able to create them. As a Yamacho, he could not possibly create everything and leave the students with nothing to create, right? Yo! Ink Girl's electric motor was built so quickly. Just as everyone was staring at the rapidly spinning electric motor, Uncle Fu walked in from outside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It was just finished. Manager Fu, you're here. Please, have a seat." Mo Lingwei raised her head and greeted him. "Forbert, you're here." Li Zhuan also greeted him with a smile. Forbert waved at Mo Lingwei and said, I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting. This old man is here to look for young master." Hearing this, Li Zhuan raised his head. Forbert also looked over and said, "Young master, the second-generation bicycle with chains has been built. Do you want to take a look?" Li Zhuan exclaimed. Even the bicycle has been built. Sure. Let's go take a look together. Xiaoxi, bring someone to carry the electric motor and lead batteries over. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded, then called for a servant to move the electric motor and battery. Yamacho, why do you want to bring the batteries and electric motor to the bicycle? Mo Lingwei asked in confusion. Li Zhuan smiled and said mysteriously, Here, Ink Girl, you'll know when the time comes. Following Forbert, Li Zhuan, and the others, they arrived at the yard where the bicycles were assembled and produced. They saw a two-wheeled bicycle that was about half the height of a person standing in the open space. Looking at the bicycle, Li Zhuan felt a sense of familiarity, because the style of the bicycle was almost exactly the same as a modern bicycle. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the modern era. Young master, is this structure correct? Forbert asked uncertainly. Li Zhuan hadn't given him any blueprints for the rear-wheel drive bicycle. Forbert had designed it based on the original bicycle, so he wasn't sure if the design was right. Li Zhuan came back to his senses and nodded. Correct, correct. This is exactly the same as the bicycle in my mind. Forbert's heart finally settled down. He smiled and said, That's good. Young master, do you want to try it out yourself? Of course, I'll try it out. Li Zhuan nodded and walked towards the bicycle. He gripped the handlebars and felt the sensitivity of the handlebars. Li Zhuan stepped on the other side of the bicycle with one leg and sat down on the seat of the bicycle. Then, with a light push of his right foot, the bicycle stood up steadily and started moving forward. Easy. Li Zhuan, who was riding the new bicycle, only felt relax. This chain-driven bicycle was undoubtedly 100 times easier to ride than the previous front-wheel drive bicycle. Wow. Looking at Yamacho, it seems like this bicycle is easier to ride. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Forbert nodded and smiled. That's for sure. The bicycle that young master is riding now relies on a chain, gears, and bearings to drive together. Furthermore, the number of gears connected to the pedals is much more than the number of gears connected to the rear wheel. When you step on the pedals, the rear wheel will have to turn a few times. It's not like the bicycle that you used to ride in a single round. Therefore, it's much easier to ride tilde. Uncle Fu could be considered an old expert in the field of machinery. He was able to clearly explain the advantages of the new bicycle in just a few words. It was clear and concise. Mo Lingwei wasn't stupid. After listening, she quickly understood. She looked at Forbert and said with admiration, These improvements are really ingenious. Manager Fu, you're really amazing tilde. Forbert smiled and waved his hand. Hee. I wouldn't dare to take the credit for this. The idea was all from young master. I just followed young master's suggestions and designed the blueprint. Mo Lingwei smiled. Hee. Manager Fu, you don't have to be humble. The mountain leader has already told me that you designed all the blueprints by yourself. Looking at Yamacho riding this new bicycle, I want to ride it too. Manager Fu, do you have any more new bicycles? Forbert shook his head and said, Only one of them has been made so far. If Miss Mo wants, the workshop can make another batch in 2 days. Forbert watched Yang Xiaoning grow up, and Mo Lingwei was Yang Xiaoning's crush. Forbert took good care of Mo Lingwei in the workshop. Mo Lingwei smiled playfully and said, I don't have to wait until then. I want to ride it now. Then, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted at Li Zhuan, who was racing in the open space, Yamacho tilde, come down quickly. Let me ride this bicycle too. Li Zhuan heard the shout and could only ride the bicycle back. He handed it to Mo Lingwei and said, Ink Girl, if you want to ride it, then ride it quickly. But you have to be quick because we're going to modify this bicycle in a while tilde. Modify the bicycle? Yamacho, didn't you just say that this bicycle is already perfect? Then why do you need to modify it? Mo Lingwei was confused and asked curiously. Forbert also looked at Li Zhuan hesitantly. Li Zhuan smiled and said, Ink Girl, didn't you find it strange that I asked Xiao Sai and the others to bring the electric motor and battery? It's to modify the bicycle. Mo Lingwei thought quickly and her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked tentatively, Yamacho, you're not thinking of using the electric motor to move the bicycle, are you? After saying this, even she didn't believe it. But all the signs in front of her showed that Li Zishuan wanted to use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Forbert's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the new bicycle with chains was already very advanced. But Li Zishuan wanted to take it a step further and use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Then, wouldn't it mean that the bicycle in the future wouldn't need people to step on it and could be moved by the electric motor? Forbert didn't even dare to think about this in the past. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Ink Girl is indeed smart. You guessed right. I did plan to use the electric motor and lead batteries to modify the bicycle. After the modification, the bicycle can't be called a bicycle anymore. It should be called an electric bicycle because it doesn't need people and can move quickly with electricity." Electric bicycle? That's good. Yamacho, let's start the modification now. As soon as Mo Lingwei heard it, she immediately became interested and shouted loudly. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, "Ink Girl, aren't you going to test riding the bicycle?" Mo Lingwei shook her head without thinking and said, "I don't want to try. I'm not going to try anymore. When the electric bicycle is done, it won't be too late for me to try it. Who would want to ride a bicycle if there was an electric bicycle?" Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Okay. Let's focus on modifying the bicycle today." Around 1859, the Frenchman Plant invented the lead-acid battery. In 1881, the Frenchman Gustave Truffet had already used the DC motor and lead-acid battery in the transportation industry. He created the world's first electric tricycle, which was much earlier than the internal combustion car. It was also powered by the lead-acid battery. It was similar to the electric tricycles used by modern China. Today, Li Zishuan had brought the history of the electric bicycle forward by more than 1,000 years. Once the electric bicycle was released, it would change many people's understanding of electricity. After all, in the past, people only knew that electricity was the same as thunder on a rainy day. The people of Lantian County knew that electricity could light up light bulbs, but almost no one knew that electricity could provide power for humans. After humans learned how to use animal power and water power, they would eventually learn how to use electricity. Yamacho, I've finally found you. At noon, Li Zishuan did not go back. He chose to eat in the workshop's cafeteria. He met Ma Ju by chance. Ma Ju quickly came over with his plate and sat opposite Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was puzzled and said, "Oh? Brother Ma, why are you looking for me? In the morning, I was modifying the bicycle in the bicycle workshop. That's why you didn't find me." In today's workshop, there were thousands of craftsmen and countless workshops of various sizes. In the morning, Li Zishuan, Mo Lingwei, Forbert, Song Xiaoxi, and the others were all in the courtyard where the bicycles were manufactured. It was normal that Ma Ju could not find him. No wonder. Yamacho was in the bicycle workshop. Ma Ju suddenly exclaimed. He quickly went back to the topic and said, "Yamacho, the statistics from the editorial department are out. Yesterday, there were a total of 15,872 people who tipped Celestial Bane. Everyone tipped from 5 copper coins to 1,000 strings of coins. We received a total of 29,462 strings of coins. This number is terrifying. It's a miracle. I don't think there will ever be another novel in Bragging World that can create such a miracle." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, "In fact, in many people's hearts, the characters in Celestial Bane can't be measured by money. They're just using this method to bid farewell to the characters in the book. But isn't it also bidding farewell to you, Yamacho?" Ma Ju sighed and said, "Yamacho, those readers can't forget you. Are you really willing to stop writing from now on?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Brother Ma, it's useless to say more now that things have come to this. Come, let's eat." Seeing that, Ma Ju decisively stopped talking about it. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Yamacho, speaking of which, your Celestial Bane saved many of our offices this time." Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Where did that come from?" Ma Ju quickly explained, 2 days ago, there were women who applied for medical school surrounding Thatang Daily's office. But when the news of the end of Celestial Bane came out yesterday, those readers replaced those women and came to surround the office. However, they came to reward Celestial Bane, not to cause trouble. After what they did, our Thatang Daily's office wasn't surrounded by those women today. Yamacho, don't you think this counts as saving our office? Li Zhuan suddenly understood and nodded. I see. But even if they continue to surround Thatang Daily's office, I have a solution. Brother Ma, you don't have to worry. Ma Ju was puzzled. Marquis has a solution? What is it? Li Zhuan smiled and said, I plan to announce to the world that I'm recruiting women into the medical school. Tomorrow morning, I'll officially announce this in front of all the civil and military officials. Ma Ju was shocked. He stared and said, Yamacho, this can't be. You'll be impeached by many officials if you do this. It might even affect the academy's reputation. Li Zhuan shook his head and said, it's okay. I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Brother Ma, don't worry. Ma Ju was helpless, but he knew that once Li Zhuan decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin came to the workshop. Yamacho, I heard that our academy is recruiting female students. Is it true? When Li Zhuan heard that the idiot had come to the workshop, he walked from the bicycle workshop to the front yard of the workshop. Who would have thought that Cheng Chumo would ask such a question? Li Zhuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, where did you get this information from? The academy doesn't recruit female students. Even if it does, what does it have to do with you? You don't study hard, and you don't help train the team. You only care about things that have nothing to do with you. Cheng Chumo heard this and said, I'm innocent. Yamacho. Who said that we haven't been training the team recently? Basically, we go to the field every day and lead the outstanding players to train. Last month, Brother Shanbei returned to Japan because of the death of Empress Tugu. At that time, Li Zhuan was determined to establish the Tang Football Association. Later, he was busy with work and couldn't leave. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin volunteered to be the coaches of the national team. TSK. Don't be so full of yourself. When I'm done with work, I'll go and see the results of their training in person. Li Zhuan couldn't help but mock. Chapter 1438. Hey. Yamacho, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, Baolin and I have been diligent and conscientious lately. We have a clear conscience. In the workshop, Cheng Chumo chuckled after hearing Li Zhuan's words. Beside him, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Brother Cho Nyo is right. Yamacho, we really haven't been slacking off recently. The players that Yamacho transferred to the national team will be organized by us whenever we have time for physical training and tactical training. The teamwork between the players is getting better and better. Li Zhuan nodded and said, If that's the case, that's great. You guys can train them according to the tactical training manual and physical training program that I gave you. If I have time, I will personally train them. If you guys do well, there will definitely be a place for you in the Tang national team. Cheng Chumo chuckled and said, Heh. Yamacho, I like what you said. Sun Zifan then said, Yamacho, a few days ago, the medical school was recruiting students. Many women who know medicine wanted to sign up. They surrounded the Thatang Daily office and wanted to use this opportunity to ask Yamacho to allow them to enter the college. Yamacho, what do you plan to do? Will you agree to their request? After saying that, the chubby boy looked at Li Zhuan with a burning gaze. Clearly, he was eager to know the answer. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also looked at Li Zhuan in unison. TSK, men like women. This was an unchanging law of nature. Yanghuang College was impeccable in terms of facilities and teaching staff. The only downside was that the college was like a temple for monks. There were only men and no women. Therefore, as soon as they heard that a woman wanted to apply for the Yanghuang Academy, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and the other old foxes who were in the age of puberty and hormone secretion, immediately came to Li Zhuan to ask for his opinion. Li Zhuan had also been a student in his previous life. How could he not see through Sun Zifan's true intentions? He glanced at them and said indifferently, "Could it be that you bastards are thinking about women?" As soon as he said this, Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin immediately flushed red. "Yamacho, what are you saying? How could I, Sun Zifan, be that kind of person?" No matter how bad Sun Zifan was, he was still the son of a great scholar. How could he be called a pervert? Yuchi Baolin stammered, "Yamacho, I'm not. This honest man almost blurted out the modern era's 3 consecutive denials. I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, was not a stingy person. He was thick-skinned and crossed his arms. He did not explain, but he did not deny either. Li Zishuan pointed at the 3 people in front of him and sneered, "Haha, you guys. Let me put it this way. I do intend to recruit some talented women who know medicine to further their studies in the medical school. However, to avoid criticism, I plan to separate the medical school and the engineering school with a high wall. I'll imitate the way the Imperial Physician Department teaches students and train these medical students." "What? Separate them with a high wall? F***CK. Yamacho, aren't you being too cruel? Do you have to be so heartless?" Cheng Chumo couldn't sit still after hearing Li Zishuan's words. He glared at him and said angrily. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said lightly, "Didn't you say that you're righteous people just now? What? Now you're showing your true colors?" Sun Zifan, who was about to speak, was stunned when he heard this and immediately shut his mouth. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, "That's what they said. I didn't say anything. Yamacho, don't you think that our engineering school is a little out of balance? It's not easy for some female students to come in. Why are you surrounding them with a wall?" Hearing Cheng Chumo spouting nonsense, Sun Zifan quickly chimed in, "That's right. Yamacho. There's a saying that goes, a fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. Although we don't have any thoughts about the female students who just entered the school, the balance between male and female yang can stimulate our motivation to study. Yamacho, you should be more happy to see this situation." Li Zishuan was speechless and couldn't help but scold, "Get lost. If the 2 of you can focus on your studies, Qingqiu and Xiaoke won't have anything to do with first place in the school." "Hey! Yamacho, you're calling me? Speak of the devil." As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai's voice came from outside the room. The fatty came today mainly to talk to Li Zishuan about quitting writing. He wanted to see if there was any room for negotiation. After all, he was an experienced novel enthusiast. Naturally, he didn't want Li Zishuan to quit writing. He asked the servant about Li Zishuan's location. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard the conversation between Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo. "Qingqiu, you're here too? Have a seat." Li Zishuan nodded at Li Tai and greeted him. "Hey, Yamacho, you've made things so boring. The team still has training today. We'll take our leave first." Cheng Chumo stood up, patted his butt, and said goodbye. "Yamacho, we'll take our leave too." Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin also stood up and said, Go ahead." Li Zishuan nodded. The 3 of them said goodbye to Li Tai and left. "Yamacho, what did Chumo and the others talk about just now?" Li Tai asked after the 3 of them left. "It's about the enrollment of medical students." Hearing Li Tai's question, Li Zishuan briefly told Li Tai what they had just talked about. Li Tai said disinterestedly, "Oh, so that's what it was about. Yamacho, your idea is good, but you have to be careful of the court official's impeachment. Otherwise, this good thing will become a bad thing." As a member of the royal family, Li Tai was not interested in ordinary beauty. Moreover, compared to Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he was still young. Therefore, he did not care much about the enrollment of women into the medical school. In his heart, women might not be as important as novels and truth. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I've already made a decision on this matter." "Don't worry, Qingqiu." Li Tai replied with an. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yamacho, I'm sure you've heard about the grand occasion of Celestial Bane being rewarded by tens of thousands of people yesterday. Qingqiu knows that you're busy with work every day, but if you have the time in the future, would you be able to continue writing novels?" When Li Zishuan heard this, He immediately understood the purpose of Li Tai's visit today. He pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, perhaps. But who knows what will happen in the future? Novels are nothing in my eyes. Chinkyu, our goal is to spread the word of engineering to the world and benefit millions of people. I hope you can understand this. Li Tai was deep in thought. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, Chinkyu will remember Yamacho's teachings. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Song Xiaoxi said from outside the door, Young master, Steward Fu has finished modifying the bicycle. They asked me to inform you. Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that. He quickly replied, okay. Tell Forbert that I'll be right there. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi replied and turned to leave. Inside the room, Li Tai was puzzled. Yamacho, why are Steward Fu modifying the bicycle? Li Zishuan stood up and smiled. The workshop has recently created a lead-acid battery and an electric motor. We plan to use these two things in the new second-generation bicycle. We will use the battery's electricity to power the bicycle. This way, the bicycle will be able to run faster than a horse without any effort. Chinkyu, you came at the right time. Why don't we go and have a look together? You can do that. Let's go. I'll go with Yamacho. Li Tai's eyes shone brightly as he hurriedly replied with great interest. So, the master and disciple left the room and walked towards the bicycle workshop's courtyard. Yamacho, you're finally here. The bicycle has been modified. Do you want to give it a try? Half an hour later, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to the bicycle workshop's courtyard. Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan and quickly greeted him excitedly. Li Zishuan looked at the girl suspiciously and asked, Ink girl didn't try it first. Mo Lingwei's eyes flashed and she shook her head. This electric bicycle is Yamacho's idea. Yamacho should try it first. In fact, she was thinking, who knows if there will be any problems with the first electric bicycle? What if I fall from it and get disfigured? Yamacho, you're good at martial arts. It's best for you to be the first one to try it out. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei with a faint smile. Although he could roughly guess what Mo Lingwei was thinking, he didn't expose her. Instead, he nodded and said, okay, I'll give it a try. After that, he walked towards the world's first electric bicycle. This electric bicycle's modification plan was personally designed by him. Naturally, he knew which part was the switch, which part was the accelerator, and which part was the brake. Li Zishuan sat on the bicycle's seat and pressed the switch. He turned the right handlebar and began to accelerate. With a whoosh, the bicycle's speed suddenly increased. Li Zishuan and the bicycle rushed forward. Everyone's eyes widened. Mo Lingwei exclaimed excitedly, it's running. It's really running. Manager Fu, our modified electric bicycle is running. This means that our method is correct. Yes, yes, yes. It's running. To be able to see this kind of car that doesn't need manpower or animal power to run in my lifetime, I truly have no regret. Uncle Fu was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Something like an electric bicycle was beyond the scope of the ancients' knowledge. Now that it was in their hands, Uncle Fu felt like he was dreaming. Li Tai, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil as he shouted, amazing. It's too amazing. I can't believe there's a car that can run so fast without the help of humans or animals. Just a moment ago, Mountain Elder told me that our goal is to spread engineering to the world and bring benefits to millions of people. Now, it seems that Mountain Elder is moving towards this goal step by step. With this electric bicycle, it will be very convenient for the people to travel. Look. Quick, look. The Marquis was riding a divine chariot. A divine bicycle that can run like the wind without pedaling. Li Zishuan rode his electric bicycle and wandered around the courtyard. The whining sound of the electric motor attracted the attention of the craftsmen who were working. When everyone came out to take a look, they were all shocked. Oh my God! It's really a divine bicycle. Marquis isn't pedaling, and this bicycle can run so fast. Isn't this a divine bicycle? It's too amazing. How did Marquis make this bicycle? Why does it look different from the bicycles made by our workshop? It's indeed different. In the past, when we made bicycles, the pedals were installed on the front wheels. But on this bike, the pedals are in the middle of the two wheels. It's incredible. Just as everyone was discussing and exclaiming, there was one person who couldn't wait any longer. That was Mo Lingwei, because she had already watched Li Zexuan go around the courtyard a few times. Yamacho, can you come down and let me have a try? Mo Lingwei quickly shouted when Li Zexuan was in front of her. When Li Zexuan heard this, he had already jumped out of Mo Lingwei's position. He said loudly, "Okay, I'll give it to you later." When the bicycle was about to reach Mo Lingwei, Li Zexuan quickly slowed down. The bicycle stopped steadily in front of Mo Lingwei. Li Zexuan was a little worried. "Ink girl, although this bicycle is fine, you haven't ridden it before. It might be a little difficult for you to control it. You have to ride it slowly later." Mo Lingwei didn't care. "Yamacho, don't worry. I also contributed to the design of this bicycle. How can I not know its performance? It'll be fine." After that, she took the bicycle from Li Zexuan and prepared to ride it. Li Zexuan was speechless. He secretly prayed that this female driver wouldn't crash. Mo Lingwei's start was quite smooth. She drove the bicycle shakily. It could be seen that she couldn't control the power of the electric motor very well. Sometimes when she accelerated too fast, she quickly slowed down. Sometimes when it was too slow, she suddenly accelerated. Therefore, the speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. If it was someone with a weak heart, they would probably be scared to death. "Whoa Tilda, Wei, what kind of bicycle are you riding? How can it move by itself?" Just when Mo Lingwei was about to completely control the electric bicycle, a person that Mo Lingwei had been missing for the past 2 days came into the courtyard, Yang Xiaoning. This guy saw Mo Lingwei riding a cool bicycle. He couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Yang Xiaoning, Mo Lingwei smiled sweetly. "Ah, little Ning, you're finally back. Tilda, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't control this bicycle anymore." It turned out that this girl only cared about talking and made a small mistake when she was turning the corner. Just as she wanted to brake, she pinched the wrong spot. The electric bicycle screamed wildly and rushed toward Yang Xiaoning at an even faster speed. Chapter 1439. Wei, be careful. Yang Xiaoning forgot to dodge when he saw that Mo Lingwei was getting closer and closer to him. Perhaps he consciously forgot to dodge because the gate of the courtyard was right behind him. There was a threshold at the gate and it wasn't low. If Mo Lingwei were to crash into it, she would definitely fall. "Little Ning, get out of the way. Get out of the way." Mo Lingwei shouted when she saw that Yang Xiaoning was frozen on the spot. She thought that he was scared out of his wits. However, Yang Xiaoning was still standing on the spot. He didn't move at all, as if he was really scared out of his wits. "Let me be your meat cushion." The fear in Yang Xiaoning's eyes was instantly replaced by determination. He wasn't as skilled in martial arts as Li Zexuan. In the face of such a dangerous situation, he couldn't resolve it in a split second. He could only use his body as a shield to block the damage for Mo Lingwei. Yang Xiaoning was even more determined to be a meat shield when he thought about what his father said to him after he returned home. He was getting closer and closer. When Mo Lingwei was less than a foot away from Yang Xiaoning, she clearly saw the determination in Yang Xiaoning's eyes instead of fear. At that moment, she finally understood. "Little Ning, are you stupid? Get out of the way." Mo Lingwei could feel a drop of tear rolling down from the corner of her eye. She shouted at Yang Xiaoning in a heart-wrenching manner. Yang Xiaoning could only shake his head in a split second. Before he could say anything, the bike was already close to his clothes. Bang! A loud noise sounded in the courtyard. It wasn't the sound of a bike crashing into someone, but the sound of someone stepping on the ground. Yang Xiaoning wasn't hit by the bike, but he was pressed to the ground by Mo Lingwei, who lost control of the bike due to the strong inertia. However, at the critical moment, Li Zexuan flew forward and pulled the scooter that was speeding forward. He stomped on the floor with one foot and immediately stopped the scooter's forward momentum. It was also because of this that Mo Lingwei flew out of the scooter uncontrollably and crashed into Yang Xiaoning. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time, it was the sound of two people hitting the ground. A tilde. Accompanied by a shriek, Mo Lingwei's entire body fell onto Yang Xiaoning's body. Due to the inertia of the fall, her head also involuntarily fell down, quickly approaching Yang Xiaoning's face that was twisted in pain. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this distance, Mo Lingwei could clearly see the fine hairs on Yang Xiaoning's face and the beads of sweat on his forehead. They could even feel each other's breathing. Mo Lingwei looked at the man who was pressed under her body. She felt her heart beating even faster. Oh no, that was the feeling of being moved. Raw tilde. Wei, get up quickly. Ouch, my old waist. This was supposed to be the most heartwarming moment of the hero saving the damsel in distress, but at this moment, our hero was very unromantic. His cry of pain completely broke the warmth. Mo Lingwei secretly rolled her eyes and said, "Oh." Then she got up from Yang Xiaoning's body. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wei, help me up quickly. Yang Xiaoning also wanted to get up from the ground, but when he turned over, he felt that his waist was about to break. When he was pushed down by Mo Lingwei just now, his waist just happened to hit the door sill. If he didn't use his hand to cushion his waist at the critical moment, his waist would probably have broken. Mo Lingwei was still angry at a certain someone for being unromantic. At this moment, when she saw Yang Xiaoning's face full of pain, she knew that Yang Xiaoning didn't have a light fall this time. She immediately panicked. Little Ningzi, are you okay? Yamacho, quickly come and take a look at little Ningzi. Mo Lingwei carefully helped Yang Xiaoning up. At this moment, she remembered that Li Zishuan knew medicine, so she quickly turned her head and shouted. Actually, she didn't need to shout. Li Zishuan was already walking over at this moment. Xiaoxi, quickly go and get Dr. Sun. Li Zishuan skillfully helped Yang Xiaoning up from the ground without letting Yang Xiaoning exert any strength on his waist. Then, he ordered Song Xiaoxi. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi also knew that the situation was urgent. He responded and directly rushed out of the courtyard with his fastest speed. Yamacho, even you can't cure little Ningzi? Mo Lingwei's eyes were red and she asked with a sobbing tone. This girl thought that Yang Xiaoning's life was in danger from the fall and couldn't be saved. Her heart was filled with grief and she couldn't help but cry out loud. Li Zishuan was speechless at Mo Lingwei's somewhat excessive reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, "Ink girl, it's true that I know some medicine, but massage and bone setting isn't my strong point." Xiaoning fell on his waist. It's better to get Dr. Sun here. Oh, I see. Mo Lingwei suddenly understood. Her face relaxed, but then she nervously asked, Yamacho, is little Ning's injury serious? Wei, don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Xiaoning forced himself to support his body and turned his head to smile at Mo Lingwei. Aya, little Ningzi, you, don't talk anymore. Yamacho, quickly think of a way to save him, Mo Lingwei said with a nervous face. Li Zishuan saw that this girl was scared out of her wits, so he comforted her. Just now, I used my true qi to check Xiaoning's lumbar vertebrae. Some of the vertebrae were displaced. After Dr. Sun's massage treatment, there shouldn't be any major problems. Miss Mo, you don't have to worry. Oh, thank you, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's quickly help Xiaoning to the bed. Li Zishuan quickly said when he saw Yang Xiaoning's painful appearance. The few of them helped Yang Xiaoning to the nearest room and let him lie on the bed. In order to relieve Yang Xiaoning's pain, Li Zishuan used his inner force to carefully nourish Yang Xiaoning's injured parts and quietly waited for Sun Simiao's arrival. At the same time, on the Cloud Mountain, two old men who were over 50 years old sat opposite each other at a stone table in front of a Cloud Mountain courtyard. For thousands of years, millions of Mohist disciples have been dedicated to benefiting the world and the people. However, because of the changes in the dynasty, they have experienced many twists and turns. It's not easy to pass it down to this day. It's really admirable that Mr. Mo was able to abandon the prejudice of family background and join the engineering school to develop Moism in this way. An old man in a white Confucian robe with white hair took a sip of the immortal tea and sighed. Minister Yang, you're too serious. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not able to develop the knowledge left by the divine ancestor. I'm really ashamed to face all the ancestors of the Mohist family. An old man in a black robe sat on the other side and said with a wry smile. That's right, the two people sitting opposite each other were Yang Lide and Mo Huai. One was the Minister of Works of the Imperial Court, while the other was the current Mohist family's great son. The two of them were completely unrelated. Logically speaking, they would never cross paths in their entire lives. However, because of a trace of fate, they were able to sit at the same table and talk cheerfully today. Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Now that Moism is declining and Confucianism dominates the world's knowledge, it's basically impossible for the Mohist family to establish a sect and recruit disciples like before. Only by relying on the engineering school can we have a chance to prosper. Mr. Mo, you're adapting to the situation and making the most correct decision. Even if the divine ancestor of the Mohist family were still alive, he wouldn't blame you for this. Because everything Mr. Mo is doing now is for the good of the world. Yang Lide cupped his hands and said. Mo Huai was stunned. He paused and said, the reason why I agreed to join the Yamacho and joined Yanghuang College was because I took a fancy to the philosophy of the engineering school. It's similar to my Mohist families. Now, I can't even tell what the engineering school is. What is the Mohist family? I'm really a little obsessed. Yang Lide couldn't help but laugh. We're both helping the world and the people. Why is there a need to distinguish between schools? I think the original intention of the Mohist family's divine ancestor was to benefit the world and the people, and not to make the Mohist family the #1 school in the world, right? Mo Huai fell silent when he heard that. A moment later, he raised his teacup and said, it's said that the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Minister Yang, as an outsider, you've solved the confusion in my heart for a long time. I'll replace wine with tea and propose a toast to Minister Yang. Haha. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. Yang Lide smiled, raised his teacup, and drank it from a distance. Haha. I heard that Mr. Mo has a daughter who is talented and intelligent. She's proficient in the way of machinery and things. Moreover, she became the first female professor in Yanghuang College. Her profound knowledge is evident from this. I think it's also because Mr. Mo taught his daughter well that he was able to raise such an outstanding daughter. After drinking a cup of tea, Yang Lide took the opportunity to add more water and changed the topic with a smile. Mo Huai's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He was finally talking about the main topic. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Yang Lide, as the minister of the 6 ministries, wouldn't come all the way here just to chat with him. He must have other things to discuss. As expected, after 3 rounds of conversation, Yang Lide finally revealed his foxtail. Minister Yang, you flatter me. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young. Not only does she not learn needlework, but she also likes to study strange things. It's really against a girl's gentle and virtuous character. I've embarrassed myself in front of Minister Yang. Mo Huai cupped his hands. Yang Lide waved his hand and said, Brother Mo, you're wrong to say that. Ink Girl has talent in engineering. That's her own good fortune. Others can't even be envious of her. Such an extraordinary woman is as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns even in the entire world. It's unfair to deny everything about her just because she doesn't know needlework. From Mr. Mo to Brother Mo, Yang Lide changed the way he addressed Mo Huai to shorten the distance between the two of them. At the same time, he secretly told Mo Huai, I don't mind that your daughter doesn't know needlework. What I value is your daughter's talent. Mo Huai's eyes flashed and said, Minister Yang, as the Minister of Works, your standards for judging people are indeed different from ordinary people. Speaking of my daughter, this old man would like to talk to Minister Yang about your son. Yang Lide was shocked and thought to himself, here it comes, here it comes. He quickly straightened his face and said, Oh, Brother Mo, are you talking about my son? That kid is always idling outside and doesn't make this old man feel at ease. There's nothing to say. Mo Huai laughed and said, it's still the same saying. The onlooker sees the game clearly. As a person in the game, how can Minister Yang see your son's outstanding qualities clearly? Your son is protected by Minister Yang and is born in an official family. He has never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. He should be like the rich playboys in the capital, playing with dogs and chickens all day long and loitering in brothels. However, he didn't. Instead, he became Yacho's right-hand man. Yanghuang College and the workshop have all been invested with young Master Yang's energy and blood. With such a talent in the Yang family, why worry about not being able to bring glory to the family? Yang Lide's old face immediately wrinkled with a smile. After all, as a father, it was impossible for him to not be happy when someone praised his son, not to mention that Mo Huai might be his future in-law. Haha. Brother Mo, you're too kind. You're too kind. How can my son be as good as you say? Yang Lide waved his hand and said, "Eh? Your daughter and my son are about the same age and have similar interests. As elders, why don't we give them a push behind their backs and make this marriage happen? We'll become in-laws from then on. How about it?" Marriage proposal. At this time, Yang Lide saw that the time was right and finally expressed his real intention, marriage proposal. Previously, he sent someone to call Yang Xiaoning home to ask if Yang Xiaoning had a sweetheart now. Yang Xiaoning was the only son of the Yang family. Yang Lide had always been concerned about Yang Xiaoning's marriage. Therefore, that day at the entrance of the palace, Li Zishuan only casually mentioned it and Yang Lide immediately called Yang Xiaoning back. After he found out that Yang Xiaoning's sweetheart was Mo Lingwei, the daughter of the current generation of the Mo family, he immediately sent someone to collect all the information about Mo Lingwei. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, Yang Lide was immediately shocked. He was shocked by Mo Lingwei's talent and even more shocked by Mo Lingwei's status in Yanghuang College. In addition, Mo Lingwei's background, the daughter of the Mo family's master, made Yang Lide approve of this marriage from the bottom of his heart. At the very least, both parties of this marriage were completely well matched in terms of social status. Although the Mo family was in decline now, it was still the Mo family. It was the Mo family that had experienced thousands of years of hardships and still stood strong. The Mo family's master was the Mo family's master. He was the Mo family's master who had hundreds of thousands of disciples at his peak. In terms of status, Mo Huai wasn't lower than Yang Lide. One of them was a powerful figure outside of the imperial court, while the other was an important official in the imperial court. Logically speaking, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, Yang Lide came today to personally test Mo Huai's attitude. This kind of thing could only be tested secretly and couldn't be said directly. Because if he was rejected, the Yang family would really lose face. Mo Huai's heart shook violently. Then, he restrained the shock on his face and said, "This old man also knows that my daughter and young Master Yang have the same interests, and this old man and Minister Yang are like-minded. Therefore, since Minister Yang has spoken, how can this old man refuse?" Chapter 1440. Dr. Sun, is Xiaoning all right? In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, Mo Lingwei immediately asked worriedly after Sun Simiao treated Yang Xiaoning. Sun Simiao washed his hands and said, "Ink girl, you don't have to worry. Young Master Yang's waist is injured. After my massage and medicinal wine, he will recover in 3 days. However, it takes 100 days for bones and tendons to recover. He mustn't get injured again in the next few months." Sun Simiao's medical skills were really all-round. He was good at treating all kinds of diseases. No wonder he was called the King of Medicine. However, Yang Xiaoning's injuries were mostly thanks to Li Zishuan. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan's invention of soaking medicinal wine in medicinal wine, Yang Xiaoning probably wouldn't have recovered so quickly. When the imperial court went to Nanyang last year, they realized that the grain in Nanyang was really cheap. For a time, the imperial court and merchants sent their fleets to the south to trade for grain. This directly caused the granaries in Tang Empire to be full. If it wasn't for the imperial court protecting the grain prices among the people would have fallen again and again. Those farmers would suffer losses. Li Zishuan also took the opportunity to purchase a large batch of grain. A portion of it was sealed in Yunshan while the other portion was given to the winery to brew wine. As a result, the number of drunken immortal and gentle village on the market gradually increased. At the same time, the amount of medicinal wine supplied to the Tang Empire's military, Imperial Physician Department, and joint medical center also increase. Good, good, good. Dr. Sun, don't worry. I'll take good care of Xiaoning and won't let him get injured again. Mo Lingwei heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Sun Simiao explained a few more dietary taboos before he took his leave. Have a good rest, Xiaoning. I'll help you inform Uncle Yang. Li Zishuan glanced at Mo Lingwei, who was sitting beside the bed with a worried face. He then looked at Yang Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed. These two should be considered a success now, right? After pausing for a moment, he felt that he shouldn't be a third wheel here. Hey, Xiaoxian. You. Don't tell my father that I'm injured. Even if you want to tell him, you can only say that I accidentally fell down. Yang Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed, hurriedly replied. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately understood that Yang Xiaoning didn't want Yang lied to blame Mo Lingwei. Thus, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Yang Xiaoning. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the steely straight man who didn't understand romance would actually become so considerate of others? The changes in the world were truly unimaginable. Good. I'll cover for you. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan responded and then turned to leave. Only Mo Lingwei and Yang Xiaoning were left in the room. Mo Lingwei affectionately looked at the man lying on the bed. She couldn't help but reminisce about the past. She realized that although this person would usually bicker with her and make her angry, he would always be considerate of her at critical moments. This kind of sincerity made her have the urge to cry. Little Ningzi, why are you so nice to me? After a long silence, Mo Lingwei finally couldn't help but ask. Although Yang Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed, had his back facing Mo Lingwei, he felt that Mo Lingwei was definitely looking at him from behind. However, Mo Lingwei didn't say anything and he didn't know what to say. Or rather, he was afraid that he would say the wrong thing and cause a conflict between the two of them. At this moment, he finally heard Mo Lingwei's voice from behind. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, "Nothing. I just felt that it would be embarrassing to say that I was injured by a woman, so I asked Yamacho to cover for me." You. Mo Lingwei's brows furrowed and she was about to fly into a rage. However, she immediately understood that Yang Xiaoning said this intentionally to comfort her. Thus, the anger in her eyes quickly turned into infinite gentleness. Indeed, this girl changed her face faster than flipping a book. Little Ningzi, does your waist still hurt? I'll help you apply the ointment. Mo Lingwei said gently. Yang Xiaoning instantly quivered because he had never heard Mo Lingwei speak so gently to someone. He couldn't help but say, don't talk like that. I'm a little scared. Silence. After Yang Xiaoning finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent for 3 breaths of time. However, this was just the calm before the storm. In the next moment, Yang Xiaoning would be greeted by a violent storm. Yang Xiaoning tilde, hurry up and take off your clothes. I'll help you apply the ointment tilde, hualala. Feeling the shock of this super strong sound wave, the birds on the branches outside the room immediately flapped their wings and flew away. Ouch tilde, gentler, gentler. After a while, Yang Xiaoning's miserable howls came from the room. The servants in the yard couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly thought that the man and woman in the room were two. That, weren't they? One was a female professor at Yanghuang College, and the other was the son of the current Minister of Works. The two of them were actually doing that in broad daylight. How immoral. Unaware that Yang Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei had already been labeled as wanton and unruly by the workers in the workshop, Li Zishuan was riding his little donkey. No, it was a little electric bike, on a small road in the countryside. He hummed a little tune along the way and enjoyed the summer breeze. It was really comfortable. However, this beautiful electric bike with amazing functions attracted the attention of many people along the way. Hey, look. Isn't that Marquis? It's really Marquis. But what kind of bike is Marquis riding? How can it run so fast without pedaling? This must be a bike that only immortals can ride. Otherwise, how can it move by itself? It's amazing. This thing looks like a bicycle, but it's very different from a bicycle. A bicycle's pedals are installed on the front wheel, But this bike's pedals are installed in the middle. Also, this bike can run without pedaling at all. It's even faster than a horse. This must be an immortal's bike. It looks like Marquis just came out of the workshop. Could it be that the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion made this magical bike? It must be. This workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion is really amazing. They can even make a bike that immortals can sit on. I wonder how much this bike can be sold for. Sigh. I'm afraid that ordinary people like us can't count on it for the rest of our lives. Hey, you can't say that. Marquis loves his people like his children. Under the leadership of Marquis, we will definitely become richer and richer. Don't you see that many people can afford to eat meat now? Who would dare to think about this in the past? Maybe one day, every family will be able to afford this kind of immortal bike. Yes. As the people of Marquis fiefdom, our lives will definitely become better and better. As Li Zhuan passed by, he caused exclamations along the way. This was the first time the commoners had seen a car that didn't need to be pulled by a horse or pedaled. They all thought that the electric bicycle was an immortal car. However, although the people were talking about it, they did not dare to go up and ask Li Zhuan what kind of bike it was. This was because everyone was in awe of the unknown. Especially when Li Zhuan was riding on the electric bike, he looked like an immortal. It was even more frightening that they did not dare to go up to him. It was already late. Li Zhuan did not plan to return to Lantian County that night. He planned to spend the night in Yunshan. He also wanted to test the electric bike's ability to climb hills. The results showed that normal hills were not difficult for an electric bike at full speed. Li Zhuan rode the electric bike up the half-mile hill in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Wu tilde. The roar of the electric bike came from the entrance of Yanghuang College. It attracted the attention of the students in the college. Some even ran out of the college to investigate. Today was Sunday. The students usually returned to school in the afternoon. This was because from this week onwards, the college added a new night self-study session. There was also a night self-study session on Sunday night. The students, regardless of whether they lived far away or near, had to return to the college on Sunday afternoon. It was not yet time for the night self-study session, so there were still many students who came out to watch the fun. Wow! It's Yamacho. What kind of bike is Yamacho riding? Why is it running so fast? Hey! Did you notice that Yamacho's feet did not move at all, but the bike was running so fast? What kind of logic is this? Didn't Mr. Mo teach us the conservation of energy? Then where does Yamacho's kinetic energy come from? It's obvious that this guy has been poisoned too deeply by physics and can't extricate himself. I think there must be something incredible installed on the mountain cavalry's carriage. Perhaps it's this thing that's generating kinetic energy that's driving the carriage forward so quickly. What on earth is that thing? How would I know? When Yamacho comes to the college tomorrow, we will ask him personally. It had to be said that these students who had received formal engineering education had a completely different way of thinking from ordinary people. When ordinary people saw the electric bicycle, they immediately categorized it as a vehicle for immortals. However, when the students of Yanghuang Academy saw the electric bicycle, they did not categorize it as a groundless supernatural power. Instead, they were seriously thinking about what provided the kinetic energy for the bicycle. Damn! When I left in the afternoon, Yamacho was still normal. But why is Yamacho riding such an awesome bike? Chinkyu, tell me, what is with Yamacho's bike? Where did it come from? Cheng Chumo heard the noise and immediately ran out of the gate of the academy. When he saw Li Zhuan riding a novel car and whizzing past, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was full of what the F***ck. Li Tai curled his lips and replied, "This is an electric bike. It is Yamacho's latest modified bike. It uses a battery to power the motor. It converts chemical energy into electrical energy, and then the electrical energy into kinetic energy to drive the bike forward." Damn. Chinkyu, can you not make it so complicated? Just tell me, where did Yamacho get this bike from? Where can I get an identical bike? Cheng Chumo was full of question marks. He waved his hand impatiently and said, He felt that Li Zexuan's electric bicycle was too cool. This was the kind of bicycle a man should ride. Sitting on it, one could feel the speed of the wind. It was much more comfortable than sitting on a galloping horse. Li Tai could not help but say, "Where did Yamacho get this bike? Do you still need to ask? It must be the workshop. In my opinion, you should stop thinking about it. There is only one electric bike in the whole Tang dynasty. It will be your turn at least 2 months later." 2 months? Isn't that too cruel? No, I will borrow it from Yamacho tomorrow. It will be fun to ride it first. Cheng Chumo immediately refused and said that he wanted to look for Li Zexuan. "Ha. Go ahead then." Li Tai shook his head disapprovingly. If it was in the past, Cheng Chumo might have been able to borrow the bike from Li Zexuan. However, Mo Lingwei had a car accident in the afternoon. Li Zexuan would definitely not lend the electric bike to others so easily. This was for the safety of the bike, and more importantly, for the safety of the person. Sigh. Li Tai sighed and turned to leave. He also wanted to have an electric bike like this. A bike that did not require manpower and could run on its own was a must for lazy people. Yo. Marquis Yong'an is here. What bike is this? Yunshan Villas. Mo Huai was sending Yang Lide off. Just now, they had discussed the wedding date of the two families' children. Yang Lide planned to ask the matchmaker to formally propose marriage when he returned. As soon as he walked out of Yunshan Villas, Yang Lide saw Li Zexuan riding an electric bike toward them. With his sharp eyes, he quickly noticed the uniqueness of the bike. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yang Lide shook his head. It was also his first time seeing the electric bike. Screech tilde. Li Zexuan had excellent eyesight. Naturally, he also saw Yang Lide and Mo Huai at the intersection. The bike began to slow down when it was about to reach them. After a while, the electric bike stopped steadily in front of Yang Lide. Li Zexuan quickly got off the bike and cupped his hands. "Uncle Yang, you came to Yunshan Villas today? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have prepared a banquet for you." Yang Lide waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite, Xiao Xian. I came to Yunshan Villas today because I have something to discuss with Mr. Mo." At this point, Yang Lide pointed at the electric bike beside Li Zexuan and said, "This bike of yours is very novel. I saw that you didn't pedal just now, but this bike can still move like it's flying. What's the principle behind it?" Yang Lide had been engaged in engineering machinery all his life, but this was the first time that he had seen such a machine that could move by itself without human or animal power. He was really curious about it. At this moment, old Yang had completely forgotten that the city gate of Chang'an would be closed in a few minutes. Li Zexuan smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, this is the workshop's latest electric bike. First of all, this bike uses chain transmission and rear-wheel drive to make the bike structure more reasonable. Second, this bike is installed with a lead-acid battery and an electric motor. The battery provides power to the electric motor, causing the motor's rotor to rotate rapidly. Then, the electric motor drives the wheels to rotate together, so that it can move like it's flying without pedaling." Chapter 1441. Electric motor, battery, these are all good stuff. Xiao Xian, who made these things? Yunshan Villa. After Li Zexuan briefly explained to Yang Lide how the electric bicycle, the electric motor, and the battery worked, Yang Lide could not help but ask in surprise. Li Zexuan glanced at Mo Huai before replying. Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, and Xiaoning were able to make the battery and electric motor so quickly. Without their recent hard work, how could there be such a magical electric bicycle? What? Xiaoning and Ink Girl contributed to the electric motor and battery? Yang Lide was shocked when he heard that. In the eyes of a father, his child would never grow up. However, when the father found out that his son had done something that even he could not do, the shock he would feel would be similar to Yang Lide's. Mo Huai, who was at the side, did not look too shocked. It was mainly because Mo Lingwei had always been at Yanghuang College. Mo Huai was also a teacher at Yanghuang College. He naturally knew more about his daughter's situation than Yang Lide. Li Zexuan nodded and said, "Uncle Yang, Xiaoning has made considerable progress in both his theoretical foundation and his technical level. Don't underestimate him like before. Good. 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 Yang Lide's face was filled with gratification as he said good 3 times. He had just discussed the marriage between his son and Mo Lingwei with Mo Huai. Now, he learned from Li Zishuan that his son had great capabilities. His son was about to complete the 2 most important things in a man's life. How could Yang Lide not be gratified? Hee. In-law, you've taught your son well. In the future, Xiaoning will definitely be able to inherit your mantle and bring the Yang family to greater heights. Mo Huai cupped his hands and smiled. In-law. Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that Yang Lide must have something to do at Yunshan Villa today, but he never expected that old Yang would come directly to Mo Huai to discuss the marriage of his son and daughter. Wasn't this progress a little too fast? Hee. That was right. This old man came to Yunshan today to ask for this marriage for Xiaoning. This child and Ink girl are in love with each other and have the same interests. But after all, there are differences between men and women. If they hang out together every day without any status, it will ruin Ink girl's reputation. So as a father, I might as well help them get married. Seeing Li Zishuan's surprised expression, Yang Lide chuckled and explained. I see. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel happy for his good friend. He cupped his hands and said, if Xiaoning knew about Uncle Yang's love and care for Xiaoning, he would definitely be grateful and filial to you. Sigh. As long as this brat doesn't blame me in his heart, it's fine. Yang Lide shook his head and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder. With a complicated expression, he sighed, Little Xian, you were right last time. This old man has indeed cared too little about Xiaoning. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single even though he's not young anymore. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but console, Uncle Yang, please don't think that way. Xiaoning didn't meet the fated person before, so he didn't get married. After all, marriage is a big event in a lifetime. He can't just casually find a girl to marry into the family, right? Yang Lide couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, what you said makes sense. Please take care of Xiaoning in the future. Of course. Xiaoning is my brother. Li Zishuan replied firmly. Oh. In-law, it's already late. I reckon that the city gates of Chang'an City are about to close. You definitely won't be able to rush back. In this old man's opinion, why don't you stay in Yunshan for the night and ride down the mountain tomorrow morning and rush to Chang'an City for the morning assembly? At this moment, Mo Huai looked at the sky and said with shock. Yang Lide looked up and nodded. All right then, this old man will stay in the side courtyard today. When Yanghuang College was being built, Yang Xiaoning, as the chief engineer of the college, was directly allocated a side courtyard. Therefore, Yang Lide didn't have to worry about not having a place to stay on Yunshan. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly remembered what Yang Xiaoning told him in the workshop earlier. Therefore, he quickly cupped his hands and said, Oh, right. Uncle Yang, there's something I forgot to tell you. Xiaoning accidentally fell down in the workshop today and suffered some minor injuries. He's recuperating in the workshop now, so he can't return to the side courtyard tonight. Fell down? Me. How old is this brat? How can he still fall down while walking? How worrisome. When Yang Lide heard this, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. However, Yang Xiaoning was still his son. He then pretended to ask casually, Little Xian, how's this brat's injury? Did a doctor treat him? Seeing that Yang Lide was obviously not telling the truth, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Yang, don't worry. Dr. Sun has already treated Xiaoning. He said that Xiaoning's injury isn't serious. He just needs to rest for a few days to recover. Oh, right, Mr. Mo. Ink Girl is still taking care of Xiaoning in the workshop. She might be back later. Don't worry. Yang Lide heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Huai, however, looked at Li Zishuan thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he said, Thank you, Yamacho, for telling me. This old man understands. It was 6:45 at night. Mo Lingwei returned to Yunshan's side courtyard under the escort of the workshop servant. However, she saw that there was still light in the house. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She carefully pushed the door open and entered, only to find her father sitting in the front hall as if he was waiting for her to return. She couldn't help but ask, "Father? Why are you here tonight?" Last year, because of the astronomical telescope, Mo Lingwei became a specially appointed professor of the academy and received a side courtyard in Yunshan. Logically speaking, Mo Huai could also stay in the side courtyard with Mo Lingwei. However, as the head of the Mo family, old Mo had his own pride. How could he stay in his daughter's house? Therefore, Mo Huai had always lived in Plum Village. Minister Yang came to Yunshan today. Mo Huai didn't answer Mo Lingwei's question. Instead, he said this out of the blue. "Ah, Minister Yang, he came to Yunshan? Father, what is he here for?" Mo Lingwei was stunned. Her expression suddenly became uneasy. She felt guilty. After all, she had just injured Yang Lide's son during the day. Now that she heard that Yang Lide came to Yunshan, she subconsciously thought that he was here to settle the score with her. Mo Huai's gaze was like lightning. When he saw the trace of guilt that flashed across Mo Lingwei's face, his eyes flashed and he instantly understood. After pausing for a moment, Mo Huai calmly replied, "Minister Yang came to Yunshan today to propose marriage to me." Hearing this, Mo Lingwei's eyes widened. Her face was filled with disbelief. But then, she said something extremely shocking. "Ah? Father, you and Minister Yang, you are both men. How can you get married?" Mo Huai was stunned for a moment. When he finally reacted, he almost fell off his chair. He pointed angrily at Mo Lingwei and said angrily, Shut up. You have no respect for your elders. You even dare to joke about your father. This is outrageous. Minister Yang came to find me today to propose marriage on behalf of his son. Propose marriage on behalf of his son? When Mo Lingwei heard this, she finally reacted. Her beautiful face instantly became very interesting. There was agitation, excitement, and also shyness. "Father, I'm not marrying." Mo Lingwei's expression changed. When she saw the faint smile on Mo Huai's face, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and turn to go upstairs. Mo Huai naturally saw through her shyness. After Mo Lingwei left, Mo Huai suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the roof. He murmured, "I'm sorry, Mo Lingwei. Haha. Ma Yingying, our daughter is about to get married. She chose her Mr. Right. If your spirit is in heaven, you should feel gratified, right?" The news that the Marquis of Yong'an had created a car that didn't require manpower or animal power to travel as if it was flying spread throughout the entire Lantian County by the next morning. After hearing the news, there were those who were shocked, those who were doubtful, and those who were cheering. There were even more people who were raising money to buy this kind of car. As for those who doubted the authenticity of the rumor, after Li Zishuan rode an electric bicycle to Lantian County this morning, all of the doubters shut up. Young Master is back. Young Master is back on a celestial car. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Marquis's estate, Wang Bale, who had long since learned that Li Zishuan had built a new magical carriage, cheered loudly as he went up to greet Li Zishuan. Screech tilde. Li Zishuan tightened his grip on the brakes, and the car stopped steadily in front of Wang Bale at the entrance of the Marquis's mansion. He joked, "You rascal. Aren't you afraid that the car won't be controlled and will knock you down?" Wang Bale replied cleverly, "Young Master is benevolent, and his martial arts are invincible. How can he let this celestial car knock me down?" "Celestial car?" Li Zishuan was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Looks like my car has already been named." Wang Bale nodded and replied, "Yes. Young Master, the people who entered the city today were all talking about your car. They said that a car like this that doesn't need manpower or animal power to move like it's flying can only be made by the gods in heaven. So, word of mouth spread among the people, and they called your car a celestial car." As they spoke, Han Yushi, Li Jingmo, Madam Li, and the others who had heard the news in the courtyard had already come out of the courtyard. "Xian you really made a celestial car?" Li Jingmo pointed at the strange-looking electric bicycle beside Li Zishuan, his mouth agape in shock. Yi Guozhong couldn't stay calm either. After looking at the electric bicycle from top to bottom, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This morning, this old man heard that Xiaoxian, you built a magical bicycle that can move by itself. Could it be this? Li Zuxuan cupped his hands and replied, Grandfather guessed right. This is a car that can move on its own. After another round of explanation, Li Zuxuan explained the general principles of the electric bicycle to his family. Regardless of whether they understood or not, Li Zuxuan pushed the bike straight to the backyard. However, a little tail inevitably followed behind him. Big brother, I want to ride this bike. Hurry up and teach me. No. Children can't ride this bike. Nonsense. Mo Lingwei is an adult and knows some martial arts. Even she got into an accident while riding a bike. How could Li Zuxuan let his sister ride an electric bicycle? Why? It's too dangerous. It's easy to fall. Lana, think about it. If you fall off this bike, you'll probably be disfigured and become ugly. Lana, do you still want to ride it? Oh, then I won't ride it. But big brother, you have to give me a ride. Okay. It's cool in the afternoon. Big brother will ride the bike and you can go out to play, okay? Okay. After finally getting rid of the little girl's entanglement, Li Zuxuan finally got the time to be alone with Han Yushi. Wife, didn't I say that I wanted to give you a surprise a few days ago? What do you think? Do you like this electric bicycle? This is the first and only electric bicycle in Tang Dynasty. In the backyard, Li Zuxuan patted the electric bicycle and smiled at Han Yushi. Husband, you want to give this bike to me? Han Yushi was stunned and was immediately surrounded by a huge surprise. Then, she waved her hands and said, No. Husband, this thing is too expensive. I can't accept it. I'm satisfied that you have this intention. Li Zuxuan couldn't help but frown and say, Wife, what are you saying? You and I are husband and wife. What's mine is yours. It's just a bike. What's so expensive about it? Come and hold it. This bike is yours from now on. After that, Li Zuxuan pretended to be angry and pushed the electric bicycle to Han Yushi's side. A trace of emotion flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. After pausing for a moment, she smiled sweetly and said, Husband, as you said, we husband and wife are one. What's yours is mine, so why do we have to make such a clear distinction? Just leave this bike with husband. Because husband is always busy and tired, he needs it more than I do. Besides, if I want to use it, I can just ask husband for it. Li Zuxuan was touched and annoyed. He was touched that his wife was so considerate of him. He was annoyed that if he knew this, Li Zuxuan wouldn't have praised the electric bicycle in front of Han Yushi. Now, Han Yushi wasn't willing to accept this gift. Young master. Wang Ju came and said that Master Zhong from the workshop brought a batch of armor to the mansion. Do you want to take a look? Right at this moment, Xiao Shi hurriedly ran over and said. As for Wang Ju, he was the gatekeeper, Wang Bale. There were women in the backyard. Normal male servants couldn't enter, so Xiao Shi had to pass the message. What? The armor is done. Look. Of course, I have to see it for myself. This is the invincible armor in this world. When Li Zuxuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. He was abnormally excited. Chapter 1442. Da. In the morning of Chang'an City, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. The peddlers were hawking their wares, the commoners were chatting and laughing with each other, the children were selling newspapers, as well as the sounds of reading coming from the Imperial College and the Hongwen Library. These various sounds formed the various states of life in Chang'an City in the morning, but today, in Chang'an City, there was a different sound mixed in. It was the sound of iron ingots hitting the bluestone road. It was crisp and cold, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and sucked in a breath of cold air. What they saw was a group of fully armed knights riding tall horses and marching in this direction with an awe-inspiring aura. The hooves of those warhorses seemed to be tied with a lump of iron ingot, which led to the crisp da sounds on the street. However, this was not the most important thing. The most daunting thing was that the knight leading the group was actually covered in iron armor. Other than his eyes, not a single part of his body was exposed. His head, neck, limbs, and hands and feet were all wrapped in iron armor. Even the warhorse he was riding was covered in a set of shiny iron horse armor. From afar, this person looked like a knight cast directly from steel, powerful, cold, ruthless. This was the most intuitive feeling that this Iron Knight gave to the commoners on the street. The commoners who were close to him even had a feeling of suffocation. Therefore, there was no need for someone to open the way. Wherever the Iron Knight went, the crowd would automatically disperse. This was a kind of deterrence that came from the soul. Towards the unknown, most people would subconsciously feel afraid, not to mention this kind of Iron Knight that made people tremble in fear. Da. This group of knights was still moving forward at a moderate pace. The previously bustling street immediately quieted down after this group passed by. Not far away, a group of martial marquis heard of the abnormality here and immediately rushed over. However, after seeing the soldier beside the Iron Knight, the leading martial marquis could not help but be startled. Then, he waved his hand and the martial marquis turned around and left. Hiss tilde. Seeing this, the surrounding commoners all sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking to themselves, where did this cavalry come from, for woohoo to immediately avoid them. Although they had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask at this time. After all, everyone was afraid of angering the Steel Knight. After the strange cavalry left, the commoners on the street couldn't help but discuss with each other. Oh my God! What was the background of that fully armored cavalryman? It looked too terrifying. Just like the undead cavalry from the underworld. TSK tilde. Wang Lao you're talking as if you've seen Hell's cavalry before. TSK. However, that man who is wearing steel armor from head to toe is indeed quite evil. Standing beside him, I feel like my feet are emitting cold air. That's right. That person was too terrifying. If I hadn't covered my third brother's mouth just now, I reckon that this brat would have been scared to the point of crying on the spot. How could there be someone in this world who would cover their entire body in metal armor? Won't it affect your walking? Yeah. This set of metal armor is at least 40 to 50 jin. Furthermore, with the four limbs wrapped in metal, it's inconvenient to move. That's not right. Just now I saw that the cavalry's hand holding the reins and the hand holding the lance, his movements were very nimble. TSK. How is that possible? If that's the case, when this cavalry goes on the battlefield, wouldn't he be invincible and invincible? It's true. That person's entire body, other than his eyes, is completely covered in metal armor. Even the horse he's riding on is covered in horse armor. Who can break through his defense? Where did this cavalry come from? Why didn't the Wu-Hu government stop them? I think I saw Yong and Marquis subordinate Commander Pang. What? Zheng Laoqi, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? I shouldn't have seen wrongly. I've seen Commander Pang before. TSK. Doesn't that mean that this cavalry is Marquis's? It can even be said that the person in the steel armor is Yong and Marquis. That might really be possible. But I don't know why Marquis brought troops to Chang'an City. Don't tell me Marquis wants to. Want what? Want your head? Just based on those 10 over cavalry, how can they rebel? Besides, Yong and Marquis is an upright and loyal person. He is even more loyal to His Majesty. How can he do such a rebellious act? The commoners were all discussing the sudden appearance of the cavalry. At this moment, in the imperial court, the morning court was also bustling with activity. Up till now, the 100 over counties near the Yellow River Basin have constructed a total of 30,000 over miles of ditches and over 4,300 water wheels. The drought in the various counties has been alleviated and has not affected this year's planting. It is estimated that in another half a month, the commoners will be able to harvest the wheat. In Taiji Palace, Minister of Revenue Xiao Chuo was reporting the drought situation to Li Er. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not reveal any joy after hearing Xiao Chuo's report. Because even though the drought in Guangzhou had been greatly alleviated and they would be able to harvest in another half a month, Li Er felt that the imperial court had spent so much effort, but in the end, it was very likely to be feeding the locust. According to the prophecy that Li Zishuan left behind, the locust plague was about to arrive. Minister Xiao has worked hard. After a moment, Li Er recovered from his thoughts and nodded. Your Majesty. At this moment, Wei Zheng stepped forward and clasped his hands. I believe that the Marquis has contributed greatly to the Guangzhou drought being alleviated so quickly. If not for the water wheels that he designed, most of the fertile land in the Guangzhou region would still be in a drought state, not to mention the planting of rice and the summer harvests. Your Majesty has always been one to reward meritorious deeds and punish wrongdoings. So I believe that the Marquis who created the water wheels and gave the blueprint to the imperial court should be rewarded. Reward. And it wasn't for his own reward. When the officials heard this, they could not help but look strangely at Wei Zheng, thinking to themselves, since when would the dignified Wei Shencheng help others to ask for a reward? Did the sun rise from the west today? Cheng Yarojin looked at Wei Zheng's back with a face full of smiles, thinking to himself, why is this old Wei more and more pleasing to the eye? But no matter what other people thought, Wei Zheng himself did not have any selfish motives. The reason why he wanted to help Li Zexuan ask for a reward was mainly because Li Zexuan had said by the Ba River, living high in the imperial court, one worries about the people, living far away in the martial world, one worries about the ruler. He felt that Li Zexuan was a very good junior and was worth supporting. Li also looked at Wei Zheng curiously and then said lightly, Minister Wei, you don't have to worry about this matter. This time, Li Zexuan has contributed greatly to the drought, so I have already rewarded him in private. Wei Zheng frowned and subconsciously thought that Li was deliberately patronizing him, so he cupped his hands and said, May I ask how your Majesty rewarded him? No matter how good Li's temper was, he could not help but feel angry at this time. He frowned and said unhappily, Minister Wei, are you doubting me? Even a fool could hear the coldness in his words, but Wei Zheng, who was used to big scenes, was not afraid. This old official does not dare. Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said. Although he said that he did not dare, even a fool could see that he did not mean what he said. Li pointed at Wei Zheng and wanted to fly into a rage, but at this moment, a Jinwu guard walked in and cupped his fists. Reporting to your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an requests an audience. Li could not help but laugh and said, quickly, let Minister Wei face to face and see if I have rewarded the Marquis of Yong'an. After saying that, he looked indifferently at Wei Zheng in the hall. But who knew that the Jinwu guard did not accept the order, but hesitated and said, Your Majesty, please bring the troops, armor, and horse into the hall. He says that he wants to give your Majesty a surprise. The moment these words were said, the entire hall was shocked. The civil and military officials, eunuchs, and palace maids were all stunned. Even Li could not help but be stunned. Ever since Qin Shi Huang held the morning court, there had never been an official wearing armor, holding weapons, and riding a warhorse to the morning court. This was disrespect to the emperor, treason, absurd. Nonsense. Wei Zheng was the first to reprimand, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong'an is unscrupulous and has no respect for the emperor. This old official requests Your Majesty to punish the Marquis of Yong'an for disrupting the court and disrespecting the emperor. At this time, Li had already recovered from his shock and could not help but laugh. Minister Wei, you were the one who asked for a reward for the Marquis of Yong'an, and now you are also the one asking for a punishment for the Marquis of Yong'an's crimes. You keep going back and forth, what should we do? Wei Zheng straightened his neck and insisted with a proud face, Your Majesty, these are two completely different matters. This old official also said earlier that Your Majesty has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The Marquis of Yong'an should naturally be rewarded for his meritorious deeds and punished for his wrongdoings. Li nodded and said in a low voice, Good. What a good reward for meritorious deeds and punishment for wrongdoings. Men, immediately summon the Marquis of Yong'an in and let all the civil and military officials in the court judge whether the Marquis of Yong'an meritorious deeds or wrongdoings today. Your Majesty, you must not. In the court, how can there be an official carrying armor and riding a horse to the palace? Wei Zheng was shocked and hurriedly said. Li waved his hand and said, We have already made up our mind. Whether it is meritorious deeds or wrongdoings, after the Marquis of Yong'an enters the palace, everyone can judge then. Wei Zheng was helpless and could only retreat. His heart was filled with questions. He did not understand why Li Zishuan would do such a disrespectful thing to ruin his future when he clearly had a bright future ahead of him. Second brother, this little Xian will be fine, right? Cheng Yaojin had an anxious face as he asked Qin Qiong softly. Qin Qiong shook his head and said, Jijie, don't be impatient. Look at the situation first, it might not be a bad thing. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin could only calm down and quietly wait for Li Zishuan to enter the palace. Among the civil officials, Zhongsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the rest were all silent, making it impossible to know what they were thinking in their heart. Da. Not long later, a series of crisp da sounds came from outside the palace. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a knight dressed in silver full-body armor, holding a cold lance in his hand, riding a warhorse wrapped in horse armor and slowly walking into the palace. Bang bang bang! Facing such an awe-inspiring yet strange cavalry, many of the civil officials retreated a few steps in fright. And in the military officials' camp, many of the generals' eyes lit up when they saw the steel cavalry. It was like the light in a wolf's eyes when it saw its prey. Bang! Arriving in front of the officials, the steel cavalry nimbly jumped down from the horse and fastened the lance to the saddle. He cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan and said, This subject Li Zishuan greets your majesty. Today, I brought the armor and warhorse to court mainly for a reason. I hope your majesty can forgive me. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They weren't shocked by Li Zishuan's words, but by the fact that Li Zishuan had dismounted from his horse and cupped his fists in one smooth motion, without the slightest hesitation. This caused the civil and military officials, especially the generals, to almost cry out in shock. Li was also an expert in military formations, so how could he not see Li Zishuan's extraordinary armor? He waved his hand and said, Marquis Yong'an, there's no need to be so polite. What kind of armor are you wearing? Li asked even though he already knew the answer. A few days ago, Li Zishuan had told him about the new armor. Now that he asked again, he was mainly asking on behalf of the civil and military officials. Li Zishuan also roughly understood Li's meaning. He cupped his fists and replied, Your Majesty, this subject is wearing the latest vanadium steel plate armor made by the workshop. This armor is not only lighter than the radiant armor, its defensive power and defensive range are also far superior to the radiant armor. This plate armor can withstand all kinds of damage from swords and arrows. Together with the armored warhorse, a cavalry like this can rampage on the battlefield, sweeping everything in their path. Plate armor. After hearing Li Zishuan's introduction, the faces of the officials in the hall changed as they whispered among themselves. What? This plate armor is actually lighter than the radiant armor? How is this possible? That's right. This plate armor clearly covers the entire body, while the radiant armor only protects the key areas. How can the plate armor be lighter than the radiant armor? But this plate armor truly is very nimble. Just now, the Marquis of Yong'an jumped down from his horse. This means that the plate armor doesn't affect his normal movement. Just this point alone is already very powerful. After all, it can protect all parts of the body, making it impervious to swords and arrows on the battlefield. It's an invincible existence. If this plate armor can be fully equipped in the army, why should our great Tang fear the Turks? That's right. A plate-armored cavalry like this is completely capable of wiping out the Turks. As the officials were discussing, Duan Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, this subject would like to boldly test out the defensive capabilities of this radiant armor. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately fell silent. The civil and military officials all looked at Li in unison. After a few moments of thought, Li nodded and said, Permitted. Chapter 1443. Marquis Yong'an, are you willing to let this old man try? Inside Taiji Palace. Duan Zishuan turned to Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan, whose entire face was hidden behind the visor, nodded without any hesitation. General Duan, if you want to try it, then go ahead. The purpose of this plate armor is to be used in the army in the future. If we don't test it in advance, then won't we be harming innocent soldiers on the battlefield in the future? Good. Marquis Yong'an is wise. Duan Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan with praise. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zishuan. In addition, Li Zishuan had invented the telegraph to resolve the crisis in Guan City, allowing the reinforcements to rush to the aid of the Black Armored Army. No matter what, Duan Zishuan owed Li Zishuan a favor in this battle. A few days ago, Duan Zishuan, who was busy with the expansion of the Black Armored Army, received news from Li that after the expansion, Li Zishuan's workshop would be responsible for all the equipment. As the commander of the Black Armored Army, Duan Zishuan was only in charge of leading the troops. Even if he had any objections to the logistics arrangements made by Li, he would not voice them out. Now that he had finally seen Li Zishuan forge armor for the black armored troops, how could Duan Zishuan hold himself back? He wanted to test the toughness of this new armor on the spot. Thus, he turned to Li and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, please grant me a sword." Although the Tang people revered martial arts, regardless of whether they knew martial arts or not, they would usually carry a sword when they went out. However, they were in the morning court, and everyone had to hand over their weapons before entering Taiji Palace. Duan Zishuan was no exception. Li thought for a moment, then pointed at the guard who had brought Li Zishuan into the palace and ordered, "He Shengwu, give the sword at your waist to Minister Duan." Li Zishuan wanted to give the Emperor's sword to Duan Zishuan as an experiment, but he remembered that the Emperor's sword was forged by Zhong Yuzhou and was extremely sharp. If Duan Zishuan used the Emperor's sword to pierce through the armor and injure Li Zishuan, that would be bad. The current Great Tang could no longer do without Li Zishuan. Here. How could the guard in front of the palace dare to disagree? He quickly took off the sword from his waist and handed it over to Duan Zishuan. Duan Zishuan took the sword. At this time, Li Zishuan said, "This plate armor is mainly used for cavalry. Only in a battle between cavalry can its superiority be shown. If General Duan is willing, how about we go out and fight?" "Good. This is what you wish for, I dare not ask you." That was what Duan Zishuan was thinking, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Now that he heard Li Zishuan mention it, he couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. "Yes. Good. Since that's the case, then please follow me to the drill grounds to watch the battle between official Duan and the Marquis of Yong'an." Hearing this, Li quickly went with the flow. The officials in the hall naturally had no objections to Li's words. Furthermore, the new plate armor that Li Zishuan had brought today had piqued their curiosity. To be able to watch a battle between a veteran and a new soldier, no one would be unwilling. A few moments later, Li led the officials to the drill ground on the northern side of the imperial city. This was the drill ground of the imperial army, and the choice of this place showed just how important this competition was to Li. At this time, Duan Zishuan was already wearing a Mingguang armor. He held a sharp sword in his hand and rode on a warhorse covered in armor. He was facing off against Li Zishuan with an imposing aura. This was basically a battle between an old cavalry and a new cavalry. Duan Zishuan represented the best cavalry in the world in terms of equipment and battle prowess. Li Zishuan relied on the new armor to become a new cavalry. Whether or not he could defeat Duan Zishuan, the legend of the strongest cavalry, would depend on the following battle. "Marquis of Yong'an, for the sake of fairness, the two of us are not allowed to use internal energy in the following battle. How about we just compete with our moves?" Before the battle began, Duan Zishuan suddenly said. The reason why he said this was, of course, to take care of Li Zishuan, this martial arts junior. Although Li Zishuan was now also in the Grandmaster realm, Duan Zishuan believed that he was also a veteran Grandmaster. Even if they were in the same realm, he could crush Li Zishuan with his advantage of experience. That was why he made this suggestion. However, Duan Zishuan did not know that Li Zishuan was now completely different from him in terms of realm. Especially a few days ago, Li Zishuan had an epiphany at the foot of the Cloud Mountain and touched the threshold of the Grandmaster late stage. Now, his strength was already above Duan Zishuan's. Li Zishuan heard this and did not refuse. He smiled and nodded, "Thank you for your kindness, General Duan." Without using internal energy, just using real swords and spears to compete with each other was more in line with the scene of cavalry charging on the battlefield. It was also better to test the effectiveness of plate armor on the battlefield. After his voice fell, Li Zishuan made a gesture, indicating that Duan Jishuan could start the attack. Higher. Seeing this, Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed. He raised the long sword in his hand and then urged the warhorse under him. One man and one sword rushed toward Li Zishuan with an unstoppable force. Fast. From the moment Duan Jishuan urged the warhorse to the moment he rushed to within 30 feet of Li Zishuan, it was only the blink of an eye. Many officials on the sidelines, especially the civil officials, did not even have time to react. Duan Jishuan's long sword was about to touch Li Zishuan's neck. When killing an enemy on the battlefield, naturally, one had to directly attack the enemy's most vulnerable part. Cutting the throat with a sword was also the simplest and most effective way to kill the enemy. As the commander of the most elite cavalry in the world, Duan Jishuan's kung fu was indeed invincible in the world. Some of the generals could not help but secretly cheer for Duan Jishuan in their hearts. However, Li Zishuan's next reaction surprised everyone. He did not dodge, but directly used the lance in his hand to stab Duan Jishuan's neck. Blood for blood, a life for a life. No one had expected such a desperate fight to the death before the start of the competition. Clang. TSK. Not only did others not expect it, but Duan Jishuan, as one of the parties involved, also did not expect Li Zishuan to use such a method. When he saw Li Zishuan's lance coming toward him, Duan Jishuan quickly adjusted his position on the horse. His entire upper body was slightly tilted back, and Li Zishuan's lance was close to the bridge of his nose and stabbed behind him. After dodging, his sword that was originally going to stab Li Zishuan's neck could only be lightly brushed by Li Zishuan's neck, making a TSK sound. However, this brushing sword did not leave a single mark on Li Zishuan's neck. It was truly inconceivable. Just think about it, if the two of them had not dodged when Duan Jishuan and Li Zishuan had fought to the death, the final outcome would have been Li Zishuan's life and Duan Jishuan's death. This was the key to the strong defense brought by the plate armor. Duan Jishuan's attack did not succeed, so he quickly turned his horse around and slashed at Li Zishuan again. As a general who had fought on horseback for more than 10 years, Duan Jishuan's equestrian skills were naturally much better than Li Zishuan's. Before Li Zishuan had finished turning around, Duan Jishuan's incomparably sharp sword had already slashed at Li Zishuan's back. Clang. Li Zishuan, who was turning around, saw Duan Jishuan's movements from the corner of his eye. After hearing a whistling sound from behind him, Li Zishuan did not panic. Instead, he calmly shrugged his right shoulder and straightforwardly sent his right shoulder under Duan Jishuan's blade. Clang. The loud sound of metal clashing came from the drill ground. Li and the civil and military officials were all stunned. Who in the world would dare to use their shoulder to block a sword like Li Zishuan? But this was not the end. At this moment, Li Zishuan borrowed the force of Duan Jishuan's slash to support himself with one hand on the horse's back and actually completed a beautiful turn. Immediately after, while Duan Jishuan was still shocked by the abnormal defense of the plate armor, Li Zishuan used the sharp vanadium steel horse lance in his hand to fiercely sweep the long sword in Duan Jishuan's hand. Catcher. In front of the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lance, the fine steel sword actually had no resistance and was instantly broken. At this moment, Li Zishuan's big white had already turned its horse around. Li Zishuan then changed direction on the horse's back and looked at Duan Jishuan. General Duan, you've lost. You've lost. On the battlefield, when a soldier's sword was seized or broken, it was basically a declaration of defeat for the soldier. Silence. The drill ground suddenly became quiet. No one had expected Duan Jishuan to lose in this competition, and no one had expected Duan Jishuan to lose so quickly, but with such a result, everyone could only sigh in admiration at Li Zishuan's equipment. This was because in the entire competition, Li Zishuan had completely relied on the almost invincible defense of the plate armor and the invincible attack of the vanadium steel horse lance to defeat Duan Jishuan. In terms of horsemanship, Li Zishuan was far inferior to Duan Jishuan. In terms of strength, everyone also thought that Li Zishuan was inferior to Duan Jishuan. Good. 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 Good armor. Good horse lance. This old man concedes defeat. Duan Jishuan was stunned when he heard this, but he was not upset by his own failure. Instead, he was excited and happy. This was because the better Li Zishuan's equipment was, the more powerful the black armored troops would be in the future. Back then, Li Zishuan was able to lead 3,000 black armored troops to destroy Wang Shichong. Now, Duan Zhishuan felt that if his 5,000 black armored troops could all be equipped like Li Zishuan, he could directly lead them into the lair of the Turk. In any case, you can't break through my defenses, and I can break through your defenses whenever I want. This sort of battle where there was a severe disparity in strength was simply maddening. Duan Zhishuan was already looking forward to beating the Turkic cavalry into a frenzy and grinding them into the ground. Your Majesty, this old subject earnestly requests that the weapons, plate armor, and horse armor made by the Marquis of Yong'an be used in the black-armored troop. Duan Zhishuan looked deeply at Li Zishuan and clasped his hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Granted. My beloved officials, please return to the main hall for the morning assembly." "Yes, Your Majesty." Under Li Zishuan's lead, the officials returned to Taiji Palace and the morning assembly continued. At this moment, Li Zishuan had already removed his visor. The reason why he didn't remove the plate armor completely was because not only was it troublesome to put it on, it was also troublesome to remove it. The various straps on his body had to be removed one by one, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to do it alone in a short period of time. Thus, he could only remove his visor and stand in Taiji Palace for the morning assembly. It was just that it was strange for him to stand in front of the officials in such an attire. What do my beloved officials think of the plate armor and lance presented by the Marquis of Yong'an today? In the morning assembly, Li Zishuan asked calmly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but recall the duel on the training ground. Cheng Yaojin couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and he was the first to step forward and laugh heartily. "Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that the plate armor and lance are very good. First of all, the plate armor can't be pierced by ordinary swords and sabers. It's like wearing a tortoise shell, and no one can hurt you on the battlefield. With this plate armor, our soldiers will die a lot less in the future. Moreover, this lance is too powerful. If we charge into the enemy's formation with this thing and chop the enemy's spears and swords into pieces, how will they fight back then? At that time, who will be a match for us? Thus, Your Majesty, on behalf of the soldiers of the left guard, I also ask Your Majesty for a batch of such armor and lance." When Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, Li Zishuan's face turned green. What did he mean by wearing the plate armor was like wearing a tortoise shell? Wasn't this King cursing him in a roundabout way? When did old Cheng become so immoral? Not only was this fellow immoral, he actually wanted equipment for the tens of thousands of soldiers of the left guard. Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Old Cheng, you're really thinking too much. Your Majesty, you mustn't." At this moment, Xiao Yu stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. "Your Majesty, although the plate armor's defensive power is better than the Mingguang armor, it must consume a lot of steel to make, right? If Your Majesty is like the black-armored army and only uses a small amount of it in the army, it may be possible because the money in the national treasury can still meet Your Majesty's needs. However, Your Majesty is doing things according to Lu Gong's wishes and using the so-called printing of all the plate armor. I'm afraid you'll have to empty the treasury of Chang'an City. It's quite militaristic. I hope Your Majesty will reconsider." At this moment, Li Jing also stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the plate armor made by the Marquis of Yong'an can not only protect the whole body, it also doesn't affect the body's flexibility. These are 2 points that the Mingguang armor can't compare to. In addition, the lance of the Marquis of Yong'an is far sharper than ordinary weapons. If such technology can be used in the army, it will be a blessing for the Tang Empire. However, Your Majesty must also control your actions. You must not use it all to enter the treasury and use it all to forge weapons." Chapter 1444. I know what you are all worried about. I am not a cruel and merciless ruler. Even though the plate armor and vanadium steel horse lances are good, I will only equip them for the black-armored army. Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong'an is willing to provide all the equipment for the black-armored army with his own strength. In the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw Li Jing, Xiao Yu, and the other important officials step forward to persuade him. He couldn't help but smile. The moment he said those words, all of the officials turned to look at Li Zishuan. The armor and equipment of thousands of cavalrymen were all on a single person. No matter how one looked at it, the amount of metal required to make these armor and equipment was at least 200,000 jin. In the entire Great Tang, there were no more than 3 people who could take out so much metal. Coincidentally, Li Zhuan was one of them. Besides, excluding the cost of steel, the cost of labor was definitely not a small sum. This was especially so for the plate armor and vanadium steel horse lances. The cost of labor and equipment needed to manufacture a few thousand sets of armor would definitely be an astronomical figure. Li Zhuan was willing to provide so much manpower, resources, and wealth for the Black Armored Army. How could they not be shocked? If Li had said it to anyone else, the officials would have probably cursed the other party without hesitation. However, since Li said it was Li Zhuan, the officials had no choice but to believe him, because Li Zhuan did have the financial resources and the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion did have the ability to do so. However, they couldn't understand why Li Zhuan was willing to pay such a huge price to provide the Black Armored Army with equipment for free. Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Zhuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every man. As the Marquis of Great Tang, I naturally have to share your burdens. In the current world, Great Tang's strength is unparalleled. However, the Turks in the north are still like a pack of ferocious wolves, eyeing Great Tang's territory. This official's honor and disgrace are all bestowed upon me by your majesty. All of this official's wealth comes from Great Tang. When the country is in danger, let alone these several thousand sets of armor, even if you ask this subject to use all of his wealth to support the Great Tang army, this subject will not object. Only with a country can one have a home. If the Great Tang cannot defeat the Turks, what is the use of this subject's wealth? Li Zhuan's speech was impassioned and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. All the officials looked at Li Zhuan with admiration, excitement, and respect. The people of Great Tang were prideful. This was an era in which the honor of a nation was unprecedented. Today, Li Zhuan's speech had caused many people in the court to be overwhelmed with emotion. Li Zhuan's image in the eyes of all the officials instantly soared. Ever since Great Tang pacified the north and defeated the Turks to rescue Liang Shidu last month, the entire Great Tang seemed to have entered a state of preparation for war. This was especially so for the officials of the court. Everyone knew that a fierce battle would soon break out between Great Tang and the Turks. At this critical juncture, Li Zhuan had offered the peerless armor and divine weapons. Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to provide the equipment for Great Tang's trump-card cavalry, the Black Armored Army. This not only inspired the officials, but also made them feel deep admiration for Li Zhuan. The Marquis of Yong'an serves the country wholeheartedly. This old man admires you for your righteousness. Wei Zheng, who had been clamoring to impeach Li Zhuan an hour ago, was the first to jump out. He first clasped his hands to Li Zhuan in admiration, and then he bowed to Li. Your Majesty, the rise and fall of the realm is the responsibility of every man. The words of the Marquis of Yong'an have deeply moved this old subject. This subject has decided that, starting from today, as long as the Great Tang does not destroy the Turks, this subject will not receive a salary. This subject is willing to use all of his salary in the future to forge weapons and armor for the soldiers of Great Tang. In Wei Zheng's view, if Li Zhuan, a rising official of the court, was willing to do so much for the Great Tang, then how could he, an old official of the empire, remain indifferent at a time like this? With the country and people at stake, Wei Zheng could also act like Li Zhuan and not care about personal gains and losses. Imperial father, this son is willing to take out half of the Eastern Palace's allowance each month to buy weapons and armor for the soldiers of the Great Tang. Li Chengqian, who had been standing below Li, stepped forward and clasped his hands. As the heir to the throne of the Great Tang, his words had an extraordinary meaning. Your Majesty, this subject is also willing to cut his own salary to support the Great Tang in the war against the Turk. At this moment, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui stepped forward and clasped their hands towards Li. This old subject is also willing to cut his own salary and give all of the iron mines of the Zhongsun family to the Marquis of Yong'an for free to forge divine weapons and destroy the Turk. Zhongsun Wuji stepped forward and said. Speaking of which, Zhongsun Wuji was truly the pride of the entire clan. It was all related to the great Tang and the royal family. He was a relative of the royal family. His sister was the Empress of the Great Tang, and his nephew was the current heir to the throne of the Great Tang, the future emperor of the Great Tang. Thus, when it came to donating money, Zhongsun Wuji didn't hesitate at all. The only thing that made him a little depressed was that the first to jump out to donate money was Li Zishuan. At most, he was just adding flowers to the brocade, not providing charcoal in snowy weather. Be it adding flowers to the brocade or providing charcoal in snowy weather, at such a crucial moment, no one dared to drop the ball. At this moment, all of the officials and generals in the court bowed and said, "This subject is also willing to cut his own salary to help the Great Tang forge divine weapons and destroy the Turk." Seeing that a good morning court assembly was about to turn into a donation gathering, Li was touched. At the same time, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, "My dear subjects, I appreciate your patriotism. However, the imperial court isn't in such a difficult situation that I have to rely on the salaries of all of you to survive. Thus, don't mention about cutting your salary. All of you only need to do your duty well, and the Great Tang will definitely grow stronger and defeat the Turks." Benefiting from the rapid development of maritime trade in the south, the Great Tang's current financial situation was still very healthy. At the very least, they didn't lack money or rations. Thus, Li didn't have any intention of cutting his own officials' salaries. Hearing this, the officials hesitated for a moment before clasping their hands and saying in unison, "This subject will do our best to assist your majesty to create a prosperous era and defeat the enemies of the universe." Li was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Good. Let us work together to create a prosperous era. What is there to fear about the mere Turks? Your Majesty is wise." The civil and military officials shouted in unison. At this moment, Li Zishuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, other than plate armor and vanadium steel horse lance, this subject will also present vanadium steel horse armor and horseshoes." Li frowned and said, "This vanadium steel horse armor, we have seen it just now. It is indeed very useful for cavalry to charge, but what is this horseshoes? Why didn't we see it just now?" Li Zishuan was about to explain, but Duan Zishuan beat him to it and said, "Your Majesty, this subject guesses that the horseshoes mentioned by the Marquis of Yong and should be something that is wrapped around the hooves of horses. Just now, when this subject was fighting with the Marquis of Yong, I noticed that the hooves of his warhorse seemed to be wrapped with some sort of metal. I think that it should be the horseshoes that the Marquis of Yong'an was talking about." As the commander of the Black Armored Army, Duan Zishuan's observation of horses was undoubtedly more meticulous. Thus, he was able to notice such an inconspicuous detail. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "General Duan has good eyesight. The horse that I was riding just now did indeed have metal wrapped around its hooves." Saying so, he clasped his hands to Li and said, "Your Majesty, in this subject's view, people need to wear shoes, and horses also need to wear shoes. When a horse wears shoes made of metal, not only will it not affect its running, it will also greatly reduce the wear and tear of the horse's hooves. Every year, tens of thousands of horses in my Great Tang will be abandoned due to the wear and tear of their hooves. If all the horses are nailed with horseshoes, this subject dares to guarantee that the average lifespan of the horses will be extended by at least 2 years. With these words, the officials were once again shaken, and they couldn't help but discuss in private. A moment later, Xiao Yu stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, if the Marquis of Yong'an's words are true, then this subject suggests that we immediately implement horseshoes in the army. Every year, tens of thousands of warhorses are eliminated due to the wear and tear of their hooves, and this is especially true for the warhorses on the front lines. If horseshoes can really protect the hooves of the horses, it will save the Great Tang countless amounts of money every year. At the very least, we can save 20% of our military expenditure." As the butler of the Great Tang, Xiao Yu helped Li manage the country's purse. He knew better than anyone else just how much of the annual expenditure of the imperial court on the military was used to purchase warhorses. Thus, when he heard Li Zishuan introduce the use of horseshoes, Xiao Yu was more excited than anyone else. Military expenditure will be reduced by 20%. Hearing these words, not only did many of the officials in the imperial court reveal expressions of shock, even Li Er, who was seated at the head of the table, could not remain calm. Old Li straightened his body and looked at Li Zeshuan, asking, "Marquis of Eternal Peace, are you certain that not only will this horseshoe not harm the horseshoe, it will instead protect the horseshoe?" Li Zeshuan clasped his hands and said, "This subject is extremely certain. Big White, which this subject was riding just now, is a living example. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can have someone bring Big White in. At that time, whether or not the horseshoes will harm the hooves, everyone will know with a single look." Li Er also wanted to take a closer look at how the horseshoes looked like. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Permitted." A eunuch went out to help Li Zeshuan lead the horse. After a while, Big White finally stood on the imperial court. 4 strong men came from the side and wanted to work together to overturn Big White. However, they were stopped by Li Zeshuan with a wave of his hand. Li Zeshuan stroked the tuft of hair beside Big White's neck and whispered something into Big White's ear. Following which, a miraculous scene appeared. Big White snorted and rubbed its head against Li Zeshuan's arm. Then, Big White bent its legs and sat on the ground. Following which, it nimbly flipped over and lay on its back with its 4 hooves facing the sky. Big White understood human nature. This was already discovered by Li Zeshuan when he exterminated the group of mountain bandits at Mount Baimang last year. After that, he often trained Big White intentionally or unintentionally and cultivated the tacit understanding between them. Thus, this scene appeared. Everyone in the imperial court, including Li Er, was stunned. At this moment, Li Zeshuan said, "Your Majesty and all the ministers, please take a look. Is there a horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves?" Wei Zheng, Xiao Yu, Duan Jishuan, Cheng Yarojin, Zhongsun Wuji, and a dozen other important ministers took the lead to take a look. After looking, Duan Jishuan couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder and said, "There is indeed a shoe made of steel nailed to the horse's hooves. However, in the battle with me just now, this horse's hooves were quite nimble and there were no signs of injury at all. Truly miraculous. That's right. Why didn't I, old Cheng, think of nailing a piece of metal to the horse's hooves in the past? This toy is good. However, little Xian, I, old Cheng, am more interested in your horse riding skills just now. If you have time, you must teach this old man." Cheng Yarojin laughed loudly and said. Li Zeshuan replied, "Uncle Cheng, this horse riding skill is just a small trick. As long as one is familiar with the horse, anyone can do what this nephew did just now." Cheng Yarojin naturally didn't believe it. However, before he could say anything, Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had already walked down. After looking at Big White's hooves for a while, he said, "These horseshoes are indeed good stuff. However, with a piece of metal embedded in the hooves, does the horse really not feel any pain?" Li Zeshuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, actually, the dark outer layer of the horse's hooves is a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There are no blood vessels in it, just like a human's fingernail. Therefore, when the horseshoe is nailed, the horse doesn't feel any pain at all. Under normal circumstances, if a horse gallops for too long or if the road is too bumpy, it will cause the hard cuticle on the horse's hooves to be quickly worn away and split open. This way, the horse will become lame and unable to walk. This is why this subject wants to wear shoes for Big White to reduce the wear and tear on its hooves." Li Er roughly understood Li Zeshuan's meaning and said in realization, "So that's how it is." Then, Li Er returned to the dragon throne. He looked at the officials in the hall and pondered for a moment before saying, "Beloved official Yang, hear the decree tilde." Yang Lied stepped forward and cupped his hands. "This subject receives the decree." Li Er said in a deep voice, "Order the Ministry of Works to immediately rush out a batch of horseshoes. From now on, all the war horses on the Tang Empire's front lines must be nailed with horseshoes." Yang Lied bowed and said, "This subject receives the decree." Li Er nodded and then looked at Li Zeshuan. Li Zeshuan was delighted. "Is old Li going to reward me?" Li Er didn't know what Li Zeshuan was thinking. He said expressionlessly, "Marquis Yong'en, come forward and hear the decree. This subject, Li Zeshuan, hears the decree." Li Zeshuan cupped his hands in anticipation. Unexpectedly, Li Er said, Marquis Yong'an has contributed plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes. You have contributed greatly. In view of your knowledge of military affairs, I hereby appoint you as the Black Armored Army's registrar. You will assist Duan Jishuan in quickly replacing the Black Armored Army's equipment. You will also incorporate the new equipment and come up with new training methods and battle tactic. What? You want me to become an registrar in the Black Armored Army? Hearing this, Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded. Not only was he stunned, but so were all the officials in the imperial court. After all, Li Zishuan had always been a civil official. After entering the imperial court, Li Zishuan's resume had been from the Imperial College's doctorate to the Yanghuang College's Yamacho to the Crown Prince John Shi to the Crown Prince's junior guardian to the Marquis of Yong'an. He had started his career as a civil official. But now, Li had appointed Li Zishuan as the registrar. Wasn't this branding? Your Majesty, this subject feels that this is inappropriate. Before Li Zishuan could voice his objection, Wei Zheng had already started to scold him. He had spoken. Chapter 1445. UN. Beloved official Wei, is there anything wrong with my conferment? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Wei Zheng jumped out to oppose Li Zishuan the moment Li announced his decision to confer the title to Li Zishuan. This made old Li extremely displeased, and at the same time, furious. After all, this was a decision he had made after careful consideration. It was undeniable that Li Zishuan's talent in engineering was unparalleled. Furthermore, during his time as the Yamacho of Yanghuang College, he had been extremely diligent. However, on the other hand, Li Zishuan's attainments in martial arts and military affairs weren't lacking either. Firstly, his martial arts realm had surpassed all of his peers, and even the majority of the older generation couldn't compare to him. Secondly, the invention of plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes, as well as his suggestion to attack Liang Shidu, all of these showed that Li Zishuan was talented in military strategy. He was a good seedling. Apart from that, Li felt that a martial arts expert who was well versed in engineering was someone who was born for war. After quelling the rebellion in the city in the 3rd month, Li had a deep understanding of the importance of engineering in war. The Turks were powerful, and they had millions of soldiers who could control their bowstrings. If they could use the most advanced engineering in war, Li felt that Great Tang's chances of victory would be even greater. Li Zishuan was the perfect combination of engineering and military affairs. This was why Li decided to appoint Li Zishuan as the military secretary. He wanted to see what kind of different sparks could be created from the clash between engineering and military affairs. It had to be said that Li's mind was open enough and his ideas were bold enough. He did not see new things as different. Instead, he thought about how to make use of new things. If it was any other emperor, they probably would not have such a tolerant heart. Facing Li's questioning, Wei Zheng wasn't afraid at all. He clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this old subject doesn't deny that the Marquis of Yong'an has outstanding literary talent and vast knowledge. Thus, even though he was appointed as the junior guardian of the Crown Prince at such a young age, this old subject didn't have any objections. But the military would determine the rise and fall of the Great Tang. The Marquis of Yong'an was skilled in civil affairs, so how could he be so rashly sent into the army? The consequences would be unimaginable if we were to delay the war." Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Li Zishuan, who was standing beside Wei Zheng, couldn't help but frown. Although Li Zishuan had never thought of joining the army before, Wei Zheng had made him sound so unbearable. Li Zishuan was a little unconvinced. Just as he was about to refute, Cheng Yaojin spoke first. "Bah! Wei Xiancheng, don't try to flaunt your seniority here." When Cheng Yaojin heard that Li Zishuan was going to be the military secretary of the Black Armored Army, he was very happy. Because from the beginning, old Cheng wanted to let Li Zishuan gain experience in the army, because the Tang Empire valued military achievements a lot. So when he saw Wei Zheng jump out to object, how could Cheng Yaojin hold back? He quickly jumped out and unceremoniously retorted. "The Marquis of Yong'an studied under spiritual master Ling Shu, and his martial arts attainments are not below mine. Moreover, because of Han Tianhu, the Marquis of Yong'an is a relative of the medicine master. If he wants to learn the art of war, won't he be able to learn it at any time? Also, the previous rebellion in Guan City and the punitive expedition to Liang Shidu, these two battles were won so smoothly because of the Marquis of Yong'an's contribution. Such a good general seedling, why did you, Wei Xiancheng, call him a weak scholar who doesn't know anything about military affairs? Li Jing, who rarely attended morning court, didn't expect to be used as a scapegoat. He couldn't help but shake his head, but he didn't refute. If it was really as Cheng Yaojin said, if Li Zishuan wanted to ask him for advice on the art of war, he probably wouldn't refuse. Wei Zhang's face flushed red as he refuted, Duke Lu, you are twisting words and forcing logic. During the rebellion in Guan City and the punitive expedition to Liang Shidu, the Marquis of Yong'an did make a great contribution, but that was only behind-the-scenes planning. The Marquis of Yong'an is not good at war. If His Majesty forcibly places the Marquis of Yong'an in the Black Armored Army, it will only backfire. In fact, the reason why Wei Zhang was so vehemently against Li Zishuan joining the army was because he had a certain selfish motive. He admired Li Zishuan very much and hoped that Li Zishuan would have a better development in the field of civil affairs. Not to mention anything else, as long as Li Zishuan could develop Yanghuang College well, it would definitely benefit countless people. However, Li Er suddenly wanted Li Zishuan to join the army. How could Wei Zheng bear to let such a good seedling be buried in the army? Cheng Yaojin grinned and sneered, Wei Xiancheng, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of position the registrar of the army is. Marching and fighting is the job of the great general. What does it have to do with the registrar of the army? In my opinion, with the Marquis of Yong'an's current ability, he is more than qualified to be a 6th-rank registrar of the army. When Wei Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He was having a great time just now and had almost forgotten about this point. Li Jing took this opportunity to step forward and said, the registrar of the army is a subordinate of the great general. He is in charge of the great general's records, and he is responsible for investigating good and evil. He is also responsible for strategizing for the great general. From this point of view, the registrar of the army is an official position in the army that is biased towards civil officials. For someone like the Marquis of Yong'an who is full of talent and knows a little about military affairs, that is the most suitable position. This, Wei Zhang didn't expect that Li Jing, who had always kept a low profile, would actually express his opinion on this matter. He couldn't help but be caught off guard. Li Er, who was watching from the sidelines, saw that the time was ripe and announced, what the medicine master said makes sense. When I appointed Li Zishuan as the registrar of the Black Armored Army, I also had this consideration. Furthermore, the Black Armored Army is the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang Empire. This time, for the Black Armored Army to change their equipment, it must be handled by Li Zishuan personally. Therefore, there is no need to discuss this matter further. Marquis of Yong'an, are you willing to be the registrar of the Black Armored Army? After saying this, Li Er's pair of tiger eyes stared unwaveringly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan instantly felt a sense of pressure. This was because he wasn't mentally prepared to be the registrar of the Black Armored Army. Li Zishuan glanced at Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the two of them nodding vigorously at him, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth, stepped forward and bowed. This subject is willing to share your Majesty's worries and contribute to the Black Armored Army. However, this subject isn't willing to give up on Yanghuang College. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to take on 2 positions at the same time. Back when the Great Tang Army pacified Shurofeng City, Li Zishuan had a premonition that he would participate in the future war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Now, he could make use of this opportunity to participate in the military preparations of the Great Tang Empire. Only by personally participating in the war could he be at ease. As the Turks were too powerful, the Great Tang didn't have a 100% chance of winning against them. At most, it was 50-50. According to the official history, the Great Tang Empire defeated the Turks in the 3rd year of Zhongguan. However, the current Great Tang had deviated from the original history in many areas. Only the heavens knew if the Great Tang Empire could still achieve victory in this war. Thus, for the sake of insurance, Li Zexuan had to participate in the Tang army's preparations to increase the odds of victory for the Great Tang. Only when the scales of victory were completely tilted in the Great Tang's favor, turning the odds of victory from 50-50 to 70-30, or even to none, would Li Zexuan feel at ease. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to make a move when the war was disadvantageous to the Great Tang Empire. It was because of this consideration that Li Zexuan agreed to this task. Otherwise, with his mischievous personality that would never stand if he could lie down, it was impossible for him to find trouble for himself. Good. This emperor approves. Hearing this, not only were Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing overjoyed, Li was also overjoyed. He laughed loudly and said, Duan Zixuan, this emperor will transfer the Marquis of Yong'an into the Black Armored Army. You have to work together with him to build the Black Armored Army into the world's #1 cavalry. If the Black Armored Army's battle prowess is not up to this emperor's expectations, this emperor will hold you accountable. Duan Zixuan's heart skipped a beat, but at the same time, a sense of pride rose in his chest. He clasped his fists and said solemnly, This official will do his best to build the world's #1 cavalry for your majesty. Li nodded and said, If there is nothing else to report, the court is dismissed. After he finished speaking, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but he turned his gaze to Li Zexuan. If he remembered correctly, Li Zexuan should have something important to report in the morning court. Feeling Emperor Li's gaze, Li Zexuan was taken aback. However, he quickly reacted and clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, this official still has something to report. Hearing this, all the officials in the hall turned to look at Li Zexuan. Today's morning court was really lively. It had been going on since around 7 in the morning and the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Many of the officials who had not eaten breakfast were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. Originally, when they heard Li's words, everyone thought that the court was going to be dismissed. However, at this crucial moment, the main character of the morning court, Li Zexuan, interfered. This morning court was really full of twists and turns. Oh! What other matters does the Marquis of Yong'an have? Say it quickly. Li pretended to be curious and asked even though he already knew the answer. Li Zexuan said loudly, Your Majesty, this official requests to restructure Yanghuang College into the School of Engineering and the School of Medicine. As the name suggests, the School of Engineering specializes in engineering while the School of Medicine specializes in medicine. Although the two schools belong to Yanghuang College, they are completely separated. This official intends to use the teaching method of the Imperial Physician Department to open the School of Medicine. When the time comes, this official will not only recruit men who are interested in medicine, but also women who are slightly knowledgeable in medicine and come from medical family. This official requests for Your Majesty's permission. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the imperial court, except for Li, looked at Li Zexuan in shock. Letting women enroll in the college, he really dared to dream. Many of the officials could not help but sigh in their hearts. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Kong Ingda stood up angrily and reprimanded, Marquis Yong'an, this old man will not stop you if you want to develop engineering in Yunshan, because your engineering can indeed bring a lot of convenience to the people of Tang Empire. But to let male and female students cohabit in the same college, this old man will definitely not agree. Since ancient times, there has always been a difference between men and women. If men and women are allowed to study together in the same academy, not only will it be immoral, it will also go against the Confucian school's 5 relationships, and it will also ruin the reputation of women. This old man will definitely not agree to this. As a descendant of Confucius, Kong Ingda was naturally the staunchest defender of Confucianism. Although he was different from those narrow-minded scholars who rejected other schools of thought, he would not make any concessions in terms of the moral principles of men and women. Li Zexuan retorted, Chancellor Kong, I have already said that before the School of Medicine enrolls students, I will order people to completely separate the School of Engineering from the School of Engineering. In the future, this School of Medicine will be like the Imperial Physician Department, specializing in cultivating doctors who are interested in medicine. There will be no gender distinction in front of doctors, and the Imperial Physician Department will also recruit many female students every year. Why can't my School of Medicine enroll them? Although he did not get along well with Kong Ingda in the past, today he was only discussing the matter as it was and not specifically going against Kong Ingda for revenge. Kong Ingda did not back down and said, "The Imperial Physician Department is the Imperial Physician Department, your School of Medicine is the School of Medicine. The Imperial Physician Department recruits female students to cultivate female medical officers for the nobles in the palace. Why does your School of Medicine recruit female students?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course it is to treat the common women. The Imperial Physician Department trains female medical officers for the nobles in the palace, so why can't the School of Medicine train female doctors for the common women?" Bao Jiyu of the Eastern Jin dynasty had excellent medical skills and was meticulous. She was good at acupuncture and was famous for treating tumors and warts. She followed her husband Ji Xianwang to Mount Luofu in Guangdong for a long time to refine pills and practice medicine. She treated the people and helped the people. Her reputation spread far and wide in the Lingnan area and her name went down in history. As a great scholar, why can't Chancellor Kong tolerate the thousands of female doctors who aspire to become Bao Jiyu in his eyes? His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. The men in this world are His Majesty's people, so are the women. If a woman is sick, don't they need a female doctor? Hearing this, Kong Ingda was momentarily at a loss for words. However, after pausing for a moment, he still stubbornly said, "It is said that one can't hide their illness for fear of treatment. If a woman is sick, so what if she is treated by a male doctor? Furthermore, there is no lack of female doctors in the world today. There is no need for your School of Medicine to do something superfluous." Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, "Chancellor Kong, you just said that there is a difference between men and women. Now you are saying that one can't hide their illness for fear of treatment. Aren't you contradicting yourself? If a woman is sick with a very private illness, in order to protect her reputation, she would rather die of her illness than seek treatment from a male doctor. At that time, what would you say, Chancellor Kong?" Kong Ingda was instantly speechless. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court were silent. Firstly, Li Zishuan had entered the palace today to present plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance and other new equipment. He had also shouldered the logistics of the Black Armored Army by himself, greatly increasing the military strength of the Black Armored Army. No one could deny such a contribution. At this time, if they stood out to reject Li Zishuan's suggestion, it would seem unreasonable. Secondly, which family didn't have a woman? Li Zishuan's words were right. Some women's private illnesses were indeed not suitable for a male doctor to treat. Therefore, in their hearts, they actually hoped that Yanghuang College's School of Medicine could cultivate more female doctors. Chapter 1446. In this debate regarding Yanghuang College's recruitment of female students, Li Zishuan won by a very small margin. The reason for his victory was mainly because Li Zishuan had performed a great service today. In addition, there was the precedent of the Imperial Medical Department. As long as Yanghuang College separated the medical department, it was basically equivalent to a second Imperial Medical Department. The only difference was that the Imperial Medical Department served the Imperial Court, while his Imperial Medical Department served the common people. After Li announced in front of the civil and military officials that Yanghuang College's medical department could recruit female students, he ordered the court to withdraw. The civil and military officials, who had long been hungry, hurriedly withdrew from the Taiji Palace and returned to their homes. "Marquis Yong'en, have you thought it through? Do you really plan to join the Black Armored Army?" Wei Zheng suddenly asked when he passed by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and nodded. "That's right. This Marquis has already decided. Cavalry is what we need the most in the grasslands. If we can build the Black Armored Army into an invincible force, our chances of victory in the future war with the Turks will be much higher." When Wei Zheng heard this, he still felt that Li Zishuan was taking things for granted. He shook his head and sighed deeply. "Ari, you're still thinking too simply. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing and complicated. It's not that easy to deal with. You're full of talent. You should be concentrating on teaching and educating people, but now you're going to join the Black Armored Army. What a pity. What a pity." After saying this, Old Wei sighed and left with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan wanted to refute, but Wei Zheng had already walked far away. However, Wei Zheng's attitude towards him now seemed a little strange. It felt like heroes sympathizing with each other. This made him feel a little puzzled. He thought to himself, when did Wei Zheng start treating me so well? Hey, little Xian, don't listen to Wei Xuancheng's nonsense. While he was deep in thought, Cheng Yaojin's laughter suddenly came from behind him. Old Cheng quickly walked to Li Zishuan's side and said, Wei Xiancheng, that stubborn old man, wants to keep you in the court to promote culture and education so that you can be an upright civil official whose name will go down in history. But Xiaoxian, with your martial arts and strategy, wouldn't it be a pity if you don't help our Tang Empire pacify the four sides? Aya, it's a pity that His Majesty didn't arrange for you to join this old man's left guard camp. However, Duanji Xian's Black Armored Army isn't bad either. It's a good place to gain experience. Little Xian, you definitely won't regret going there. Old Cheng had always had high hopes for Li Zishuan when it came to military affairs. However, Li Zishuan wasn't interested in joining the military in the beginning. In addition, he was the only child of the old Li family, so old Cheng couldn't persuade him. Now, with Li Er's push, Li Zishuan had finally entered the military. Old Cheng was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, in his opinion, how could promoting science and education be more satisfying than going to war and killing enemies? When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled slightly and said, this nephew understand. As the saying goes, men should be hot-blooded. Serving the country isn't just one way to promote science and education. Going to war and killing enemies is also considered serving the country. Haha. Little Xian is right. However, you're proficient in both civil and military affairs. Even if the situation is special, it's best that you don't fall behind in both civil and military affairs. Qin Qiong had unknowingly followed behind the two of them and chuckled. He looked at the problem more comprehensively and profoundly than Cheng Yaojin. He knew that Yanghuang College was likely to become Li Zishuan's strong foundation in the Tang Empire in the future. Therefore, he felt that while Li Zishuan joined the military, he shouldn't give up on Yanghuang College's career. After all, since ancient times, the country had been founded by martial arts and ruled by civil letters. Once the world was completely settled, the role of military generals in the imperial court would become smaller and smaller. At that time, promoting science and education would be the way to go. Uncle Qin, you're right. This nephew is indeed planning to do so. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, That's for the best. The few of them left the palace and went home separately. As Li Zishuan's main task for joining the Black Armored Army this time was to let the soldiers of the Black Armored Army get used to the new equipment and practice the tactics that were compatible with the new equipment. However, the Black Armored Army only needed a few sets of the new equipment and was far from being able to mass-produce them. Therefore, Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to report to the military camp and be on duty. After handing over the plate armor and lance to Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan urged his horse and headed towards the east gate of Chang'an City. However, as he was wearing plate armor when he entered the city in the morning, he was still recognized by many citizens. Therefore, as he walked on the streets, many citizens stared at Li Zishuan without blinking as if they were looking at a rare species. Li Zishuan felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. Therefore, he hurriedly increased the speed of his horse, wanting to leave Chang'an City as soon as possible. Nay Boss Lin . When he was about to reach the Yanqing gate, Li Zishuan suddenly saw a familiar person through the window of a carriage beside him. He stopped his horse and greeted him. That's right, this person was the first batch of members of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan. Li Zishuan could still remember Lin Wenyuan's son, Lin Hao, calling him Grandmaster in order to fool the guards and watch the fireworks on Yunshan Mountain. Marquis . You just finished your morning court session, right? I was just about to go to Yunshan Mountain to visit you . Lin Wenyuan was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly asked the coachman to stop the carriage, opened the curtains, and jumped off the carriage. He cupped his hands and greeted Li Zishuan. As everyone knew, although Li Zishuan was a noble, he did not attend morning court sessions. Moreover, after Yanghuang College was built last year, Li Zishuan did not live in Chang'an City. Therefore, when he saw that the person outside the carriage was really Li Zishuan, Lin Wenyuan was a little surprised. Achem. Boss Lin is looking for me. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat as he asked curiously. Lin Wenyuan was a little embarrassed. There are some trivial matters, but the weather is hot now. Marquis, if you don't mind, please come to the carriage for a chat. I will go to Lantien County to visit Boss Cao in a while. After Lantien County announced a series of preferential policies for merchants, Cao Wendong moved his entire family to Lantien County. Therefore, if Lin Wenyuan wanted to see Cao Wendong now, he had to go to Lantien County. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Then let's go to Lantien County together. Marquis, please, Lin Wenyuan said happily. Li Zishuan smiled and did not refuse. He turned around and handed Big White to Pang Feiji, then went straight to the Lin family carriage. As one of the first members of the Yang Huang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan's carriage was naturally very luxurious. This was a special edition Don't Touch Me carriage that was custom-made from the Strange Interest Pavilion. Compared to other Don't Touch Me carriages, Lin Wenyuan's carriage had more space inside. Of course, the interior was also more luxurious. Although this was the case, Li Zishuan did not have the time to care about this. After he sat down, he directly asked after sitting down, Boss Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you say it now? Lin Wenyuan immediately smiled apologetically. Marquis, please forgive me. You have to waste your time on me despite your busy schedule. I feel very uneasy. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted. There's no need to be so courteous. I've known Boss Lin for a long time. Boss Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Wenyuan knew that Li Zishuan was the kind of person who did not like to beat around the bush. Hearing this, he said directly, Marquis, it's like this. This morning, I heard that you created a kind of immortal carriage that does not require human or animal power to move quickly. Is this true? Li Zishuan could roughly guess what Lin Wenyuan wanted to say. His eyes flashed and he said, that thing is not called an immortal carriage. There are no immortals in this world. That carriage is called an electric bicycle. I modified the original bicycle and changed it from the front wheel to the rear wheel. Then, with the help of the workshop's special electric motor and lead-acid battery, the bicycle can rely on electricity to move quickly. As for the name Immortal Carriage that the people gave to the electric bicycle, although it sounded very domineering, Li Zishuan did not like it because he felt that the name contained too much superstition. Even though his soul had somehow transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan still did not believe in the existence of immortals in this world. Therefore, he would definitely not use the name Immortal Chariot in the future. Especially now that engineering had developed to a certain extent, many people had begun to truly understand this world. Li Zishuan did not wish to become a theologian when all his students had become propagators of engineering. I see. After listening to Li Zishuan, Lin Wenyuan could not help but be enlightened. Then, he asked tentatively, Marquis, I wonder if you plan to sell this electric bicycle to the public in the future? Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. He thought for a moment and said, if the electric bicycle wants to run for a long time, it must be charged with lead-acid batteries. Before the power lines are widely available, the electric bicycle cannot be sold. Lin Wenyuan was a little disappointed when he heard this. Li Zishuan saw this and asked, it seems that Boss Lin wants to make money from the electric bicycle. No. Lin Wenyuan was shocked and quickly waved his hand. Marquis, please understand. I did not mean that. The bicycle that the workshop made previously has already made me a lot of money. I do not dare to have any other thoughts. Now, I just want to help Marquis with his worries. Help me with my worries? What do you mean? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Lin Wenyuan swallowed his saliva and said carefully, I heard that Marquis is in need of copper, and I happen to know a few Japanese businessmen. They are very fond of Tang's bicycles. They said that in Japan, as long as you have a bicycle, you can exchange it for anything, including copper. To tell you the truth, Marquis, I once used 3 bicycles to exchange for 15,000 catties of brass. So much. On average, One bicycle can be exchanged for 5,000 catties of brass. Li Zishuan was surprised. When the bicycle was first sold, it was only 400 strings of coins. That did not include the discount for membership cards. Later, as the workshop's bicycle production increased, the price of the bicycle was slightly lowered. Now, it was about 350 strings of coins to buy one. In this era, the value of brass was difficult to measure with money because the imperial court did not allow the private sale of brass. However, many people melted copper coins to make bronzeware. Tang's copper coins were about 7 to 8 catties, and 350 strings of coins weighed about 3,000 catties. In order to buy a bicycle, the Japanese businessmen were willing to pay a high price of 5,000 catties of brass. This made Li Zishuan a little bit tempted. After all, he was in need of copper, and the main material of the bicycle was iron. Using a little iron to exchange for a large amount of brass was a business that Li Zishuan thought could be done, but this brass should be under the control of the imperial court in Japan, right? I've heard that the Nihon people also use copper coins. How could the Nihon court allow those merchants to sell so much brass without permission? Li Zishuan quickly reacted and asked. In China's Tang dynasty, Japan also used the Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao, issued in 621. At the same time, they began to issue the Hertong Kaishi, silver cast by Noro in 708, followed by Wanyan Tongbao, Shenggong Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shunbao, Chenghe Changbao, Chongyan Debao, Raoi Shunbao, Zhengguan Yongbao, and Quanping Debao. In 907, when the Tang dynasty ended, they also issued Yanshi Tongbao and Tihu. In short, it was very messy, but many currencies were made of copper. The Japanese rulers were also very strict about the control of copper mines. Lin Wenyuan quickly replied, "Marquis, you may not know, but the current Japan is very different from before. Ever since Shanbei, the son of Crown Prince Shengde, returned to Japan, he immediately ascended to the throne. He imitated the Tang dynasty's 6 ministries to reform the government, and at the same time, he set up an academy and abolished the old custom. It is said that the knowledge taught in his academy is the Marquis' new mathematics. I think that before Big Brother Shanbei returned to the country, he must have bought a few copies of the new mathematics teaching materials and brought them back." Hearing this, Li Zishuan frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with the Japanese businessmen selling brass?" Lin Wenyuan replied, "Marquis, of course it has to do with them. It is said that the newly ascended king of Japan directly abolished the copper coin and used the Tang yuan of Tang as the domestic currency. In addition, he built many seaports, wanting to trade with the sea merchants of Tang dynasty and exchange what they need. In this way, since Japan does not use copper coins, the control of the sale of brass among the people is naturally much smaller." Li Zishuan's face did not show any joy when he heard this. Instead, he could not help but feel his heart sink. If Japan continued to develop like this, in less than 20 years, there would be an extremely powerful opponent around Tang dynasty. At this moment, Li Zishuan was a little regretful that he hadn't kept his big brother king in the Great Tang forever. "Well, in that case, we will exchange the copper needed by the workshop with the Japanese businessmen in the future. Anyway, no matter what, we won't lose anything." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said. He was really short of copper now. If he could exchange a large amount of copper from the Japanese, he could not ask for more. As for the hidden danger of Shanbei, he could only think about it later. Chapter 1447. Lantian County had a gall alumina mine. According to Wang Ji's investigation, the reserves of this mine were not small at all. However, using the wet process to refine copper was a problem. It was basically impossible to refine a large amount of copper in a short period of time. Therefore, after hearing Lin Wenyuan say that bicycles could be exchanged for a large amount of copper from the Japanese merchants, Li Zishuan decided to temporarily use the brass in the hands of the Japanese merchants to solve the problem of the workshop's lack of copper. "Boss Lin, go and inform the members of the Chamber of Commerce to get rid of all their bicycles as soon as possible. In addition, I will give you 50 bicycles from the workshop. Take them to the Japanese merchants and exchange them for brass as soon as possible. Get as much as you can," Li Zishuan suddenly said as the carriage traveled on the cement road to Lantian County. Lin Wenyuan could hear the urgency in Li Zexuan's words and couldn't help but wonder, Marquis, why are you in such a hurry to sell all your bicycles? Also, if you take out so many bicycles at once, the Japanese merchants will take the opportunity to lower the price. Li Zexuan waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter if they lower the price, as long as it's within an acceptable range. This range is probably not lower than 80% of the current market price. Also, there's something you probably don't know, and that is that the workshop will soon release the second generation of bicycles. The electric bicycle I told you about before is based on the second generation of bicycles. Compared to the first generation of bicycles, the second generation of bicycles uses the latest technology from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. Not only does it save energy, but it's also safer. It can be said that anyone who has ridden the second generation of bicycles will definitely not be willing to ride the first generation of bicycles. The workshop will soon mass-produce the second generation of bicycles. When that time comes, the demand for the first generation of bicycles will definitely decrease. If you don't hurry up and get rid of all your bicycles, you'll have to sell them at a lower price in the future. After doing business for decades, Lin Wenyuan obviously understood the twists and turns of this matter. Hearing this, he was very grateful and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your reminder. I will pass on Marquis's message to the rest of the people before dark today. When the time comes, I will also give you a batch of second-generation bicycles to trade with the Japanese. Lantien County needs copper very much." Li Zexuan nodded and said with some emotion. Li Zexuan didn't know how much copper it would be needed to build a counter-level power grid and connect the entire Lantien County to electricity. But it was an astronomical figure. And he could only use all means to get as much copper as possible. "I understand." Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Suddenly, after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Marquis, ever since the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Lantien County, it has become a paradise for merchants. Here, we merchants are able to receive equal treatment. This Lin has been discussing with my wife recently. We wish to follow Boss Cow's example and move our family to Lantien County. I wonder if Marquis can grant us permission." In fact, Lin Wenyuan wanted to move to Lantien County not only because the Department of Commerce had raised the status of businessman, but also because of his son's future. Although Lin Hao had Iron Egg as his teacher, and after more than half a year of studying in seclusion, he had a higher chance of passing the Yanghuang College this year. But what if he didn't pass? If that really happened, Lin Wenyuan planned to send Lin Hao to the county school in Lantien County. Moreover, hearing that Li Zexuan needed brass, it was obvious that he wanted to connect the entire Lantien County to electricity. That way, Lantien County would become more dazzling than Chang'an City. When that time came, many people from other counties would want to move to Lantien County. "Oh, Mr. Lin also wants to move to Lantien County? That's good. You can move directly. The conditions for moving to Lantien County are still very generous. Li Zexuan heard this and said with some surprise, "Thank you, Marquis." Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and said. With Li Zexuan's words, it would be much easier for him to move to the county office later. "What? Xian'er, you want to go to the Black Armored Army to be a clerk?" Returning to the Marquis's mansion in Lantien County, Li Zexuan told the two elders in detail what had happened in the morning court. After Madame Li heard it, she was almost scared half to death. After all, she and Li Zexuan only had this one son. In the early years, Li Zexuan had followed spiritual master Lingshu into the mountains to nurse his body because of his weak body. But now that Li Zexuan was healthy and had made a name for himself, how could Madame Li accept this? Li Jingmo's face also froze. Although he did not panic like Madame Li, in those eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, he could not help but reveal a deep sense of worry. "Ah, mother, don't worry. The registrar of the record is in charge of all the documents and records. He is also in charge of planning and giving advice to the general. He won't lead the troops to charge and break through enemy lines, so there won't be any danger. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn, a war is likely to break out. I have learned some skills from my master. If I don't use them now, when the Tang Empire is trampled by the foreign tribes one day, Not only will I regret it for the rest of my life, but my master will also not be able to rest in peace. Li Zishuan patted his mother's hand and patiently persuaded her. Madame Li was about to say something, but Yi Guozhong said at this time, "Little Xian is right. Back then, how heroic was spiritual master Ling Shu? He single-handedly fought against hundreds of Turkic wolf cavalry, causing the alien races to tremble in fear. As the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Shu, little Xian couldn't be a coward and do nothing when the kingdom war was about to arrive. Moreover, His Majesty has transferred little Xian into the Black Armored Army, the most elite cavalry of the Tang Empire. This shows that His Majesty has high hopes for little Xian. How can this imperial favor be easily rejected?" Madame Li was not an unreasonable person. She understood the general principles, but when it came to her son, she would rather be muddle-headed. At this time, her eyes were red. "Father, Yuzhu doesn't care about imperial favor. Little Xian is my child. I would rather he be useless for the rest of his life than risk his life." After saying that, she nervously held Li Zishuan's hand and said, "Little Xian, you are the only son of our family. According to the laws of the country, you don't have to join the army. Go and talk to His Majesty now and reject this job, okay? A mother's love is great, but sometimes, a mother's love is selfish." Looking at the nervous and concerned Mrs. Li in front of him, Li Zishuan didn't feel good in his heart. Humans aren't plants and can't be emotionless. After spending more than a year together, he had long regarded this woman in front of him as his biological mother in this life. After a pause, he adjusted his mood and said, "Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I have a reason to join the Black Armored Army. Currently, my workshop has created a type of armor that is especially suitable for the Black Armored Army. It can greatly increase their battle prowess. I have to help them adapt to this new equipment and practice new tactics. But don't worry, I am just an insignificant member of the army, not a general. I don't have to lead troops into battle, and I won't be in any danger. In fact, I don't want to be rich in this life. I only hope to protect my family and let the people around me live in peace and happiness. Now that the enemy is before us, if I am afraid of the slightest thing, and if the Tang Empire is defeated by the Turks, when the country is destroyed, the millions of families in the Central Plains will be massacred by the foreign races. No one will be spared. Mother, do you really want to see that kind of scene?" After listening to Li Zishuan's description of the terrifying scene, Madame Li couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Mother, of course I don't want to see that kind of scene. But little Xian, there are many famous generals in the imperial court. Even if you don't go, it won't affect the overall situation, right?" Li Zishuan replied, "Mother, if a war breaks out between the Tang Empire and the Turks, the chances of victory will be 50 to 50. At this time, if we can increase the chances of victory by a little, we can change the outcome of the war." Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and nodded. "Little Xian is right. Yuzhu, there is no small matter when it comes to the country. It is rare that little Xian is so capable, and His Majesty is willing to give him a chance to serve the country. As his mother, you should understand." Li Jingmo knew that this matter was almost a foregone conclusion. He let out a long sigh and looked at his wife. He also comforted her, "Madam, father-in-law is right. Little Xian has grown up. What path he wants to take is his own choice. As his parents, we can only silently support him from behind. We only hope that we don't cause him any trouble." Seeing that her husband and father were both comforting her, Madame Li knew that there was no turning back. She wiped away her tears and looked at Li Zishuan. "Little Xian, then you have to promise me that you will never put yourself in danger at any time." Mother, don't worry." Li Zishuan naturally nodded in agreement. After such a commotion, Madame Li felt physically and mentally exhausted. She shook her head and returned to her room to rest. Li Jingmo looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. In the end, all the words he wanted to say turned into a sigh. "Xian, you've already grown up. In the future, no matter when or where, before you make a decision, I hope you can think about your mother, your wife, and this family." After saying that, without waiting for Li Zishuan's response, Li Jingmo left with his hands clasped behind his back. Han Yushi, who had been standing silently at the side, wrung her hands and silently left. Li Zhuan felt a little guilty, but when he made this decision, he had already expected his family to oppose it. At this time, he couldn't say anything. The next day, the second enrollment announcement for Yanghuang College's medical school was officially published by That Ang Daily. After reading the contents of the new enrollment announcement, the public was completely stirred up. Yanghuang College's medical school is accepting students regardless of gender. What? Does that mean Yanghuang College is going to recruit female students? What kind of scandal is this? That's not it. Didn't you see that the medical school is allowed to recruit female students? Right now, Yanghuang College is divided into two major schools, the medical school and the engineering school. It is said that these two schools are separated by a high wall and are completely independent. The medical school is almost like the Imperial Medical Department. That's good. The female students recruited by the Imperial Medical Department will be sent to the palace to be female medical officers. The female students trained by Yanghuang College's medical school might be sent to Marquis's Great Tang Joint Medical Center in the future. When that time comes, there will be more female doctors among the people. Wives and daughters won't have to look for female doctors to treat their illnesses. Yes. That's very possible. I heard that there are already female doctors in the Great Tang Joint Medical Center in Lantian County. There might be more in the future. Marquis is really considerate of us commoners. The Marquis of Yong'an is immoral. You are actually praising him here? I am going to the palace to impeach the Marquis of Yong'an. Don't you dare slander the Marquis of Yong'an. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Yes. Beat him up. Most of the people were supportive of the Yanghuang College's medical school's recruitment of female students. After all, there was the precedent of the Imperial Medical Department. Moreover, Li Zhuan was doing this for the good of the people. How could they not support him? However, when some of the scholars heard the news, they privately reprimanded Li Ziyi for offending public decency. However, whether they were truly angry or enraged out of jealousy, that was something that no one knew. In any case, Yanghuang College was currently in a state of jubilation. Haha. Yanfu, did you hear? The medical school is going to recruit female students. What? Is that true? Of course it's true. Look. It's written in today's That Ang Daily. I heard that even the emperor agreed. This is too crazy. What a pity. What a pity that a high wall will be built between the medical school and the engineering school. The students from both sides will not be able to walk around. Even if we want to see the new female students, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Yuan Shuo, your thoughts are too filthy. If you really want to see the new female students, why don't you just transfer to the medical school? You think I don't want to? If I want to enter the medical school, I have to pass the exam. I don't know anything about medicine. How can I pass the exam? Chu Yanfu was just saying it casually. However, when he heard Yuan Shuo's words, he could not help but vomit blood. Similar conversations took place in every corner of Yanghuang College. It was no wonder that the students were so excited. In fact, Yunshan Mountain was mostly filled with men. It was like a temple for monks. As the saying goes, a gentle and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. They were still in their adolescence. How could they not be excited when they heard that the college was going to recruit female students? Hey! Bao Lin, Zifan, I have a good idea. In Class 1, during the break, Cheng Chumo suddenly shouted excitedly. What good idea do you have, Chumo? Tell me. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up and he immediately said excitedly. Cheng Chumo smirked and whispered, binoculars. We can go to the courtyard on the 4th floor and use binoculars to see the view of the medical school. Smack tilde. As soon as Cheng Chumo finished speaking, he felt a strong gust of wind at the back of his head. A solid slap landed on the back of his head, followed by an annoyed voice. You're using your cleverness on crooked ways. If Uncle Cheng finds out, won't he break your legs? Chapter 1448. Only Cheng Chumo could come up with such a wicked idea like using an astronomical telescope to peek at a beautiful woman. This kind of thing was something that many restless youths in modern society had done before, but Cheng Chumo, as a man from the Tang dynasty, was actually able to come up with this idea. It had to be said that this guy's brain circuit was a bit different from others. Yamacho, why are you here? Cheng Chumo was about to scold him when he heard Li Zishuan's voice behind him. He immediately changed his words. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Why am I here? If I didn't come, someone would have used the Academy's astronomical telescope to peek at women." Cheng Chumo was speechless. Yuchi Baolin and Sun Zifan hurriedly sat upright and still, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with them and they were unconcerned. Li Zishuan looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Qingqiu? Why isn't he in the classroom?" Cheng Chumo rubbed his head and replied, "Oh, Qingqiu saw Yamacho's new electric bicycle at the workshop the day before yesterday and wanted to go to the workshop to build it. He should be looking for Mr. Li Gang or Mr. Mo now, right? Qingqiu wants to build a bicycle?" Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, "Yeah, he even told me about it yesterday. Hey, Yamacho, tomorrow is Saturday. Can you lend me your electric bicycle for 2 days?" As he spoke, Cheng Chumo suddenly shamelessly asked Li Zishuan to lend him his car. Li Zishuan looked at him from head to toe and said angrily, "With your careless temper, if I lend you my car, you'll either hurt yourself or someone else. I think I'd better not borrow it, Tilda." Cheng Chumo panicked when he heard that. "Hey, Yamacho, how can you look down on me? I, Cheng Chumo, am someone who has ridden a war horse and been on the battlefield. I'm just riding an electric bicycle. How could I hit someone, Tilda?" Li Zishuan didn't want to talk to this idiot, so he turned around and prepared to leave the classroom. He came to the academy today mainly to talk to Li Gang, Yang Sailu, and the others about something, and also to check on the teaching situation in the academy. "Hey, Yamacho, don't go. Are you going to lend me this electric bike or not? If you lend it to me for 2 days, I promise I won't hit anyone. If I really hit someone, I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future without any hesitation." In order to borrow the electric bicycle, Cheng Chumo was going all out. He was betting his future freedom. Li Zishuan was helpless. After all, this idiot was his good brother. He could only wave his hand and say, okay, lend it to you for 2 days. After school, you can go to the county and get it yourself. Hee. Thank you, Yamacho. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but laugh proudly when he heard that. Suddenly, he pointed at the door and said, "Yo, Yamacho, Qingqiu is back. Weren't you looking for him just now?" Li Zishuan turned around and saw Li Tai walking toward him. He took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Li Tai. Li Tai saw Li Zishuan and hurriedly greeted him. "Yamacho." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Qingqiu, come with me." "Okay." Li Tai hesitated for a moment, then followed Li Zishuan out of the classroom. "Qingqiu, I heard you wanted to go to the workshop to build a bike. How was it? Did you go to see Mr. Mo? Or Mr. Wenji?" Downstairs, Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai nodded and replied, "Yes. I just went to see Mr. Mo. He said that as long as Yamacho agrees, I can go to the workshop to study how to build a bike. In the future, I might be able to build a bike that's even better than an electric bike." Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Qingqiu, why do you suddenly want to build a bike?" Li Tai was silent for a moment and said, "Yamacho, although the teachers in the academy have taught us a lot of engineering knowledge, Qingqiu thinks that if this knowledge can't be used in practice, it's no different from Zhao Kui's theory. Mr. Wang made sulfuric acid based on practice, Professor Mo made telescopes, electric motors, and generators through practice. Xiaoke is now practicing in the Yanghuang Bank to verify the economic knowledge he learned from Yamacho, and I also want to use practice to verify the knowledge I learn. The day before yesterday, when I saw the electric bicycle made by Professor Mo and Shan Zhon, I felt that only by personally participating in the practice could I deepen my knowledge. Only then would I be able to show the value of engineering. Only then would I be able to create such a magical and convenient tool like the electric bicycle. So, Yamacho, please let Qingqiu go to the workshop to participate in the practice." Li Zishuan didn't expect Li Tai to say this to him. He couldn't help but look at Li Tai in surprise, then asked thoughtfully, Chinkyu, are you trying to compete with Xiaoke? He was a little worried that the little fatty had been provoked by Li Ku, so he took the initiative to volunteer to practice in the workshop. This kind of competitive mentality was not good, especially between the princes. Li Tai heard this and shook his head without hesitation, saying, No, I just don't think I'm worse than anyone. Confidence. This little fatty has always been so confident. Li Zishuan paused, then smiled, That's fine. You can go to the workshop to practice, but you can't fall behind in your studies. I'm very pleased that you can understand so many principles. Li Tai was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Yamacho. Oh, right, I heard from Mr. Mo that Professor Mo and Xiaoning are about to get married, so he hopes that I can take over Professor Mo's work as soon as possible. Yamacho, then I'll go to the workshop today. Li Zishuan was stunned and said, Ink Girl and Xiaoning are about to get married? Aren't they not engaged yet? Li Tai said strangely, They were engaged yesterday. Don't you know about Yamacho? Yesterday? Li Zishuan was busy attending the morning court and dispelling the worries of his family yesterday. How could he have the time to pay attention to Yunshan? However, if what the little fatty said was true, then Yang Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei's wedding date was very likely to be soon. Chinkyu, do you know when they are getting married? Li Zishuan asked. Li Tai thought for a while and answered, Yamacho, I think I heard from Mr. Mo that they should be getting married at the end of this month. At the end of the month? No wonder Mo Huai wanted Mo Lingwei to hand over her work to Li Tai so quickly. It turned out that in half a month, Mo Lingwei would be getting married. It was indeed not suitable for her to be in public at this time. Li Zishuan thought of this and smiled, That's fine. I know all about it. Chinkyu, if you have any problems or difficulties, feel free to look for me or Mr. Mo. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Thank you, sir. Li Zishuan nodded and then left the academy. He went down the mountain and walked towards the workshop. Chapter 1449. Brother Zhong, how's the progress of the new armor? How long will it take to make 5,000 sets? After descending the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan went to the temporary blacksmith workshop near the Ba River hydropower station. He asked someone to call Zhong Hongsheng over and asked. Currently, the workshop wasn't lacking in iron. This was because Li Zishuan had his own iron ore and the Zhongsun clan had also given him their iron ore. Of course, the condition was that Li Zishuan had to give half of the iron he refined from the Zhongsun clan's iron ore to the Zhongsun clan. However, this time, Zhongsun Wuji had generously agreed to give Li Zishuan 200,000 jin of iron ore for free. Thus, he wasn't lacking in raw materials for producing weapons and armor. What he lacked was speed. Zhong Hongsheng might have just come over from the forge as his forehead was covered in sweat. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he wiped his sweat and replied, Marquis, vanadium steel horse lances, horse armor, and horseshoes are easy to make. However, plate armor isn't easy to make. When making it, we have to consider the coordination between the joints of the body and the plate armor. Although we have the hydraulic press now, we can only make 10 sets of plate armor in a day. If we want to make all 5,000 sets of plate armor, it will take about 500 days. 500 days! Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't even wait 100 days, let alone 500 days. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan asked, if we add a few more hydraulic presses, can we increase the speed of making plate armor? Zhong Hongsheng scratched his head and thought for a moment before replying, Marquis, this can be done. However, other than the hydraulic presses, I think our workshop needs to recruit a group of blacksmiths. Otherwise, the speed won't increase much. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's true. I'll ask Forbert to recruit a group of blacksmiths as soon as possible. If you know any blacksmiths, you can introduce them to us. Zhong Hongsheng chuckled and said, Hey, Marquis, now that you mention it, I do think of some blacksmiths that I know. Their skills are definitely superb. If I'm free in the next few days, I'll ask them to come over and help. Li Zishuan heard this and immediately felt relieved. He smiled and said, whether it's recruiting blacksmiths or adding hydraulic presses, you can go ahead and do it. You don't need to worry about the materials and money. I just need you to get 5,000 sets of plate armor made as soon as possible. 2 months, 2 months at most. Brother Zhong, are you confident that you can complete the task? 2 months. Zhong Hongsheng couldn't help but be stunned. According to the current speed, it would take a total of 500 days, but Li Zishuan had said 60 days, directly reducing the time to a tenth. Zhong Hongsheng subconsciously wanted to directly say that it couldn't be completed, but seeing the urgency in Li Zishuan's eyes, it was obvious that Li Zishuan wanted to create 5,000 sets of plate armor as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. Was the Tang Empire about to go to war? Zhong Hongsheng suddenly had such a conjecture in his mind. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Marquis, I can't promise you this, but I will do my best. I hope that when the time comes, I won't disappoint Marquis. Zhong Hongsheng clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't make things difficult for Zhong Hongsheng. Instead, he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll look forward to your good news. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Forbert or me Tilda." After that, Li Zishuan turned around and prepared to leave. Zhong Hongsheng suddenly said, "Marquis, there's something I need your help with." Li Zishuan stopped and turned around to ask, "What's the matter?" Zhong Hongsheng said, "Marquis, I presume that you also know that in order for plate armor to maximize its effectiveness, it first has to match the stature of the soldiers. Otherwise, plate armor will greatly affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield. Thus, this Zhong wishes to ask Marquis to send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers wearing plate armor." Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that Zhong Hongsheng was rather thoughtful. But he still frowned and said, "This way, I presume that it will greatly affect the speed of the armor production, right?" "Ah, it should." Zhong Hongsheng scratched his head, somewhat troubled. "But your suggestion isn't unreasonable. How about this? I'll send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers, and you'll need to use the data I provide you to divide their bodies into 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and large. Each size actually corresponds to a range of figures. As for how much this range is, you can decide for yourself. This way, we only need to produce 4 sizes of plate armor. Although there will be some discrepancies after the soldiers wear them, it won't affect their normal activities. In addition, when forging the plate armor, Brother Zhong, you must remember to let the craftsmen work together and divide the plate armor into many parts for a specific group of craftsmen to specialize in producing. For example, a group of craftsmen will specialize in making wrist guards, another group will specialize in making shoulder armor, and another group will specialize in making helmets. This way, a production unit only needs to focus on one part of the work. This can greatly increase the efficiency and production." Li Zishuan briefly explained the modern clothing size grading system to Zhong Hongsheng. Compared to tailoring, making clothes according to the size of the clothes could greatly save labor and time. This was also why the clothes in modern shopping malls were labeled with S, M, L, and so on. Speaking of sizes, Li Zishuan remembered that plate armor was very suitable to be made using the assembly line method. So, he taught the assembly line method to Zhong Hongsheng. In fact, in the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, some workshops had already used the assembly line method for a long time, such as the bicycle workshop. However, Zhong Hongsheng joined the workshop relatively late, so he wasn't very familiar with the assembly line method. Hearing this, Zhong Hongsheng's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Marquis' method of dividing the sizes and dividing the work is simply too good. This way, our workshop can really make 5,000 sets of plate armor in 2 months." Hearing Zhong Hongsheng's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "That's great. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Zhong." "Marquis, don't worry." After leaving the plate armor forging workshop, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop to look for Forbert. He told Forbert about the expansion of blacksmiths and the addition of hydraulic stamping machines. Forbert naturally agreed. After repeatedly reminding Forbert to do his best to ensure Zhong Hongsheng's production, Li Zishuan turned and went to the laboratory in the workshop. In the morning, Li Tai said that Yang Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were about to get married. As a good friend and boss, Li Zishuan had to personally go and see the newlyweds. "Xiaoning, connect it quickly. See if the motor can turn." She used to be called Little Ningxi, but now she's called Xiaoning. It seems that women who are about to get married are generally more polite than before. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wu tilde. It turned. This small motor can rotate stably, which means that our rectifier circuit is finally successful. When Li Zishuan approached Mo Lingwei's laboratory, he heard such a conversation coming from inside. Finally, he heard Mo Lingwei's cheers. He couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that the electronic diode was made? So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the laboratory. Xiaoning, Ink Girl, you guys made the electronic diode? After entering the laboratory, Li Zishuan saw Mo Lingwei and Yang Xiaoning giggling at the small DC motor spinning crazily on the table. Ah, Yamacho, you're here. Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Mo Lingwei quickly stood up to greet him. Then, she said excitedly, Yamacho, Xiaoning and I not only made the electronic diode, but also the rectifier circuit. We tried it with a small DC motor just now, and it's totally feasible. In the future, as long as we match it with the rectifier circuit, we can directly use AC to charge the battery. Li Zishuan went forward to take a look. Seeing that the motor's rotor was rotating stably, he nodded and said, Okay. I didn't expect you to make the diode so quickly. I thought you would make the DC generator first, then study how to make the diode. Mo Lingwei glanced at Yang Xiaoning and said embarrassedly, I originally planned to do so, but a few days ago, Xiaoning was injured by me. Even if I made the DC generator, he couldn't accompany me to the dam to verify it. So, I took care of him in the workshop while trying to make the electronic diode that Yamacho mentioned. I didn't expect the two of us to really make it tilde. Looking at the bright-eyed girl in front of him, Li Zishuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and said, Ink Girl's talent in physics is really admirable. I'm afraid that many men can't even compare to 1/10 of you. Yang Xiaoning was instantly displeased. Hey. Xiao Xian, why do I feel like you're implying something? Your many men probably includes me, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, How is that possible? Xiaoning, your talent isn't any worse than Ink Girl's. Isn't that right, Ink Girl? Mo Lingwei heard and looked at Yang Xiaoning with a slightly threatening gaze. Yang Xiaoning quivered and quickly said, No. Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? My talent is still a little worse than Wei Yi's tilde. Tilde. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that his brother would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. Tilde. That's more like it tilde. Mo Lingwei snorted and nodded with satisfaction. Li Zishuan looked at Yang Xiaoning and asked, Xiaoning, how's your recovery? Will it delay the wedding at the end of the month? Hearing this, Mo Lingwei's face instantly turned red, but Yang Xiaoning's expression froze and he said embarrassedly, You even know about Yamacho? Don't worry, I'm fine now, it shouldn't delay the wedding. The reason why the wedding date was so tight was all his own fault. If he hadn't pretended to be fine in front of Yang Lide and said that he only had a small injury, Yang Lide definitely wouldn't have chosen the wedding date between him and Mo Lingwei so close. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. He had to complete the arranged marriage even if he had to kneel down. Li Zishuan looked at Yang Xiaoning's expression and instantly understood. However, this was Yang Xiaoning's family matter, so he couldn't interfere. After all, even an upright official would find it difficult to settle a family matter. After thinking for a moment, he said, I will ask Priest Sun to do more acupuncture and massage for you these few days. With the help of medicinal wine, it should be able to speed up the recovery of your waist and back. However, you have to be careful not to do any strenuous exercise to avoid adding more injuries to your injury tilde. Today was the 4th of June, and there were only slightly more than 20 days until the end of June. However, generally speaking, it would take 100 days for bones and tendons to recover. In this special period, they could only use special method. Yang Xiaoning didn't refuse. He nodded and said, Thank you very much tilde. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and scold, Go away. You don't have to be so polite with me tilde. Seeing that the two of you are finally together, as your brother, I am very happy for you. Don't worry, when the two of you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift, Tilda. When she heard Li Zishuan say big gift, Mo Lingwei, who was at the side, couldn't care less about being shy. She cast her gaze on Li Zishuan. Yang Xiaoning's eyes also lit up and said directly, big gift. Xiao Xian, what big gift? Take it out and let us see it first. If it doesn't suit us, you still have time to change it, right? Li Zishuan glared at this shameless guy and said, Scram, do you want it or not? This person who received the gift was still being picky. If he wasn't shameless, what else could he be? No, Xiao Xian, why are you being so unreasonable? You should at least make the recipient satisfied when you give a gift, right? Otherwise, why would you give a gift? Yang Xiaoning started to act shamelessly. It had to be said that this guy had become even more naughty after spending so much time with Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, okay. Then I won't give it to you, Tilda. Hey, don't. Let's talk nicely. Yang Xiaoning hurriedly said. The person in front of him was a real rich person. If he wanted to give a big gift, it would definitely not be small. Yang Xiaoning would rather not miss it. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to banter with this guy. He turned to look at Mo Lingwei and said, since the diodes have been made, it means that Mr. Wang's electrolysis workshop can operate normally. I'll have to trouble Ink Girl to help Mr. Wang renovate the electrolysis workshop these 2 days. Also, now that we can connect to the alternating current to charge the batteries, it means that the conditions for the batteries to be used on a large scale are ripe. Ink Girl, you need to arrange for the craftsman to make a batch of batteries as soon as possible as a backup. Mo Lingwei said seriously, yes. Yamacho. After a pause, she asked, Yamacho, are we still making the DC generator? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, yes. Of course we're going to make it, but you don't have to. It's relatively simple. Qingqiu from the academy will come to the workshop to help out. You can let her do this work. Tilda. His Highness King Wei is coming to the workshop. Mo Lingwei immediately exclaimed when she heard this. Although the Mo family had lived in a remote place for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs, and would not care about the royal power, but after entering the secular world last year, the Mo family slowly began to fear the royal power. Hearing Li Zishuan's intention to let Li Tai come over to be her student, how could Mo Lingwei accept it in such a short time? Chapter 1450. Qingqiu is very interested in electricity and car making, but this knowledge can't be fully grasped by reading books. Only by experiencing it personally can one have a deep impression of it. It's a good thing that he's willing to come to the workshop to practice. Ink Girl, you're getting married to Xiaoning at the end of the month. Use these few days to teach Qingqiu. With his talent, he should be able to understand the principles of generators, motors, and batteries very quickly. Li Zishuan instructed Mo Lingwei in the laboratory of the new workshop. Yamacho, don't worry. I'll teach Prince Wei well. Mo Lingwei hesitated for a moment before replying. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as if he could see Mo Lingwei's worries. He smiled and said, in the academy, there are only teachers and students. There's no Prince Wei, so Ink Girl, don't feel pressured. In general, Qingqiu is very easy to get along with. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoning Tilda. Yang Xiaoning quickly nodded and said, Wei, don't worry. Qingqiu and I are very close. If there's anything, just let me handle it, Tilda. Mo Lingwei was slightly relieved this time. Besides, she wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. After hearing Li Zishuan and Yang Xiaoning's words, she smiled and said, hey, that's fine. If Prince Wei doesn't listen to my teachings, then don't blame me for hitting his palm as a teacher, Tilda. There was even a hint of excitement in her words. She must be excited that she could hit a prince's palm. Li Zishuan and Yang Xiaoning couldn't help but look at each other, speechless. They had almost forgotten that although the lady in front of them looked beautiful, there was a devil in her heart. Now that things had come to this, they could only pray for that little fatty Li Tai in their hearts. Tilda. What? The Marquis of Yong'an wants to join the Black Armored Army? How can that be? He's just a kid who hasn't even seen human blood. How can he join the Black Armored Army? If he wants to gain merit, he can just go to the other camps in the capital. But if he wants to join the Black Armored Army, I won't allow it. In the afternoon, in the main hall of Duke Fan's mansion in Chang'an City, the angry roar of a middle-aged man could be heard. The master of the Duke Fan mansion was Duan Jishuan. In the 9th year of Wu De, Crown Prince Li Jiancheng wanted to murder Li Er. He bribed Duan Jishuan with a large sum of money in an attempt to lure him into submission. Duan Jishuan refused to accept it and informed Li Er of this matter. Afterwards, together with Yuqi Jingde and the others, he started the Black Tortoise Gate Rebellion and killed Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji. Not long after, Li Er ascended the throne. As the #1 contributor to the Black Tortoise Gate, Duan Jishuan was promoted to the position of Great General of the Left Valiant Guard and was conferred the title of Duke of Fan. Since Duan Jishuan had participated in the formation of the Black Armored Army and Li Er trusted him, he was basically the one in charge of the Black Armored Army. Xingong, the Marquis of Yong'an, did not come to the Black Armored Army to gain military merits. He has already become a marquis at such a young age, why would he need military merits? He is here to help the Black Armored Army adapt to the new armor. Moreover, he is not a child who has never seen human blood. Last year, he killed more than 50 bandits at the Bloodwind Stockade alone. His martial arts are unparalleled among the younger generation. At this time, Duan Jishuan's voice came from the main hall. Then, the middle-aged man snorted again. Wait. Those were just small bandits who gathered in the mountains. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. What is there to brag about? Duan Jishuan said in a deep voice, what about the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain? At that time, the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect had a late-stage grandmaster and a peak grandmaster, as well as thousands of disciples. However, Li Zishuan destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect in one night. To put it bluntly, with his strength, I'm afraid that even you and I are no match for him. You are praising others and diminishing our own prestige. I don't believe that a teenager like him can be so powerful. Isn't it just because he was taught by a famous teacher since he was young? No matter how high his realm is, it is still unstable. Compared to us veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles, he is still too young. In short, I don't agree to let a child join the Black Armored Army. Hearing this, Duan Jishuan's voice turned cold. Xingong, this is not a matter of whether you agree or not. This is the Emperor's decree. Are you going to defy the decree? If you really have something to say, go to the palace and tell the Emperor directly after you recover. Me. Fine, I'll say it. The glory of the Black Armored Army today is built on the blood and bones of countless soldiers. I will not allow a child to criticize us. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a Crimson Warrior's uniform walked out of the main hall. After leaving Duke Fan's mansion, he left directly. This stubborn old man. In the main hall, Duan Jishuan sat on the seat of honor and muttered to himself. From the frown on his face, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's attitude just now had put him in a difficult position. Master, Marquis Yong'an requests an audience. After some time, a person who looked like a housekeeper walked up and said carefully to Duan Jishuan, who was deep in thought. Hearing this, Duan Jishuan was shocked and immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He hurriedly said, "Quick! Invite him in." No matter what others thought, Duan Jishuan admired Li Zishuan. That was why he spoke up for Li Zishuan just now. "Yes, Master." The housekeeper replied and cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Duan Jishuan waved his hand and said, "Wait. It is better for me to go out and welcome him personally. In the future, when Marquis Yong'an comes, do not report. Invite him directly to the side hall. If I am not in the mansion, immediately send someone to report to the army camp." "I understand." The steward hurriedly complied, but in his heart, he was astonished at the importance his master placed on Li Zishuan, this new noble of the imperial court. "Ha ha. Marquis Yong'an's presence brings light to my humble abode. The servants are not sensible. Marquis Yong'an, please don't blame them." Arriving at the entrance of the mansion, Duan Jishuan walked towards Li Zishuan with a face full of enthusiasm and said with a smile. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "General Duan must be joking. I came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not take offense. Speaking of which, before this, he did not know where Duan Jishuan lived. This was only when he went to the academy to ask Cheng Chumo in the afternoon. This could not be blamed on him. The main reason was that he was not in the imperial court for many years. He only knew the names of many officials. As for where they lived, he most likely did not know. This Duke Fan mansion was not big, let alone grand. It looked about the same as Li Zishuan's mansion in Yongla district. However, this also showed that Duan Jishuan was a low-key person who did not like to be extravagant. At this moment, Duan Jishuan waved his hand and said, "Haha, Marquis Yong'en, what are you saying? Before long, you and I will be colleagues. Aren't you treating me as an outsider? Come, let's talk inside. Housekeeper, quickly get someone to serve tea." Under Duan Jishuan's beckoning, Li Zishuan came to the front hall of the Duan mansion. It was also the place where Duan Jishuan and the other middle-aged man had an argument. After a brief exchange of greetings, the servants of the Duan mansion brought a pot of hot tea. After pouring a cup for Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan, they left. "Oh, this is divine tea." Li Zishuan was not interested in other people's tea. However, after smelling the tea fragrance in the air, he could not help but exclaim, "Haha. This is something that I asked someone to buy from Lantien County." Speaking of this Duan has to say that Marquis Yong'en is too stingy. You actually only sell the good stuff in Lantien County. Chang'an City either doesn't have it, or the supply is very small. You've almost driven the high officials and dignitaries of Chang'an City crazy, Duan Jishuan said half-jokingly. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "General Duan is right. This junior will take note in the future. However, this junior has something to ask of General Duan today." Duan Jishuan perked up and said, "Please speak, Marquis Yong'en." Li Zishuan replied, "Here's the thing. The workshop at Chitsu Pavilion is currently working hard to create armor for the Black Armored Army. However, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the new armor, it has to fit the soldiers' bodies. Therefore, I would like to send some tailors to the Black Armored Army's camp to measure the soldiers' bodies. I hope that General Duan can accommodate us." Duan Jishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "So that's the case. However, the Black Armored Army camp is a restricted area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. How about this? I will instruct the generals of each camp to measure the height and weight of the soldiers and pass the results to you. How about that?" Li Zishuan did not suspect anything when he heard that. He nodded and said, "Sure. I will write down the measurements on a piece of paper. General Duan, you can ask the soldiers to fill in the data when the time comes. No problem." Duan Jishuan nodded and ordered someone to get a pen and paper. After a while, Li Zishuan picked up the pen and a line of small words appeared on the paper. Duan Jishuan took a closer look and could not help but exclaim, "Height, weight, shoulder width, waist circumference, waist circumference, waist circumference. This needs to be measured for so many things." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's natural. This is also to ensure that the plate armor made will fit the soldiers' bodies better. Otherwise, the plate armor will affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield." Duan Jishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he frowned and asked, "Although this makes sense, won't this affect the speed of your workshop's craftsmen?" Li Zishuan shook his head. "There will definitely be an impact. However, it's not impossible to overcome it. Don't worry, General Duan. The interesting pavilion workshop is already producing the armor at full capacity. It is estimated that within 2 months, they will be able to produce 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes. 2 months. So fast." When Duan Jishuan heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Although this Duan has never forged armor before, I have heard people say that a skilled craftsman would need at least 3 days to forge a set of radiant armor. The structure of the armor is more complicated than the Mingguang armor. It is amazing that your workshop can make 5,000 sets in 2 months. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Jishuan say so fast and not so slow. Then, he said half-jokingly, "As long as General Duan doesn't think it's too slow." In truth, This is the normal speed of the Oddity Pavilion's workshop. We have the most advanced equipment, the best technology, and the best craftsmen, so we naturally have the fastest speed and the highest quality. Otherwise, the products of the Oddity Pavilion wouldn't be so popular throughout the Great Tang. Duan Jishuan nodded in agreement and said with emotion, "That's indeed the case. In less than a year, the interesting pavilion workshop has grown from a small workshop to the largest in the Tang Empire. Not even the Imperial Palace's general supervisor can compare. In the end, it is all thanks to Marquis Yong'an's talent. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, the interesting pavilion workshop would not be able to reach its current scale. General Duan overpraises me." Li Zishuan smiled, then he stood up and said, "I've achieved my goal today. It's getting late now, so I'll take my leave first. Once the matters at the academy and workshop are settled, I will report to the Black Armored Army's camp." Duan Jishuan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He gave an unnatural smile and said, Good. Marquis Yong'an, you don't have to worry about entering the camp. His Majesty has also said that you have to take care of both the academy and the camp." "I understand." Although Duan Jishuan's expression changed quickly, it did not escape Li Zishuan's eyes. Li Zishuan looked at Duan Jishuan and clasped his hands. "Thank you for your understanding, General Duan. However, the matters at the camp are more important. After I settle the matters at the academy, I will return to the camp as soon as possible. I hope that General Duan can calculate the figures of the soldiers as soon as possible." Duan Jishuan nodded. I will arrange for someone to do it as soon as possible." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took his leave. "Your Highness, the projects from last month have been sorted out. Our bank made a total profit of 35,800 Tang Yuan. After deducting the costs, we made a net profit of 31,400 Tang Yuan. Lantian District, Yanghuang Bank, Back Hall. A middle-aged scholar held a thick account book and bowed to Li Ku. Back then, Li Zishuan gave Li Ku special treatment and imparted some advanced financial knowledge to Li Ku. Then, he arranged for Li Ku to go to the Yanghuang Bank in Lantian County to gain experience. After all, knowledge on paper is shallow, but experience is necessary. Only through practice would Li Ku understand the true way of the economy. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Song." Li Ku nodded, then he stood up and walked to Mr. Song. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see the account book." "Yes, Your Highness." Mr. Song's body trembled inexplicably, but he quickly returned to normal. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the account book to Li Ku. Li Ku took the account book, turned around, and returned to the desk. He flipped through it in front of Mr. Song. The accounts of Yanghuang Bank were recorded using the double-entry bookkeeping method invented by Li Zishuan. It was very clear. In addition, Li Ku was very talented in mathematics and was very sensitive to numbers. Therefore, when he flipped through the account book, he could read 10 lines at a glance. Mr. Song, why is there no record of the payment of 500 Tang Yuan on the 15th of April? Also, on the 20th of April, 300 Tang Yuan, and on the 28th of April, 700 Tang Yuan. Where did all this money go? After a moment, Li Ku frowned and said with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 1451. Your Highness, this, Lantian County, Back Hall of the Yanghuang Bank. Faced with Li Ku's questioning, Mr. Song's face turned red. He wanted to explain, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His surname was Song, and his name was Siming. He could be considered as Li Ku's #1 accountant. Seeing this, Li Ku walked in front of Song Siming and said with a gloomy face, "Mr. Song, you should know better than anyone that this Yanghuang Bank does not belong to me, Li Ku. It belongs to my father, the Marquis of Yong'an, and the other nobles. The annual profits of the bank also do not go into my pocket. Last month's profits were reduced by a total of 1,500 Tang Yuan. How do you want me to explain this to my father? How do I explain this to the Marquis of Yong'an and the other nobles?" When Li Zishuan opened the bank, in order to increase the capital of the bank and increase the credibility of the bank, not only did he pull in the royal family, even Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Zhongsun Wuji, and the other nobles all generously donated to buy the shares of the Yanghuang Bank. Therefore, in theory, the annual profits of the bank should be distributed according to everyone's shares. Although Li Ku was now in charge of the management rights of the Lantian County Bank, he did not have the right to distribute the profits of the bank. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive. A layer of sweat gradually appeared on Song Siming's forehead, but even so, he did not say anything to explain himself. He just lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong, and stood quietly in front of Li Ku. Facing such a stubborn old man, Li Ku was a little angry. If it was another person in a higher position, they would probably directly lock this old man up for corruption and interrogate him severely. However, Li Ku knew the character of the old man in front of him. He knew that the other party would definitely not ruin his reputation for such a small amount of money. After a moment of silence, Li Ku opened his mouth again and said, "Mr. Song, this is not a small matter. You should not think of taking responsibility for it yourself. I, Li Ku, do not wrongly accuse a good person, but also will not let a bad person go. Mr. Song, please tell me who exactly used the 1,500 Tang Yuan, otherwise, when this prince investigates thoroughly, no matter who it is, it won't look good for anyone's face." Hearing Li Ku's words, Song Siming's body trembled. After a moment of hesitation, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, this matter must not be made public because the person who embezzled the money is the sixth prince." Li Ku's expression changed. His originally gloomy little face suddenly became like the sky before a storm. Dark clouds gathered. "You mean Xiao Xiao? How dare he?" After taking a deep breath, Li Ku said in disbelief. The so-called sixth prince was Li Er's sixth son. His name was Li Kuei and he was born from Yang Fei. He was Li Ku's younger brother from the same mother. Because Li Kuei was not yet 10 years old and had a mischievous personality and was ignorant and incompetent, he was not favored by Li Er. Thus, he did not have an official title. According to the normal course of history, Li Gui would only be conferred the title of King Liang in the 5th year of Zhongguan's reign. Right now, this troublesome brat was doing his best to cause trouble for the imperial family. In official history, Li Er had once reprimanded Li Gui like this: "Beasts can be tamed after being trained, iron and stone can be smelted and sculpted to be made into tools. People like Li Gui are worse than beasts and iron and stone." From this, it could be seen how much Li Er loathed this child. At this time, Song Siming said with a bitter face, "Your Highness, last month, the sixth prince and His Highness King Lu came to this song many times, saying that they needed to withdraw a sum of money urgently. This old man also knew that the money in this bank could not be used, so I flatly refused. However, the sixth prince threatened this old man, saying that Your Highness was in charge of the entire bank and that he was Your Highness's younger brother, so it was no big deal for him to withdraw a bit of money. He also said that if this old man did not give him the money, he would sell this old man's little granddaughter to 100 Flowers Tower. The sixth prince's past misdeeds were all over the place, so how could this old man dare to risk my granddaughter? Your Highness, this old man's granddaughter is only 10 years old." At this point, Song Siming's old face was filled with shame and fear. Bastard! Bastard! Xiao Gui actually dares to commit such atrocities. When Li Ku heard this, even though the other party was his younger brother from the same mother, he could not help but curse angrily. After cursing, he looked at Song Siming and said, "Why didn't Mr. Song tell me about this earlier?" Song Siming smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, the sixth prince also said that if this old man told you about this matter, not only would he sell my granddaughter, he would also break the legs of my entire family. This old man will resign today, Your Highness, and bring my entire family to another place to avoid disaster before the sky turns dark. Seeing that his loyal subordinate had been forced to resign and leave, Li Ku could no longer hold it in and said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, don't worry. Mr. Song, you can't go anywhere. This prince promises you today that as long as this prince is alive, as long as you do not violate the laws of the great Tang Empire, nothing will happen to you and your family. This prince swears to the heavens. The ancients placed great importance on oaths. Seeing that the great king of Shu was actually swearing on his behalf, Song Siming was instantly moved. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Your Highness has always been generous and loyal to others. This old man naturally believes in Your Highness. Only then was Li Ku relieved. He nodded, then turned and shouted outside the door, "Guards! Go and capture this prince's disappointing younger brother." He used the word capture and not invite or bring. It was enough to see how angry Li Ku was at this moment. "Yes, Your Highness tilde." The two guards who came in could not help but look at each other, but seeing Li Ku's gloomy face, they could only quickly salute and accept the order. Smack tilde. Bang, bang, bang tilde. At this moment, the sound of a flower pot falling to the ground came from the courtyard outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually faded away. Li Ku frowned and said to the two guards, "Quickly go and see what's going on outside tilde." "Yes tilde." The two quickly walked out of the room. A moment later, "How dare you? Let go of this prince. Quickly let go of this prince. Otherwise, this prince will kill your entire family. This matter has nothing to do with this prince. If you want to capture someone, capture Li Ku. Why are you capturing me? Quickly let go. Otherwise, do you believe that this prince will not let you see tomorrow's sun?" Amidst the commotion, two of Li Ku's guards walked in with two teenagers in tow. "Your Highness, the commotion outside the house just now was caused by the sixth prince and Prince Lu. They should have just arrived at the bank." One of the guards put down Li Ku and saluted Li Ku. Speaking of which, these two children were unlucky. They had planned to use the same trick today and come to the bank to extort a sum of money from Song Siming. They did not expect to see Li Ku lecturing Song Siming when they arrived at the bank. It was fine if he was lecturing Song Siming, but the content of the lecture just so happened to include them. After eavesdropping for a while, they saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. However, when Li Yuanchang turned around, he accidentally knocked over a flower pot beside him, which alerted Li Ku inside the house. Li Ku's gaze was gloomy. He nodded at the two guards and said, Both of you can leave first." "Yes, sir." The more one knew about the imperial family's matters, the faster one would die. The two guards had no intention of listening in at all. When they heard that, they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. Third brother. After the two guards left the room, Li Ku hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and looked at Li Ku fearfully as he spoke weakly. Although he was usually quite a scoundrel and often relied on his father as the emperor to cause trouble everywhere, he was not afraid of anything. However, as the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Li Gui was still quite afraid of this elder brother of his who shared the same mother. Li Yuanchang stood there calmly and did not say anything. According to seniority, he was Li Ku and Li Ku's imperial uncle, so he was not afraid of Li Ku. Li Ku stared at his younger brother from the same mother without saying a word. Just as Li Ku could not take it anymore, he heard Li Ku say coldly, "Apologize to Mr. Song immediately." The cold voice seemed to have no warmth, and there was no room for negotiation. "What? Third brother, you want me to apologize to this rotten old man? Impossible. I'm a prince. Who does he think he is?" Hearing this, Li Gui exclaimed in disbelief. Song Siming narrowed his eyes and pretended not to hear Li Ku's rude words. Bam tilde. However, Li Ku could not pretend not to hear. He slammed the table angrily and stood up. "Bastard. Shut up. How did Imperial Father teach us? He taught us to be benevolent, humble, kind, and gentle. Look at you now, how are you any different from those hooligans on the streets? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Song, or I will return to the palace today and report everything you did to Father. We'll see how Father will punish you then." "Hey, don't. Third brother, please don't tell Father. Apologize. I will apologize to Mr. Song right now." When Li Gui heard this, he immediately panicked and said hurriedly. The person he feared the most in this world, other than Li Ku, was Li Er. Li Er was an emperor on horseback. He had been on the battlefield and killed people before. If Li Ku made a mistake, Li Er did not even need to lift a finger. He just needed to glare at him coldly, and Li Ku would not be able to take it. Therefore, when he heard that Li Ku wanted to report the matter to Li Er, this little bastard immediately gave in. "Your Highness, I am just a commoner. How can I accept the sixth prince's apology? Please take back your order, your highness. Song Siming cupped his fists and said to Li Ku. Me. Old man, at least you know what's good for you. Before Li Ku could say anything, Li Ku could not help but whisper. Although his voice was soft, Li Ku, who had sharp ears, heard it clearly. Li Ku said with a livid expression, Li Ku, Mr. Song is my right-hand man. If you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my younger brother. These words were a little harsh. As a princess of the previous dynasty, Yang Fei's status in the palace was already awkward. Li Ku usually did whatever he wanted outside because he had a brother who was favored by Li Er. Third brother, please calm down. I know my mistake. Li Ku hurriedly begged for mercy. When he saw that Li Ku was unmoved, he quickly bowed to Song Siming and said, Mr. Song, I'm sorry. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me, Mr. Song. Li Yuanchang, who was standing at the side, revealed a surprised expression when he saw Li Yu admit defeat. Song Siming only wanted his family to be safe. He did not have the guts to be angry with Li Ku. Before Li Ku could bow, he had already reached out to support Li Ku. Your Highness, please don't. Please don't. This old man can't bear it. Heh. I've already apologized and watched the show. Little Ku, your uncle still has some things to do in the palace. I'll take my leave first. Li Ku's problem was temporarily resolved. Li Yuanchang knew that Li Ku might turn to him next, so he hurriedly wanted to leave. Uncle, please wait. Li Ku hurriedly said. Although the young man in front of him was born in the same year as him, there was still seniority. No matter what, he had to call him uncle. This was not a rule that could be messed up in any dynasty. What? Little Ku, do you also want me to apologize to this old man? Li Yuanchang stopped and looked at Li Ku with a mischievous expression. This little rascal was basically the same kind of trash as Li Ku. From the words he said, it was obvious that he was worse than Li Ku. Li Ku shook his head and said, Uncle, you worry too much. Ku just wants to ask, where did you and Little Ku use the 1,500 Tang Yuan that you and Little Ku transferred from the bank last month, Tilda? Li Yuanchang and Li Ku looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became a little unnatural. However, the unnatural expression on Li Yuanchang's face disappeared in an instant. He said as if nothing had happened, Hey, Little Ku, don't slander me and sully my innocence. What 1,500 Tang Yuan? Why don't I know about it? This matter should be done by Little Ku. If you want to ask him. What does it have to do with me? Being heartlessly betrayed by his own teammate, Li Ku's face turned pale. He looked at Li Yuanchang's side profile and said in disbelief, Uncle, you what? What? Did I say something wrong? Didn't you go to the bank last month to withdraw money from Mr. Song? Li Yuanchang stared and said. After he said that, he turned his eyes and looked at Li Ku again, saying, Little Ku. Maybe Little Ku is a little tight on money recently, so he wanted to borrow some money from Mr. Song. It's not like he won't return it. Why do you have to be so serious? Li Yuanchang's face was black for a while, then red for a while. Not only did he remove himself from the situation, he also secretly sold Li Ku to make the other party feel grateful to him. It had to be said that this move of his was really good. Sure enough, Li Ku's eyes, which were filled with resentment before, now had a faint trace of gratitude in them. He turned to Li Ku and said, Yes. Third brother, this money is only borrowed from Mr. Song. I will definitely return it in the future. Don't be so stubborn, Tilda. Li Ku was unmoved. He said in a low voice, Little Ku, if you still treat me as a brother today, tell me honestly, what did you do with so much money, Tilda? Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Ku's eyes suddenly dimmed. At this time, Li Yuanchang took the opportunity to say, Haha. Little Ku, if you two brothers have something to talk about, you can talk about it. Uncle, I really have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After that, he lifted his feet and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, a voice full of energy came from the door. If you two don't explain things clearly today, you can't go anywhere, Tilda. Chapter 1452. Li. Yong. Marquis Yong An. Yanghuang Bank. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to take the opportunity to slip away, a cold voice sent him into the abyss. Just as the voice fell, Li Yuanchang saw a person who often gave him nightmares stride in. Who else could it be but Li Zishuan? Back then, Li Yuanchang ordered the evil servant to cause trouble at the foot of Yunshan. After being taught a lesson by Li Zishuan, he ran back to Li Yuan to complain. Li Yuan had a son late and was rather doting on Li Yuanchang, his youngest son. After hearing the news, he wanted to take revenge for his son. Who knew that after Li Zishuan saw Li Yuan, not only was he not scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, he resolved the crisis with a few words and scared Li Yuanchang to the point of wetting his pant. Since then, Li Yuanchang realized that Li Yuan did not seem to dote on him as much. In the past, he could easily get money and people from Li Yuan, but now it was very difficult to get them. This made Li Yuanchang very confused and fearful. Of course, towards the man who caused all this, Li Zishuan, Li Yuanchang's heart was filled with resentment and fear. After several months, seeing Li Zishuan again, the shadow of fear in Li Yuanchang's heart did not fade. Instead, it grew stronger, to the point that he stuttered when speaking. Yamacho. Seeing Li Zishuan arrive, Li Ku hurriedly went forward to greet him and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at Li Yuanchang lightly and said, "Your Highness King Lu, it's really been a long time. I didn't expect that the great King Lu would be interested in a mere 1,500 strings of coins." After returning from Chang'an City, he passed by Yanghuang Bank in Lantien County. His heart moved and he wanted to come in and see how Li Ku was doing in the bank. Before he went to the Black Armored Army, he wanted to straighten out all the errands on him, such as the workshop and Yanghuang Bank. Once Li Zishuan went to the barracks, he would have less time to do these chores. That was why Li Zishuan had been busy running around for the past few days. However, he did not expect that there would be a case of someone embezzling public funds in Yanghuang Bank. Moreover, the person who embezzled public funds was that little bastard Li Yuanchang. Li Ku could handle Li Ge, but because of the difference in seniority, he couldn't handle Li Zishuan. Therefore, Li Zishuan stepped in. Yanghuang Bank was basically equivalent to a modern bank, or even a central bank. It would never allow anyone to embezzle public funds. This was because not only would it be irresponsible to the shareholders of the bank, it would also be irresponsible to the people who deposited their money in the bank. Apart from that, it would also be a blow to Tang Yuan's credibility in the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan would never allow such a thing to happen. What 1,500 strings of cash? Marquis Yong'an, what are you saying? I don't understand. Li Yuanchang's face paled as he tried to defend himself. This was really being stubborn even in the face of death. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness King Lu, don't pretend to be confused. Today, I will say these words. If you don't clearly explain the 1,500 strings of cash, no one can leave. When the time comes, I will find His Majesty or the retired Emperor to judge. Or you can think about it. Will those nobles who invested in Yanghuang Bank let you off?" As he finished speaking, Li Zishuan's voice gradually turned cold. Li Yuanchang and Li Ge couldn't help but shiver. After his expression changed, Li Yuanchang opened his mouth and said, "Isn't it just 1,500 strings of cash? I will send someone to return it to you when I return. This money was originally borrowed from Mr. Song. Today, I will return it all to you. In the future, don't bother us anymore." He had thought it through. Rather than completely falling out with Li Zishuan and causing a huge ruckus, he might as well grit his teeth and return the money. He was clear in his heart that even if this matter reached his father, Li Yuan, it would not end well. After all, he was not in the right. Moreover, the shareholders of the Yanghuang Chamber of Commerce were all nobles of the imperial court. He had affected the interests of so many people, Li would not let him off. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "It is only right to repay debts. The money that Your Highness King Lu owes should naturally be returned. However, where did you use the 1,500 strings of cash that you borrowed earlier?" Hearing this, Li Yuanchang evasively said, "This Marquis Yong'an, you don't have to care. Don't worry, when I return to the palace, I will immediately send someone to send the money to you. Li Zishuan lightly said, why can't I care? I have to confirm whether the 1,500 strings of cash are still there or not. Or rather, I doubt Your Highness King Lu's ability to repay the debt. Originally, in Li Zishuan's impression, Li Yuanchang was still very rich. However, thinking about how this little bastard had colluded with Li Zishuan to extort money from the bank, Li Zishuan concluded that this little bastard was definitely not doing as well as before. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Li Yuanchang's face was instantly filled with anger. He angrily said, what a joke. A mere 1,500 strings of cash, I don't even care about it. Marquis Yong'an, don't go too far. Li Zishuan heard this and sneered, oh? Since Your Highness King Lu is so rich, why did you come to the bank to extort money from Mr. Song last month? You, Li Yuanchang was instantly rendered speechless. At this moment, Li Ku looked at Li Zhe and said earnestly, Xiao Li, tell me the truth. What did you use the money for? Otherwise, if you commit another crime in the future, I will definitely not plead with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother on your behalf. Li Zhe's heart was already shaken when he saw his Imperial uncle, whom he relied heavily on, being completely suppressed by Li Zishuan. Now that he heard Li Ku's words, how could he bear it? He hurriedly grabbed Li Ku's arm and said with a sobbing tone, Third brother, I was wrong. Don't ignore me. Li Zhe tilde. Seeing that Li Zhe was about to give in, Li Yuanchang panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Tilde. Your Highness King Lu, don't go too far. Li Zishuan grunted and said coldly. Li Yuanchang had seen Li Zishuan's martial prowess. Sensing the other party's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say another word. Li Ku struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Li, if you tell me now, I can still help you. If you don't, Yamacho and I can find out on our own. But when that time comes, no one can help you. Imperial Father and Imperial Mother can't either. Third brother, I'll tell you. Li Zhe suddenly panicked. He hurriedly said, last month, Imperial Uncle and I went to bet on football. At first, we won more than 2,000 strings of cash, but then we lost all of it. Even our own capital of more than 2,000 strings of cash was loss. Later, Imperial Uncle and I came up with an idea. We went to the owners of the teams and threatened them in advance before the game that they must lose. Then we would take the opportunity to bet on losing. We would definitely make a lot of money, but you also need capital to bet on losing. At that time, Imperial Uncle and I lost all our money. Later, Imperial Uncle said that third brother, you were on duty at Yanghuang Bank and made a lot of money every day. I came to the bank to look for third brother. Coincidentally, you weren't there on May 15th, so I borrowed 500 strings of cash from Mr. Song, bet on football. Li Ku's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. He scolded with a face full of resentment, it's fine if you bet on football, but you actually went to threaten the owners of the teams to fix the game? Xiao Zhe, how dare you? On the side, Li Zishuan's expression could not help but turn serious. He had never imagined that a misappropriation of public funds would actually involve a series of major cases of corruption in football, and he had another identity, which was the president of the Tang Football Association. Therefore, this matter was even more important to him. Li Yuanchang's face was now ashen. He had already decided to go all out, but he still looked at Li Zhe angrily from time to time. Third brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to earn some money so that Imperial Concubine Mother wouldn't treat me like a child anymore. I also wanted to buy a few new clothes and jewelry for Imperial Concubine Mother, Li Zhe said with a sobbing tone. Hearing the second half of Li Zhe's sentence, Li Ku's cold eyes couldn't help but soften. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, a gentleman loves money, but he gets it in the right way. If you use this method, no matter how much money you earn, Imperial Mother and I will look down on you. Imperial Mother won't want the clothes and jewelry you bought with your ill-gotten money. In the palace, danger is everywhere. Imperial Mother is cautious every day, afraid of getting involved in trouble. But you, on the other hand, did such a thing outside to smear Imperial Mother's reputation. Do you still have a heart of loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence? Third brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Li Zhe was ashamed by Li Ke's words and could only admit his mistakes. Li Zishuan picked up the account book on the table next to him. With his mathematical attainments and mental calculation ability, he could easily find the problem in the account book. After a while, he looked at Li Zhe and asked, "Sixth Prince, you withdrew 500 and 300 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 15th and 20th of May. According to what you said just now, you should be able to make a lot of money by threatening the owners of the teams to fix the game. But why did you withdraw 700 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 28th of May? Were you still short of money at that time?" Li Zhe knew that Li Ke respected Li Zishuan very much, so he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Li Zishuan. Hearing this, he thought for a while and replied, "Of course, it's very profitable to get people to fake matches, but the teams we found earlier weren't very strong. There weren't many people who thought that they would win, so the gambling house set very low odds for them to lose. All in all, Royal Uncle and I didn't make much money. At the end of the month, Imperial Uncle and I decided to do something big. We found the super strong team that was in the limelight this year, the Wind Thunder team. Their young master is called Zheng Qianjun. Imperial Uncle and I revealed our identities and threatened him to deliberately lose the game against the Fire Wolves team the next day. Although the Fire Wolves team is a First Division team, they are at the bottom of the First Division teams. They are no match for the Wind Thunder team, so there will be a lot of people who bet on the Wind Thunder team winning, and we bet on the Wind Thunder team losing, so we can make a fortune in one fell swoop. Do you mean that Zheng Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you?" Li Zishuan's face darkened. He interrupted Li Ke and asked. Li Zishuan valued Zheng Qianjun. The Wind Thunder team's current achievements were not 80% due to Zheng Qianjun, but at least 60%. So Li Zishuan arranged for him to be the tactical coach of the national team. But if he really agreed to fix the game for Li Ke and Li Yuanchang, Li Zishuan had to do things according to the law no matter how much he thought highly of Zheng Qianjun. Li Ke nodded and said, "At that time, the young master of the Wind Thunder team did agree that we would deliberately lose to the Fire Wolves team. In order to win more money, Imperial Uncle and I went to the bank to ask Mr. Song for more money. Under the threat of Imperial Uncle and I, Mr. Song had no choice but to give us 700 strings of cash." Li Zishuan's heart suddenly sank. He said with an ugly face, "How much did you win in this game?" Li Ke said with a sad face, "We didn't win a single penny. We lost everything. That kid surnamed Zheng is not a good person. The day before, he clearly promised us that he would deliberately lose the game. But on that day, the players of the Wind and Thunder team did not show any modesty at all. They kicked the Fire Wolves team to 3-0. The more than 2,000 strings of money that we bet were all loss." Li Zishuan was stunned, but there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. He asked again, "You mean that Zheng Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you, but he didn't instruct the players to deliberately lose the game?" Li Ke said gloomily, "Yes." Seeing the boy's aggrieved face, Li Zishuan held back his laughter and said, "Then you didn't take revenge on him in private?" Li Ke said angrily, "Why didn't we take revenge? After the game, Uncle and I took a few guards to the Zheng family's house to find that bastard Zheng Qianjun. But the door of the Zheng family's house was closed. No one opened the door. The door of the Zheng family's house was so strong that it couldn't be opened even if we hit it with a piece of wood. In broad daylight, we couldn't make a big deal out of it, so we could only send people to guard outside the Zheng family's house. But after so many days, we didn't catch Zheng Qianjun." Li Zishuan nodded satisfactorily and said, "Well, you should be glad that you didn't catch Zheng Qianjun. Otherwise, if you caught him and tortured him, you and Prince Lu wouldn't be able to escape." Then he looked at Li Ke and said, "Little Ke, they not only misappropriated public funds, but also secretly bribed the team to fix the game. This seriously violates the Tang Empire's principle of fairness and justice. According to the rules, they should be handed over to the Supreme Court. What do you think? Marquis Yong'an, you dare. My father won't forgive you." Hearing this, Li Yuanchang immediately panicked. Li Ke said with fear, Third brother, save me. I don't want to go to the Supreme Court. My father will kill me if he knows. Li Ku hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, little Ku and uncle are in the wrong. But if this matter is brought to the Supreme Court, my father, can you hand them over to me? I will report to my father and punish them by grounding them in the palace to reflect on themselves. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. I will give you face today. But first, they have to pay for the money they misappropriated from the bank. Second, they have to give me the list of the teams that fixed the game. Third, they are forbidden to watch any game held by the Tang Empire's Football Association in the future. Chapter 1453. As early as when he promoted football, Li Zishuan expected that football betting would slowly rise along with football. Later, things did indeed develop in the direction he expected. Although he knew that football betting would harm people, it was a matter of mutual consent. He couldn't control it. To put it nicely, it was called a quiz. To put it bluntly, it was called gambling. However, although he couldn't control the people's football betting, he could control the teams that fixed the matches. When the Tang Football Association was first established, Li Zishuan said that any team or individual involved in fixing matches would forever be included in the Tang Football Association's blacklist. Players could no longer play football, team owners could no longer form teams, and people who bribed teams to fix matches would be banned from watching any football matches held by the Football Association. Serious cases would be directly handed over to the Supreme Court to deal with. Considering that Li Ku and Li Yuanchang didn't earn too much money because of this, instead, they lost everything, and that Li Ku was pleading for mercy. If this matter was brought to the Supreme Court, it would be very embarrassing for Li Er. Therefore, Li Zishuan finally handed these two little bastards over to Li Ku to deal with. Correspondingly, Li Ku also handed over the list of teams that were coerced by them to fix matches. Originally, there were a total of 4 teams. However, because the Wind and Thunder team put Li Ku and Li Yuanchang together, there were 3 teams that fixed matches: the Raging Bull team, the Cool Breeze team, and the Fire Phoenix team. Li Ku and Li Yuanchang were sent back to the palace. Now that things had developed to this point, it was impossible for Li Ku to help his brother hide it. Li Ku originally wanted to immediately enter the palace and report this matter to Li Zishuan, but Li Zishuan asked him to stay alone. Little Ku, you should have been in the bank for 3 months, right? How do you feel? Did you encounter any problems? Yanghuang Bank, back hall. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Li Ku were left. After the two of them sat down, Li Zishuan asked. Li Ku thought for a moment and replied, I have been here for exactly 3 months. In the beginning, I was not familiar with many things in the bank. When I did things, I always felt that there were a lot of restrictions. After a period of time, I sorted out the affairs of the bank and did things much more smoothly. However, it's not that there are no problems. Oh, tell me about it first. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Li Ku organized his words and opened his mouth. I feel that there are too few people in the bank who know about the new mathematics and Yamacho's new accounting system. This will greatly affect the efficiency of the bank, and it is easy to make mistakes in the account. Once there is a mistake in the accounts, the loss will often be very big, so what I have done the most in the past 3 months is to check the accounts, but this is not a long-term solution. When the scale of our bank is bigger in the future, I will not be able to do 2 things at once. Talent. In the end, the bank still lacked talent. Li Zishuan's new mathematics had only been introduced for less than a year. It was extremely difficult to find a group of bookkeepers who were proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. This lack of talent situation might improve in a few years, but the bank could not wait. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, actually, it is not difficult to solve this problem. Little Ku, you can recruit a group of students from Yanghuang College who are proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. Hire them to the bank and use their weekends to check the accounts for the bank. This way, there are 2 benefits. First, it will allow the bank to operate efficiently and accurately. Second, these students will work part-time and part-time. They can use this to deepen their understanding of the knowledge that they usually learn from books, and they can also get in touch with the daily operations of the bank. When they graduate in the future, Those students who are not interested in an official career can stay in the bank as bookkeepers. In terms of salary, they will definitely be able to ensure that their family will not have to worry about food and clothing. Yanghuang Bank's position in Tang Dynasty was equivalent to a modern-day bank or central bank. It was considered a large-scale state-owned enterprise. Li Zishuan felt that assigning his students to work in the bank would not be a disgrace to Yanghuang College's reputation. Yamacho, you intend to let the students of the college to work in the bank as bookkeepers? Li Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. In the minds of the ancient people, there was no such thing as a state-owned enterprise. In their eyes, there was only the imperial court. Scholars studied and obtained scholarly honors in order to enter the imperial court and serve the country. They had never heard of anyone studying specifically to become bookkeepers. Why? Little Ku, are you looking down on Yanghuang Bank? Do you feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here? Li Zishuan's sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's thoughts. He looked at Li Ku and said with a faint smile, "No. Ku did not mean that." Li Ku hurriedly said. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Little Ku, you have been in the bank for a long time. You should know what kind of place Yanghuang Bank is. Today, I can tell you with absolute certainty that in less than 3 years, Yanghuang Bank will become an existence that controls the entire economy of Tang Dynasty. Its importance is definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. As such, do you still feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here?" Li Ku was a little shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Zishuan's words might not necessarily be true. He clasped his hands and said, "Yamacho's words are also what Ku hopes for. No matter what others think, Ku will never feel that it is a waste of talent to stay in the bank." Li Zishuan smiled. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Yanghuang College teaches engineering. Although there is a subject in the imperial court's imperial examinations, compared to the subjects such as Jinsha and Mingjing, the number of students admitted to this subject is much smaller. The number of students in Yanghuang College who can stand out in the imperial examinations every year is extremely small. And the number of students who can use engineering to gain a foothold in the imperial court is even rarer. Therefore, I feel that instead of letting the students be small officials in the 6 ministries and waste their time doing odd jobs for the officials, it is better to let them come to a place like Yanghuang Bank where they can truly display their strength. Other than Yanghuang Bank, there is also the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. That place also needs them. Little Ku, don't look down on the workshop. This workshop is now the most technologically advanced workshop in Tang Dynasty. With the revolution of energy and power machinery, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion will become more and more advanced, so advanced that it will surpass this era. The students of Yanghuang College can use what they have learned to create wealth here. Wealth that will allow them to live their lives without worry. Master's position today is mostly due to engineering. In the future, among these students, there might be hundreds and thousands of master, hundreds and thousands of Marquis Yong'an. The meaning of these words was very simple. That was, if the imperial court did not want too many engineering students, then he wanted them. He did not mind having too many. This was a plan that had been buried in Li Zishuan's heart for a long time. It was called the Great Lantian Plan. In his view, since the imperial examination system of this era was mainly based on Confucianism and the imperial court did not want so many engineering students, then he would bring this group of students to Lantian County and create a world that would surpass this era. In any case, he was now the lord of Lantian County. There were many vacant positions under him. He had the ability to give these engineering students generous treatment and high social status. Chapter 1454. Yamacho, now that Confucianism is in power, it is indeed difficult for engineering students to stand out. However, I am willing to help you. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Ku was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Oh, how do you plan to help me?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Li Ku pursed his lips and said, "In a few years, I will be going to Shu. Shu has been isolated from the Central Plains for a long time, and the conditions there are very backward. It is in need of large-scale construction to improve the living conditions of the people. At that time, if there are students from the college who are willing to go to Shu to be officials, I will gladly accept them. I believe that with the ability of our college students, it will not be a problem for them to benefit the people. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku and laughed. Haha, little Ku, you have seen Ku Shiqing's good deeds in Shu, so you want to recruit more students from the college to help you manage your fief, right? Don't be fooled by Li Ku's dignified words, as if he was helping Li Zishuan share his burden. In fact, Li Ku's actions were snatching talent from Li Zishuan. However, even though Li Zishuan knew Li Ku's true intentions, he was not angry. This was because the students of the college were free to choose where to develop in the future. Li Zishuan could not control them at all. If Li Ku had the ability to attract these talents to Shu, it could only be said that he was charismatic. Li Zishuan would not be angry about this. After being seen through by Li Zishuan, Li Ku was slightly embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, nothing can be hidden from Yamacho's eyes. Actually, what I am thinking is that the Central Plains is deeply influenced by Confucianism. Even if the engineering students have made outstanding contributions, it will be difficult for them to compete with Confucianism that has been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. But Sichuan is different. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, it has been isolated from the Central Plains and is less influenced by Confucianism. As long as Ku can lead the students of the academy and make Sichuan a prosperous place, engineering will be able to gain a foothold there. Maybe Ku can even open a school similar to Yanghuang College there. I hope Yamacho will agree." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little Ku, you're helping me spread the seeds and leaves. What reason do I have to disagree, Tilda?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Just as you said, the study of engineering is indeed met with a lot of resistance in the current Great Tang, but I don't think this resistance is a problem. As more and more people realize that engineering can change the world, they will slowly accept it. Of course, if you want to develop engineering in Shu, it might not be a bad idea. This can also be considered as blossoming." Li Ku cupped his fists and said, "What Mr. said makes sense. Then from now on, Ku and Mr. will work together to develop our skills." In the past, Li Ku was repulsed by Sichuan. After all, he had lived in Chang since he was young. It was inevitable for him to have some resistance in his heart when he was asked to go to Sichuan, which was thousands of miles away. However, after talking with Li Zishuan, Li Ku even faintly looked forward to going to Sichuan as soon as possible. Because leaving Chang'an was like a fish entering the sea. At that time, he could be like his idol, Li Zishuan, vigorously develop engineering in his fief and make the people there better. He was looking forward to the land of Sichuan being transformed into a true heaven on earth under his transformation. Li Zishuan nodded. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Li Ku, "Little Ku, I just saw on the account book that Yanghuang Bank's monthly income is more than 30,000 strings of coins. Is that right?" Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask this, Li Ku was a little confused. He paused for a moment, nodded and replied, "Indeed. In recent months, the number of merchants in Lantian County has skyrocketed. Countless shops have sprung up in the city like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These merchants are opening shops and purchasing goods, so it's inevitable that they will encounter problems with funds. Thus, more and more people come to Yanghuang Bank to borrow money, and our income is also increasing. However, if this was a bank in other places, it might not be able to earn so much money. But if there are too many people borrowing money, it might not be a good thing. After all, the money in our bank is limited. At the end of every month, the bank will have a shortage of money. Many merchants want to borrow money, but they can't, so they can only borrow money from those big families who specialize in lending money. Moreover, the amount of Tang Yuan issued is closely related to the total wealth of Tang Empire. We can't just rashly print more Tang Yuan, so we can only watch as those merchants are exploited by those big families." Li Zishuan knew that Li Ku was telling the truth. After all, in the current Tang Empire, if one were to talk about the most prosperous places, it would only be Chang'an and Lantian County. But if one were to talk about the place where the scale of business grew the fastest, it would only be Lantian County. The expansion of business required a large amount of liquidity, and the bank was a place that specialized in providing liquidity for merchant. Currently, The capital of the bank was mainly accumulated from the investments of the bank's shareholders and the profits from the bank's operations in the future. The bank's source of profit was, first, from collecting the fees from the commoners when exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, and second, from lending money to the merchants to generate profit. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan said, "Little Ku, one must know how to be flexible when dealing with matters. Since the bank will encounter a shortage of money at the end of every month, then we should think of a way to attract more fund." Li Ku frowned and asked, "Yamacho, where should we go to find a source of funds?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's from the commoners. Previously, Little Ku, you were able to think of lending money to the merchants to generate income for the bank. Now, why didn't you think of using small profits to attract the commoners to deposit their money in the bank? You can post a notice to inform the commoners of Lantian County that as long as they deposit their copper coins in the Yanghuang Bank, not only will we not charge them the fees for exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, we will also give them a certain amount of interest. This interest is divided into current interest and fixed interest. Current interest means that there is no fixed deposit period. If the commoners need money, they can come to the bank to withdraw it at any time. Fixed interest means that the money cannot be withdrawn until the agreed upon date. Therefore, the fixed interest rate is higher than the current interest rate. Those commoners who have extra money can deposit their money in the Yanghuang Bank. This way, not only can they ensure the safety of their property, but they can also earn extra interest. I think there will be many commoners who will be willing to deposit their money in the bank." Li Ku's eyes widened when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, his mind was already in a daze. After a while, he finally regained his senses. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Mountain Elder, if we really release this notice, I can guarantee that our bank's doorstep will definitely be trampled down by the people who will flock to our bank. Are you sure we won't lose money like this?" Lose money? If a bank can lose money, then there is no business in this world that can make money, Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "Whether we will lose money or not, it will depend on Xiao Ku's method. I am only introducing you to a way to solve the problem. In this method, there is still a lot of room for manipulation. For example, the interest rate. When the bank is short of money, you can slightly raise the interest rate to increase the commoners' enthusiasm to save money. When the bank is not so short of money, you can adjust the interest rate to reduce the cost of the bank's deposit. There is a limit in the middle. You need to consider and balance all the factors. As for your worry that the bank will lose money, this worry is completely unnecessary. The interest rate of the bank will always be higher than the deposit rate. Also, money can only create more value when it is in circulation. If everyone hides their money in their own homes, then money will always be money. But if they keep their money in the bank, and the bank uses the money to help businessmen expand their business, then money can easily become 2 strings of money, or even more. That is why I told you before that there is a lot of knowledge in the bank. Using money to generate more money is the fundamental purpose of the bank's existence. Li Zishuan seriously pondered over Li Zishuan's words for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Listening to Yamacho's words is better than reading books for 10 years. The knowledge contained in the way of the economy is really mysterious and endless. Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings today. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Actually, Xiao Ku, you have already done very well. When everything here is stable, I hope that you can return to the headquarters of the Yanghuang Bank in Chang'an City and shoulder more responsibilities. Our Yanghuang Bank is under the name of the Ministry of Revenue. But most of the officials in the Ministry of Revenue are old-fashioned. If we rely on them to manage the bank, I am afraid that in less than half a year, the bank will not be able to operate anymore. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of bringing the bank to greater heights still falls on your shoulders." There was nothing wrong with these words on the surface, but Li Ku felt that it sounded a little strange. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Yamacho, what about you? Don't tell me that you intend to leave the bank alone?" At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. Li Zishuan spoke too much today, as if he couldn't wait to impart all the knowledge in his mind to him. Li Ku suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his whole body suddenly became nervous. Li Zexuan was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "Master has more important things to do. But if the bank encounters any problems in the future, Xiao Ku, you can still come to me." Li Ku didn't ask Li Zexuan what the more important things were, because he knew that if Li Zexuan wanted to talk about it, he would have told him directly. Since he didn't say anything, it meant that Li Zexuan didn't want to talk about it. Li Ku naturally wouldn't force him. Haha. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stagnant, Li Zexuan laughed and broke the silence. The reform measures that I told you about earlier must be tested in Lantian County, because the demand for money here is large enough. In addition, not only can the bank lend money to merchants, but it can also lend money to the commoners. Now that the commoners in Lantian County are living well, some of the smarter commoners will want to make a living. The bank can lower the interest rate and lend them some money to create more wealth. Li Ku was puzzled. Merchants can use their shops as collateral to borrow money, but what can the commoners use as collateral to borrow money? Li Zexuan thought for a while and said, they can use land deeds. But when the amount borrowed is small, they don't have to use collateral. They are all from the same county, so even if they want to take the money and go far away, they can't go far. In ancient times, most of the commoners were more honest. Farmers were more conservative, and they didn't like to owe money to others. If they did, they would pay it back as soon as they had the money. If they delayed it for another day, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Therefore, Li Zexuan wasn't worried that the commoners would renege on their debt. Li Ku nodded and said, Yamacho's words make sense. In the future, if the commoners of Lantian County need anything, the bank will definitely lend them money. After leaving the bank, Li Zexuan went straight home. Firstly, it was getting late, and it was time to go home for dinner. Secondly, he was going to the Black Armored Army's camp soon. Before he went, he had to spend some time with his family. He was comfortably going home to spend time with his family, but there were some people who weren't feeling well. One was Li Tai, and the other was Cheng Chumo. Around noon, Li Tai went to the workshop to look for Mo Lingwei to learn some technology. Mo Lingwei used the force-feeding method to teach Li Tai the principles of the workshop's newest products, such as DC motors, batteries, and diodes. Li Tai was busy wandering around the workshop, trying to understand everything that Mo Lingwei explained to him. He worked all the way until night time. Poor Wei Wang, he had to work overtime in the workshop at night. If word got out, no one would believe it. Now, he and Li Ku were brothers in the same boat. One was fighting in the bank, and the other was researching new technology in the workshop. Although it was hard work, the two brothers were willing to endure it. Hey, this electric bike is so fun to ride. It's so much better than riding a horse. No, I can't return the bike to Xiaoxian so soon. I have to ride it for 2 more days. In the evening, Cheng Chumo rode the electric bike that he borrowed from Li Zexuan. He was like a young man, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. He couldn't help but mutter to himself on the bike. F asterisk CK. So majestic. At this moment, Cheng Chumo saw a woman riding a bicycle towards him. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman had a particularly spectacular body part. As the bicycle bumped along the road, Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. Bam tilde. As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. All happiness is destined to have a price to pay. Cheng Chumo was so focused on looking at the beautiful woman that he forgot to look at the road. With a bang, he and his car crashed into a newly erected electric pole on the side of the road. Ouch! Help! Help! Soon, Cheng Chumo's painful howls came from under the electric pole. That sound was really miserable. Chapter 1455. Ouch tilde. Softer, softer. It hurts so much. Night fell, but in a ward of Lantian County's Tang Tang Joint Medical Center, there was a faint light. A woman with a good figure was applying medicine and bandaging a burly man. What was annoying was that the man was still crying and howling from time to time. Those who didn't know the situation would think that they were doing something in the room. Serves you right. Who asked you to ride without looking at the road and like to look around? The woman with a good figure could not help but snort angrily. Looking at her face carefully, who else could it be but Ji Qingyu? And the man half leaning on the couch was Cheng Chumo. It turned out that the woman Cheng Chumo saw on the road today was Ji Qingyu, who had just finished work and was about to go home. However, this fellow was so fascinated by the scenery that he did not even know that he had crashed into a telephone pole. Hearing Ji Qingyu's scolding, Cheng Chumo was not ashamed. Instead, he smiled proudly and said, "Ji, Dr. Ji, you can't blame me for this. You said that a piece of iron was sucked away by a magnet. Can you blame the iron? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the magnet for being too attractive." Summer was really a good season. Cheng Chumo, whose hormones were exuberant, seemed to be enlightened at this moment. His speech was obviously much better than before. How could Ji Qingyu not understand the meaning of Cheng Chumo's words? But it was precisely because she understood that she felt both angry and a different kind of emotion in her heart. Ouch tilde. Ouch, ouch, ouch tilde. Dr. Ge, can you be gentler? Cheng Chumo, who had just said something, suddenly felt a strong force coming from his knee, followed by a sharp pain. It was so painful that he almost cried. Me. Who told you to talk nonsense tilde? Ji Qingyu's eyes were filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo. Obviously, she had deliberately taught Cheng Chumo a lesson just now. Cheng Chumo finally understood. Not only did the girl in front of him have a hot figure, but her temper was also quite fiery. He couldn't afford to offend them. Cheng Chumo decided to restrain his wretched and dissolute nature a little, so as to avoid further physical pain later. If Dr. Ge thinks that I'm talking nonsense, then I'm talking nonsense. Today, I really have to thank Dr. Ge. Otherwise, where would I find a clinic at this time? But it would be better if you were a little gentler. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and decided that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Ji Qingyu snorted and rolled her eyes at a certain someone. She said, "Back then, Guan Gong didn't even make a sound when he scraped his bones to treat his wounds. But you, on the other hand, are in so much pain from a small fall that you want to die. Are you still a man?" F***ck. He could tolerate other things, but Cheng Chumo could not tolerate it when it concerned his gender. "Dr. Ge, what you said is wrong. Lord Guan was a peerless hero. Wasn't it natural for him to not be afraid of pain? It can't be that anyone who can't compare to Lord Guan isn't a man, right? Then you really won't be able to get married in the future tilde." What he said sounded like it was true, but as he spoke, this idiot couldn't help but drive. Not only did he drive, but others also had evidence of him driving. Although Ji Qingyu's personality was stronger than the average woman, she was still an unmarried girl. How could she tolerate others saying that she couldn't get married? "You're the one who can't get married. Your whole family can't get married. You're really an ingrate. I shouldn't have saved you today." Ji Qingyu put her hands on her hips and scolded Cheng Chumo fiercely. Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck. Obviously, he didn't expect Ji Qingyu to have such a big reaction. He hurriedly said, "Dr. Ge, calm down, calm down. I didn't say that you can't get married. I'm only saying that according to your standards, there aren't many men in this world, so you can't get married. But obviously, there can't be only a few men in this world, so it's impossible that you can't get married, right?" Hearing Cheng Chumo say you can't get married, Ji Qingyu was about to explode. When Cheng Chumo finished speaking, she couldn't help but roar, "You lecher, shut up tilde. Get out. Get out now. Tang Alliance Medical Center doesn't welcome you. Hey tilde. Don't. I'm an injured person, and you're a doctor. Aren't doctors supposed to save the dying and heal the injured? How can you chase me out?" Cheng Chumo also realized that there was something wrong with what he said just now, and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Ji Qingyu just said it out of anger. She didn't really want to chase Cheng Chumo out. After all, Cheng Chumo was still injured. However, Cheng Chumo's words just now were really too hateful. It was impossible for her to admit defeat now. "Fine. You won't leave. I'll leave. Anyway, you've already applied medicine on your leg. You can rest here for a night, and you can walk tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Ji Qingyu said coldly. Cheng Chumo was stunned. He thought to himself, Didn't I say too much even if you can't get married? It was just a joke. Why do you have to overreact? He didn't know that his unintentional words had hit Ji Qingyue's soft spot, so Ji Qingyu had such a big reaction. Dr. Ji, wait. Seeing that Ji Qingyu was really going out, Cheng Chumo hurriedly said, it's dark now. Lantian County and Chang'an City are all under curfew. Where can you go? Besides, you're a girl. It's dangerous for you to go out alone so late at night. Hearing the faint concern in Cheng Chumo's words, Ji Qingyue's ears turned red, and her expression was a little unnatural. After a moment, she snorted, no matter how dangerous it is outside, it's still safer than here. Even a fool would be able to understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. After saying that, she walked directly out of the door. Cheng Chumo was stunned and hurriedly said, Hey, Dr. Ji, wait. You stay, I'll go out. But at this time, Ji Qingyu had already left without looking back. How could he still see her? Cheng Chumo was anxious. How could he bear to let a girl wander the streets in the middle of the night? So at this time, he didn't care about the injury on his knee. He directly jumped off the bed and limped out, shouting, Dr. Ji, wait. You stay in the room, I'll sleep in the hall of the medical hall. Ouch tilde. Cheng Chumo ran too fast and sprained his knee under the strenuous exercise, adding to his injury. His right knee instantly lost feeling, and he fell forward to the ground. Ji Qingyu, who was walking in front, heard the movement behind her and immediately stopped. She turned around and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Then she hurriedly walked over to Cheng Chumo. Why do you have no sense of seriousness? You're clearly injured, but you still want to get off the bed and run out. Great, your injury that could have been healed in 1 or 2 days will now need at least 7 or 8 days to recover tilde. After helping Cheng Chumo into the room and checking his injury, Ji Qingyu couldn't help but reprimand him. As a doctor, the most annoying thing was when the patient was disobedient and caused the patient's condition to worsen. Ji Qingyu was no exception. Cheng Chumo grinned and said, I'm worried that a girl like you will encounter bad people if you sleep on the streets at night. Let's say first, you'll stay here in a while, I'll go downstairs to sleep in the hall. It's hot now, so you don't have to worry that I'll catch a cold at night tilde. Who cares if you catch a cold at night? Ji Qingyu rolled her eyes and grumbled in her heart, but she said, Who told you that I'm going to sleep on the streets? Behind this joint medical center is the temporary residence of the doctors. I have to go back and rest, so I'll leave this place for you to stay tilde. After saying that, Ji Qingyu waved her hand and left very suavely, leaving behind a stunned Cheng Chumo. F***ck? There's a place for the doctors to stay in this joint medical center of Tang? Why haven't I heard of it? After sighing, Cheng Chumo silently glanced at his sprained right leg and couldn't help but curl his lips. He probably felt that it wasn't worth it for this brother leg. Fell for nothing. This lecture, although he's a little perverted and his words are a little hateful, he can still be considered a gentleman who knows how to care for people. Aya, after talking for so long, I actually forgot to ask for his name. Pei. No. Why do I need to know the name of this lecture? Ji Qingyu, who had always thought of herself as a strong woman, was inevitably confused tonight. The main reason was that Cheng Chumo was different from the men that the matchmaker introduced to her in the past. She felt that Cheng Chumo seemed to be more real. Whatever he was thinking in his heart, he would show it on his face. He was not like the young talents she had seen before. On the surface, they were all cultured and elegant, but behind their backs, they were all dirty and filthy. Ari. Although this little girl's temper is a little fiery and impatient, she's quite good at taking care of people, and she's also very good-looking. Hee. On the other side, Cheng Chumo touched the bandage on his knee and whispered with a smile on his face. Previously, when he borrowed the car from Li Zhaxuan, he had repeatedly assured that there wouldn't be any accidents. He didn't expect that in less than a day, he and the car would crash into an electric pole. Although the culprit was Ji Qingyue's beauty, it was still a collision. He just didn't expect Ji Qingyu to be a doctor, and a doctor of the Joint Medical Center of Tang at that. This was really a bit too much of a coincidence. Ari, get up quickly, it's time to change your medicine. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Cheng Chumo was still chatting with Ju Gong in his dreams when he heard a woman's voice in his ear. Moreover, the voice was a little loud, and it was difficult for him to not wake up even if he wanted to. Miss Ge, Dr. Ge, how did you come in? Cheng Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and said in surprise. Your door wasn't locked. How do you think I came in? Ji Qingyu rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Oh Tilda, I don't think I closed the door last night. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and thought for a while before saying. His knee was injured last night. After Ji Qingyu left, he didn't have the strength to get out of bed and close the door, so he fell asleep directly on the bed. Sit tight Tilda. I'll help you change your medicine. In a while, the clinic will start accepting patients, and I won't have time to take care of you then. Ji Qingyu put down the medicine box on her shoulder and said to Cheng Chumo as she took out the medicine from it. Oh Tilda. Cheng Chumo sat up obediently and rolled up his trousers, revealing the injured area on his knee. This time, Cheng Chumo learned his lesson. When Ji Qingyu was changing his medicine, he didn't take the initiative to say a word, not even a HMPH. It seemed like he wanted to learn from Guan Yu and be a tough guy. Just like that, Ji Qingyu quietly changed his medicine, and Cheng Chumo raised his head and stared at her without saying a word. Although the scene looked a little funny, it was more heartwarming. Ji Qingyu was now squatting. If Cheng Chumo lowered his head and looked, he should be able to see some scenery, but the people of the old Cheng family were all walking and sitting upright. Ji Qingyu was now helping him change his medicine. If he did something like that, how was he different from a beast? It's really strange. Why aren't you in pain today? After changing the medicine, Ji Qingyu stood up and asked curiously. Cheng Chumo said smugly, I used to be on the battlefield with my father. I don't care about such a small injury. Besides, I'm a man who wants to be Guan Yu. Why would I make a fuss over a small injury? Ji Qingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, keep bragging. Who was the one crying for his parents last night? Then, she felt that laughing like this might make people think that it was unladylike, so she quickly stopped smiling and shifted her gaze elsewhere. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Cheng Chumo's voice. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Cheng Chumo. At this time, Cheng Chumo was completely stunned. If one were to use 8 words to describe it, it would be that his face was dull and his eyes were shining. Because in Cheng Chumo's eyes, Ji Qingyue's smile just now was simply too beautiful. Did I look good? Ji Qingyue's emotionless voice inexplicably came from the air. Yes, yes, yes. Cheng Chumo replied subconsciously. To describe his current state of mind in one sentence, it was, I've confirmed with my eyes that I've met the right person. Lecher. Shameless. Ji Qingyu glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo, then stomped her foot and left in a fit of anger. She didn't even want the medicine box. Ouch. In the ward, Cheng Chumo's wails and howls sounded again. It was Ji Qingyue's angry kick just now that happened to land on Cheng Chumo's foot. F***ck. Women's minds are really strange. If I said it didn't look good just now, would I have been trampled even more miserably? Cheng Chumo hugged his smelly foot and muttered to himself while sucking in cold air. What were you muttering just now? Coincidentally, at this moment, Ji Qingyue's voice sounded again. Cheng Chumo looked up and saw Ji Qingyu standing in front of the door expressionlessly, staring at him with a burning gaze. No. Nothing. Dr. Ji, why are you back again? Cheng Chumo laughed dryly and said. Ji Qingyu walked in at this moment and reached out to take the medicine box on the table. Then, she said, I'm here to ask what your name is and where you live. Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Qingyu mercilessly interrupted him. Don't think too much. I just want to ask clearly and send someone to inform your family to come and pick you up. At the same time, I'll hand over the consultation fee. Our Tang Alliance Medical Center never takes credit. Cheng Chumo was speechless and his heart instantly broke.